This is Audible.
Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Friends Like Them by Aimee Nicole Walker, narrated by Lance West. Chapter 1. People who thought Disney World was the happiest place on earth had never been to a celebration at Redemption Ridge. Harry and Nick had converted the great room into Party Central to celebrate Cash's 50th birthday, which also coincided with a new Taylor Swift album drop. The music was louder than ever, and emotions soared as the crew danced joyfully on the makeshift dance floor. Well, everyone except him. Tyler loved a good T Swift song as much as the next person, but he couldn't seem to get his feet to move. He stood frozen at the edge of the room like a weird-ass lurker watching Owen dance with Keegan. Every time he forced his gaze away, an invisible string kept pulling him back to them. Owen had been his best friend for nearly 7 years, and their inseparable bond was legendary on the ranch. Where one went, the other followed. But apparently that didn't include the makeshift dance floor. Hell, Tyler didn't even know Owen could dance until Taylor's version of Shake It Off came on, and he pulled Keegan into the center of the room with the others. Not Tyler, who knew him best, but the newest member on the ranch who knew Owen the least. He was too surprised to pout at first, but that hadn't lasted long. He mentally shook himself. Tyler's version, and scanned the room for anything to distract himself from the pity party he had going on. Why he decided to count the navy blue and gold balloons forming a massive happy birthday arch was beyond him, but he got to 69 before his gaze honed in on Owen and Keegan again. Was it his imagination, or had they moved closer together? Their bodies weren't touching, but they were close enough to make Tyler's stomach cramp. Their movements were fluid and perfectly in sync with one another and the fast-paced music. Damn, they looked like they belonged together. Tears stung the back of Tyler's eyes and nose as unfamiliar and confusing feelings washed over him. It felt a lot like grief, which made zero sense. Owen hadn't died, he just didn't have as much time for Tyler anymore. He honestly didn't know what Keegan and Owen were to one another. It was crystal clear that Owen had a soft spot for the guy, but you'd have to be a monster to feel nothing for someone who'd barely survived a conversion therapy on par with hell. Tyler had learned firsthand in jail that Owen's protective streak was a mile wide and as unyielding as a hurricane. But no one else had triggered that reaction in his best friend since they met almost 7 years ago. And Tyler selfishly realized he didn't enjoy seeing the instinct displayed with anyone else. He puffed out his cheeks and blew out a frustrated breath. He was the worst kind of asshole to resent the time and attention Owen gave to Keegan. The rented photo booth shook and distracted Tyler from his maudlin thoughts, and the husky laughter escaping the little structure made him smile. He scanned the room to see who was missing, and noticed all the ranch's inhabitants and employees were dancing or milling near the food and drinks. Then who was in the booth? Tyler got his answer a few seconds later when the door swung open to reveal Finley and Harry's parents, Hope and Gary Newton. Gary ran a hand through his silver hair to tidy it, while Hope reapplied lip balm. Ty averted his gaze before they caught him gawking, but it didn't prevent a hot flush from creeping up his neck. Extreme public displays of affection or uninhibited conversations about sex had that effect on him. And since Hope enjoyed both those things, he avoided her whenever he could or resigned himself to a perpetual blush when he couldn't. Tyler needed a break from the love fest going on at the party and the unwelcome resentment brewing in his gut. He discreetly exited the great room and headed down the hallway toward the front door. Tyler grabbed his coat off the rack, shoved his arms into the sleeves, and stepped onto the deck. Freshly fallen snow blanketed the front yard, and the moonlight gave the top layer of ice crystals a diamond sheen. Tyler tucked his hands in his pockets and looked toward the sky. The midnight shade of blue was the same color as Owen's eyes, and the peace he'd expected to find turned into a memory of meeting Owen's gaze through a fog of withdrawal in a tiny jail cell. Tyler had been scared to death and aching from head to toe, but something comforting sparked in the dark blue gaze. Owen became an unyielding boulder Tyler clung to when addiction battered his body, mind, and soul. Then he was the beacon who guided Tyler's way, just like the twinkling stars overhead had navigated weary travelers for centuries. The front door opened behind him, and Tyler braced himself for an awkward conversation where one of his friends asked him a question he couldn't answer. He didn't know what was wrong with him. Well, yes, he did, but he couldn't admit to being a selfish asshole. Tyler instinctively knew Owen hadn't followed him outside because the air lacked the familiar charge that signaled his best friend was nearby. He breathed a little easier until Hope softly called his name. "Are you okay, honey?" she asked. Ty forced a smile on his face as he turned to face her. Several rote responses came to mind, but none of them stumbled off his tongue. He was too damn tired of pretending. "Not really." Hope stopped in front of him, took his hands, and stared into his eyes. Tyler had a feeling she could see into his soul, and it made him want to shiver. He fought back the reaction because she was an incredible woman, and he didn't want Hope to think she revolted him. Tyler just wasn't used to anyone being as overt about anything. He'd grown up with women who were more circumspect when sharing their feelings about any subject. Sex and intimate situations were rarely discussed in private and never in public. Hope Newton would compare lubrications and the best sex positions for optimal orgasm with anyone, anywhere, and at any time. Tyler didn't think her approach was wrong, but he had a difficult time letting go of the etiquette ingrained in him since birth. Hope narrowed her eyes, pursed her lips, and nodded. "I see." Tyler snorted and retracted his hands because he didn't enjoy feeling vulnerable. To soften his reaction, he forced a dry chuckle and said, "You do? Maybe you could enlighten me." Hope tilted her head slightly to the right. "I can't tell if you seriously don't know, or if you just haven't admitted the truth to yourself." Tyler's chuckle was as dry as autumn leaves. "I don't know what's wrong with me." She smiled softly and rubbed his upper arm. "Honey, there's not a single thing wrong with you. I know my bold personality makes you uncomfortable, and you're not always sure what to do with me, but I'm a great listener. I will never judge you or betray a confidence." Tyler offered her a genuine smile. "I never know what to do with you, Miss Hope. I've never met anyone like you." She laughed and patted his arm before lowering her hand. "Now we're getting somewhere. At least you admit that much." "But I wouldn't change a thing about you." And he meant it. "You're kind, honest, and sincere." She'd fight to the bitter end to protect her kids and the guys on the ranch she'd claimed as her own. "I'm still awkward about certain things, even at 27 years old, but you shouldn't have to dim your sparkle on my account. I'm the one who needs to lighten up." "Your mama and daddy raised a real sweetheart," Hope said. "Thank you for saying so. Unfortunately, I'm not so good at self-analysis." "You probably just need an objective person to help you work through things," Hope replied. "People who think they can solve their own problems make themselves and everyone around them miserable." Tyler laughed and said, "I definitely don't want to do that." He hesitated before speaking for a few moments. How do I tell you what's wrong when I can't quite put my finger on it? Everything feels so tangled in my brain. Something drove you out here in the cold when everyone you love is inside celebrating. What's the first thing that comes to mind? Grab that thought, and we'll start there. Tyler followed her guidance and verbally shot from the hip. Things are changing, and even though I'm holding on with both hands, I can feel him slipping away from me. The truth stole his breath and left him dizzy. Owen? Hope asked. Yeah. Tyler swallowed hard and took a shaky breath to regain his equilibrium. And I should want him to be happy, and I do, he corrected. I just didn't expect the other confusing emotions. I've only known you guys as a package deal, Hope said with an easy smile. You rarely see one of you without the other, but I don't know much about either of you before you arrived here 4 years ago. Did you guys know each other before you came to the ranch? We were cellmates at Arrowhead Correctional Center, Tyler replied. Owen saved me in so many ways. He protected me from myself and any potential harm from other inmates. He even finagled his way into every job I had at the facility, even though his time served made him eligible for better positions. Hope smiled kindly. That's so sweet. I assume one of the jobs is how you met Cash? Yes, ma'am. Owen didn't know the first thing about agriculture, but he went because I did. Smiling, Tyler added, Boy, was Owen suspicious of Cash at first, especially when he offered us positions on the ranch. Who got released first? Hope asked. Owen, by 2 weeks, Tyler replied, his mouth struggling to fight off a grin. He was hell-bent on checking the place out before I arrived. If there was something hinky going on, Owen was determined to find it. Hope laughed at that. What was the backup plan if the ranch didn't work out? Tyler pursed his lips as he considered the question. We honestly didn't have one. Neither of us felt like we could return home, so sticking together was our only goal. It felt like Redemption Ridge was our only option, so I was thrilled when it worked out beyond my wildest dreams. I've watched Owen thrive on this ranch, and I've learned to trust myself and others again. He closed his eyes as a wave of pain washed over him. When he met Hope's gaze again, he only saw kindness and encouragement. I've always known Owen would find someone special, and I thought I'd prepared myself for it. Hell, I thought I'd welcome this kind of happiness for my best friend, but it hurts so bad, and I don't know why. You don't? Hope probed gently. Tyler took a deep breath, then rubbed the aching spot in the center of his chest. No, it just feels like I'm losing so much more than a friend. Like a brother? Tyler scrunched up his face to reject the suggestion, barely biting back an ew, no reaction. Instead, he replied, I have a few of those and don't need more. He huffed out a harsh sigh. This feels like losing a huge piece of myself. The best part. I see. Tyler perked up. You do? Care to share with me? Hope studied him with rapt attention. Are you really prepared to hear what I see? Tyler closed his eyes, but kept them heavenward as if in prayer, though he wasn't seeking guidance from the deity his family worshipped. Tyler was too busy ignoring the little alarm bells going off in his head and bracing himself for the life-changing words Hope could deliver. If he said yes, she wouldn't hold back. Tyler might want clarity about what was eating him, but the truth might scare the hell out of him, too. Was ignorance bliss, or was it slowly killing something joyful inside him? He lowered his head and met Hope's intelligent gaze head-on. As ready as I'll ever be. I'll be gentle, she teased. Tyler's laughter eased the tension in his chest, which was probably what Hope wanted. When I look at you, she began, I see a young man who's standing at a major crossroads in his life. One turn will take you in a familiar direction that feels safe and comfortable, if not a little dull. The other takes you on an alternative path that is thrilling but fraught with uncertainty. Hope's remarks were ambiguous enough to apply to just about anyone and any situation. "This sounds like the time I snuck into a fortune-teller's booth at a county fair," Tyler teased. He'd expected to find someone his grandmother's age wearing a shapeless caftan and a matching head wrap. Mistress Devine had been in her early 20s and drop-dead gorgeous. Her dark wavy hair hung to a tightly cinched waist. Her eyes were as dark as midnight, and she wore a deep red lipstick that drew Tyler's attention to her full lips. He'd been 13, hormonal, and completely fascinated by the swell of breasts rising out of Mistress Devine's dark purple corset. Hope laughed, and her eyes sparkled. "And did this fortune-teller impart life-altering wisdom?" Mistress Devine had told Tyler he was on the dawn of awareness, and he should embrace it with both hands. He'd gotten his first erection later that night when reliving his encounter with the enchanting woman. He'd only embraced it with one hand, but the moment was definitely life-altering. Young Ty had floated down to breakfast the next morning with a new lease on life, until his mother met him in the kitchen with a deep scowl on her face. She'd found out about his adventure to Mistress Devine's ungodly tent and grounded him for a month. Ty had been pissed at first because it meant he only got to leave the house to help at the family's plant nursery or go to church. He quickly got over his anger when he realized what good fun he could get up to alone in his room and how often he could do it. Struggling to keep the smirk off his face, Tyler said, "You could say that." "Sounds like she's a hard act to follow, but I'll do my best," Hope said. "Your friendship with Owen is comfortable and safe, and you've never challenged what you are to one another until now. Keegan's arrival has made you realize on some level that you want more from him." Tyler's breath caught in his throat, rendering him mute while he wanted to shout for her to stop. But giving in to those shiny new yearnings would be scary as hell. You'd get to claim Owen in new and thrilling ways, but where would that leave your friendship? She cocked her head to the side and considered him through narrowed eyes as Tyler's mouth moved, but no words escaped. "It's possible you haven't acknowledged you're in love with Owen, not even during your most private moments. Our brains sometimes act like cages when we're not granted the opportunity to explore and discover who we are. I think Keegan is the key who unlocked your cage." In love with Owen? No, that wasn't it. Tyler loved him, of course, but in love with him? No. He just wanted things to go back to where they were before Keegan arrived. He wanted late nights in one of their cabins, listening to music, watching TV, or just talking. Tyler missed Owen watching him with a dopey smile instead of scrutinizing Keegan for any sign of distress. So basically, he wanted all of Owen's time and affection. Holy shit. But wait, that didn't mean he was in love with his best friend. Tyler's breath escaped him in a rattling wheeze as an invisible hand cinched around his chest. "Oh dear," Hope said. "I've scared the air right out of you." She patted his chest and made soothing noises. "Breathe with me, Ty. Inhale deep and fill up your lungs with precious air." Ty sucked in a half-lungful before he coughed. "Come on now," Hope crooned. "Try again." Tyler expanded his lungs more fully on the second attempt. The band loosened, but he still wasn't getting enough oxygen. His brain spun with words and images from both past and present. Mistress Devine's and Hope's claims that he was on the cusp of awareness, combined with fantasies he'd never considered. Tyler closed his eyes so the world would stop spinning, but the darkness only invited tantalizing images to play out like scenes from a movie. Tyler feasted his eyes on Owen's golden skin and toned pecs, The yearning to touch and explore shook him to the core. The hard-earned breath he'd reclaimed whooshed out of him as if Hope sucker-punched him. And she had, only verbally. Tyler's eyes opened wide, and he pleaded with her to make it stop, or make it real. He wasn't sure what he wanted. Tyler had never been so confused in his entire life. "Oh no, Hope murmured. "I've really done it this time." She cupped Tyler's face and stared into his eyes. "I'm so sorry. Everything is going to be okay. Breathe, Tyler." He took one small breath, then another. "That's it, honey. A little deeper next time. You're doing great," Hope said when he complied. "Now longer this time." She snorted and rolled her eyes. "It sounds like I'm trying to coach you on how to have sex." Tyler choked, and Hope winced. "Christ, I'm really making a mess of things," she said. "I swear to the goddess that I can have an appropriate conversation." For once, Hope's colorful commentary made things better, and he sputtered through a laugh. "Never change," he rasped. Tyler sucked in a lungful of air, and the tension eased as his lungs expanded. He repeated the process until the band around his chest disappeared. The front door opened, and feet crunched in the snow as someone approached. Tyler didn't need to look to know it wasn't Owen. Why had he never questioned that phenomenon before now? "There you are!" Gary's booming voice reached them before he did. "I've been looking all over for you." Kindness and possibly regret shimmered in Hope's eyes. Tyler didn't want her to feel bad, so he removed his hands from his pockets and hugged her. "I'm okay," he whispered. Hope squeezed him tightly before stepping back and letting go. Gary said, "Did I interrupt something?" Hope turned to face her husband, but Tyler couldn't do it yet, not with so much emotion simmering just beneath the surface. He needed to be in better control of his expressions before interacting with anyone, so he kept his gaze locked on Hope's profile. "Not at all," Hope said. "Your timing is impeccable. I'm in the mood to dance with my husband." She smiled at Tyler and patted his arm. "I'll see you back inside." He lifted his head and stared at the diamond-studded sky after they left. "I can't be in love with Owen, can I?" Tears filled his eyes, turning the sparkling stars into blurry dots. The surrounding forest was usually quiet, but the muffling snow made it eerily so. His pounding heart was the only sound Tyler heard, and it almost felt like the organ was mocking him, like Tyler was the last to get the punchline of a joke. The urge to retreat to his cabin hit him full force, and he might have given in if a fat snowflake hadn't splatted against his forehead like a wake-up call. If he wanted more time with Owen, then he needed to stop retreating and moping. Not that he wanted to challenge Keegan or anything. He just needed to quit fading into the background like boring drapes and give Owen incentive to seek him out. An unbidden image of Tyler's tongue circling Owen's nipple came to mind, and he shook his head to erase it. He couldn't be sure what drove him into the house faster, the cold or his sudden need to see Owen. Tyler hung up his coat and stomped off his shoes on the rug before returning to the great room. He slammed to a stop at the end of the hallway, and his heart fell to the floor when he spotted Owen and Keegan slow dancing together. Keegan's hands rested on the back of Owen's neck, and it looked like a possessive hold. He half expected Keegan's fingers to slide into Owen's golden hair, and Tyler wondered if the strands would feel as silky as they looked. Owen's hands rested low on Keegan's back, but a few inches lower and they'd be on the guy's ass. The pair looked so comfortable together as they danced and talked. Tyler didn't want to contemplate the reasons for the dread in his stomach, so he pivoted and headed toward the kitchen to make himself useful instead of staring at Owen and Keegan. He snagged some empty platters off the table and noticed there were only a few pumpkin spice whoopie pies left, so he grabbed that plate too. Owen adored those things, so he wrapped them in aluminum foil and set them aside for him. Tyler loaded the dishwasher and ran a sink full of soapy water to wash the bigger items. He'd made a big dent in the wreckage when someone approached him. "Why are you hiding in here?" Nick asked. He picked up a towel and started drying the clean pots and pans Tyler had set aside. He didn't trust himself to speak, so he shrugged, but Nick's gaze felt unyielding and safe. "Just kind of feel like a third wheel sometimes, I guess. Then I feel like an awful person for thinking that way. Keegan has been through so much, and Owen brings him peace. I'd have to be a real jerk to make things harder for them to be together." The emphasis he'd put on the last word exposed too much, but he couldn't take it back. "They're not together romantically," Nick said, in a tone reserved for wounded animals and scared kids. Tyler should have felt offended, but the confusing hope unfurling in his chest made that impossible. He tried to play it cool with another shrug before shoving his hands back in the water to scrub another pot. "That isn't what romantic love looks like," Nick insisted, with a doggedness that had likely served him well in the FBI. Something warm and effervescent bubbled inside him. Hope's words echoed in Tyler's head, and his hands stilled in the water. Tears stung the back of his nose and filled his eyes. Was it true? Was he in love with Owen? Tyler turned his watery gaze to Nick. "When did you know you were in love with your best friend?" Nick set the towel down, crossed his arms over his chest, and considered Tyler for a few moments. "I didn't have a big aha moment," he said. "It happened slowly. I noticed little things at first. Catching guys checking cash out made me jealous. Thinking of him falling in love with someone else and being intimate with them drove me mad. Not being with him became a bone-deep ache." He knew exactly the pain Nick described. Tyler emitted a feral little growl that caught him by surprise and made Nick smile. He rubbed a hand over his sternum, but that didn't make the ache go away. "You'll miss 100% of the shots you don't take," Nick told him. "I wasted so much time pining after something that was mine for the taking all along. Swing for the fences, Ty." "What if he doesn't feel the same way?" "But what if he does?" Nick patted him on the shoulder. "Don't wait too long." Nick headed to the refrigerator, removed 2 water bottles, and headed back to the great room. But what if he does? Tyler had so many thoughts echoing in his head, but those 5 words were the loudest. He felt a familiar electric charge in the air that announced Owen's arrival. "Ty, I want to get pictures with you in the booth." Owen's voice was soft, but his suggestion landed like a bomb. That tiny, cramped space wasn't big enough. One would have to practically sit on the other's lap. Tyler's mind didn't need additional encouragement to replay the earlier fantasy. "Ty," Owen's voice was more urgent as he stepped beside him. "Are you okay?" No, he wasn't, but an honest answer would only invite additional questions he wanted to avoid. Tyler forced a smile and said, "Yeah, I'm great. Let's go take pictures." Owen responded with an excited whoop before he bounded out of the kitchen. Tyler dried his hands and trailed behind him at a more sedate space so he could coach his body and brain into remaining calm. It felt like every pair of eyes was on them as they made their way toward the booth, which looked even smaller up close. Owen reached for the door just as it swung open. Finley and Kieran stumbled out with mussed hair, swollen lips, and strips of photos in their hands. Clearly, the couples used the cramped space to suck face instead of smiling for the camera. Tyler's heart skipped a beat before galloping like a racehorse. "It's all yours, fellas," Finn said with a sweeping gesture. Kieran winked at them as they passed by, and Tyler re-experienced the sensation he was the last to figure things out. Mistress Divine's and Hope's words tangled in his brain. Major crossroads in life. Dawn of awareness. You're in love with him. The last one slammed into Tyler like a freight train, but Owen grabbed his hand and tugged him into the booth before he could freak out again. There was a narrow, short bench opposite a mirror that allowed the occupants to see the faces they made for the camera. Owen stared at the bench while Tyler studied his best friend. He'd always known Owen was good-looking, but it felt as if he were seeing him in a whole new light. Maybe it was the bright bulbs in the booth, or maybe Hope had cast some kind of spell under the full moon. Tyler leaned forward and discreetly breathed in Owen's scent. Bayberry, spiced cranberry, and evergreens. He always associated the fragrances with Christmas, and was suddenly struck with the impulse to unwrap his best friend like a gift. "Oh, wow," Owen said. Tyler jerked back like his friend had caught him sniffing or had read his mind. "What?" His brusque tone wasn't sketchy at all. Owen quirked a brow, but didn't comment on his weird behavior. "This is going to be a tight fit." Tyler swallowed hard as Owen's innocent remark conjured not-so-innocent thoughts. As he stared at Owen's reflection, he imagined his hand gliding over his best friend's bare chest again. Tyler pictured brushing his thumb over Owen's nipple and making him gasp. What would his sighs taste like? What sound would Owen make if Tyler licked his nipple, sucked it between his lips, raked it with his teeth? Did men even like that? "It will be worth a little discomfort, though," Owen said. Tyler jerked out of the fantasy, and his elbow connected with the side of the booth hard enough to make it rattle. "You better settle down before people get the wrong idea about what we're up to in here," Owen cautioned with a wry smile. "Damn, that bench is tiny. I'm going to give you a lap dance. You okay with that?" Owen waggled his brow. "Or do you want to give me one?" Tyler growled his frustration and plopped onto the bench. He tugged Owen down between his spread thighs and reached for the start button. The sooner they got this over with, the quicker he'd stop thinking about Owen's pert ass pressed against his groin. "Hold up," Owen said, knocking his hand away. "You're way too tense. Your body is hard as a rock. And about to get harder. Look at that somber expression on your face." "I don't know where to put my hands," Tyler blurted. "Anywhere you want to, baby," Owen teased. Tyler was used to his flirty remarks. Owen had used them as a test when they were cellmates to make sure he wasn't a homophobe. When they failed to get a response, Owen brought them out to lighten a tense mood. This time, the remarks ruffled Tyler's nerves instead of soothing them, and triggered a reaction in his groin. Tyler settled his hands on Owen's thighs and felt the muscles tremble beneath denim and flesh. Their eyes met in the mirror. Owen's midnight blue eyes shimmered with a mysterious emotion Tyler couldn't name, though he recognized it was only for him. Was this what romantic love looked like? Had Owen's 6 years of flirting meant something deeper? "Ready?" Owen asked. "Yeah." Tyler's voice sounded like he'd dragged it over a gravel driveway. "Then smile." Owen leaned forward, pressing his ass harder against Tyler's crotch, and pushed the button. A digital clock counted down from 3, and Tyler forced a smile on his lips. He posed and fooled around when the camera started clicking, but his mind was back in his fantasy of Owen, who turned this way and that, rubbing himself against Tyler's hardening dick. He knew the instant Owen felt it because his entire body tensed. Their gazes met in the mirror and held. Owen's mouth fell open in surprise, but thankfully not horror, as he searched Tyler's face for answers. For a heartbeat, Tyler thought Owen was going to bolt from the booth, but instead he angled his body, turned his head, and kissed Tyler. Chapter 2. Oh my God. Oh my God. He was kissing Tyler. Owen hadn't planned it. He'd just turned around to see if the desire and curiosity he saw in Tyler's reflection was real, and to confirm he hadn't imagined the erection pressed against his ass. Tyler's mouth was right there, his lips parting in surprise, and the expression in his coffee-colored eyes was even more potent up close. Owen had fantasized about this moment for 6 fucking years. From the first time he locked eyes with Tyler, he wanted to kiss him. There were days when he thought about nothing else. Maybe that was why Owen kept his eyes open for those first few seconds after pressing his mouth to Tyler's. Yes, he could have wanted to make sure his best friend wasn't revolted, but that wasn't it. Owen didn't want to miss a single second of their first, and maybe only, kiss. Tyler's eyes widened in surprise for a few seconds before his long lashes fluttered and his eyelids lowered to half-mast. Firm lips trembled against Owen's and parted to release the softest sigh he'd ever heard. The sound went straight to Owen's balls and squeezed them like a vice. Tyler fisted Owen's shirt at his waist, closed his eyes, and released a needy whimper, prompting Owen to stop thinking and start reacting. He shut his eyes too and lightly cupped Tyler's neck. Owen angled his head and swept his tongue over Tyler's bottom lip, making his intentions known and giving him the option to pull back or open wider. Tyler groaned hungrily as he parted his lips more, and Owen swept in. The first rub of their tongues sent a hard shudder through Owen. Tyler bunched his shirt until it pulled free from his waistband, and his warm fingers pressed against Owen's flesh. At least a tiny part of his brain set off alarm signals that maybe things were going too far too fast. They needed to talk before things went further, and both the conversation and whatever followed needed to happen in a more private location. But then Tyler's curious fingers bumped along his spine, and Owen's ability to reason tumbled like a house of cards. Whatever Tyler wanted, he would have. Whenever, however, and how often he wanted it. Owen cupped the back of Tyler's neck, and though his hold was light, the embrace was possessive. It said, "You are mine." He deepened the kiss, pressing deeper into Ty's mouth and seizing complete control, while Tyler's fingers dipped beneath his denim waistband. If Ty could explore, so could he. But a repetitive beeping sounded in the booth before Owen could make his move. The guys sprang apart and looked toward the mechanism under the mirror just as it spit out a strip of photos with a whir. The paper fell face down into the tray below, but neither man moved to retrieve it. "Those are gonna be some pics," Owen said breathlessly. Knowing the camera had captured their first kiss made him ridiculously happy. Tyler leaned forward until his finger hovered over the start button. He held Owen's gaze and said, "Wanna go again?" "Hell yeah." This time, Owen turned and straddled Tyler's lap the best he could in the cramped space. He knocked his elbow against the thin booth wall with a hard thunk. Outside their cocoon, the music got considerably louder. Either someone's favorite jam came on, or they were trying to cover the noises escaping the booth. Owen didn't give a shit. He was just grateful because it meant no one heard his slutty groan when his erection rubbed against Tyler's. "Oh." Tyler looked and sounded like a blushing virgin. A delicious flush spread across his cheekbones as he continued to stare at Owen with wide, dark eyes. Owen worried he'd pushed too far, too fast, until Tyler claimed his mouth in another toe-curling kiss. This time, Ty slid one curious hand onto the front of Owen's shirt and the other beneath the back. His fingers danced across Owen's skin, leaving a trail of fire in their wake. He longed to stretch out naked so Tyler could explore his body however and wherever he wanted to. He'd dreamed of this moment for so long, and now that it was here, Bam! Something or someone slammed into the side of the photo booth, and Tyler and Owen jerked apart and lurched to their feet. The little structure rattled and shook but didn't tip over. Owen's heart tried to beat its way out of his chest, and Tyler looked equally rattled. "Sorry," a sheepish voice said from the other side. Damn Reuben. The dude was probably just jealous because Burke wasn't there, and he didn't get to suck face in the tiny space like the other couples did. Other couples. Owen slammed on the mental brakes because he was getting ahead of himself. A few kisses, mutual hard-ons, and Tyler's mostly innocent touches didn't make them boyfriends. Tyler's cheeks turned a darker shade of pink, and Owen worried he might spontaneously combust at any moment. "You okay?" Owen asked. What he really wanted to know was if they were all right. Tyler averted his gaze, but gave Owen a jerky nod. His attention seemed focused on Owen's dick, which made it much harder to get his body under control. He had no intention of stepping out of the booth with an obvious erection straining against his jeans, and Tyler was in no better shape. Owen could think of several ways to ease his best friend's hard-on, but they sure as hell weren't ready for that step. Well, at least one of them wasn't. Owen had been primed and ready for this moment for over 6 years. The photo machine beeped and spit out the last strip of pictures into the tray. Neither of them moved to retrieve the photographic proof of what they'd shared, though Tyler's taste, his touch, and his moans were seared into Owen's brain. "I have a hard-on," Tyler whispered. He lifted his head, met Owen's gaze, and swiped his tongue over his bottom lip. "For you." Tyler stepped closer and swallowed hard. "And you're hard for me, too." The wondrous expression on Tyler's face made Owen want to smile and laugh, but he didn't want Tyler to think he was making fun of him. That was the absolute last impression he wanted Tyler to have about their first kisses. But how honest should he be? He didn't want to scare Tyler off after yearning for this opportunity for so damn long. Owen wanted to believe Tyler's erection signified something deep and meaningful, but it could have resulted from friction and loneliness. "Please let it be door number 1. Owen tempered his naturally assertive personality and aimed for chill. He took a step forward, too, so that they were toe-to-toe in the cramped space. "I am very hard for you." Tyler closed his eyes and swallowed hard. Owen longed to lean forward and kiss his neck, but he didn't dare move. Tyler twisted his fingers in Owen's shirt again and opened his eyes. "I don't know what to do with this." He didn't mean literally. They'd shared a small jail cell for 2 years, and Owen had heard the unmistakable sounds of Tyler jerking off when he thought Owen was sleeping. Tyler had meant he didn't know what to do with an erection for his best friend, who also happened to be a guy. Tyler wasn't raised in a world where men chose other men. Yes, he'd been around gay and bisexual men for the past 4 years on the ranch, but he never pictured that for himself. The turmoil in Tyler's voice made Owen's heart fall. In a perfect world, one kiss would prove they were meant to be together. Hell, that sounded more like a fantasy than any version of the world they lived in. "We don't have to do anything about it, Ty. We could pretend it never happened." Well, Ty could. Owen would hold on to the moment until his dying breath. Tyler darted a glance toward the photo tray. Owen removed the strips, folded them in half without looking at the images, and tucked the pictures in his pocket. He'd take them out later when he was alone and let his mind run free as a wild Mustang. "We don't have to talk about this if you don't want to, Ty. Nothing has to change. You're still my best friend." Owen's voice came out a little shaky, and Tyler's eyes widened. One of them sounded terrified, and the other looked it. Their friendship was the single most important thing in both their lives. Owen would do anything to keep Tyler in his life, even if it meant an end to his impossible dream. Tyler swallowed hard. "You want to pretend it didn't happen?" "I didn't say that," Owen replied carefully. "I said we could." He again debated just how honest to be with Tyler because he couldn't get a good read on his reaction. Tyler seemed upset by the idea Owen could forget about their encounter, but he didn't sound encouraged by the notion Owen wanted to remember it. He felt damned no matter how he responded. Someone thumped into the booth again, giving him a valid excuse to postpone a further response. "Can we talk about this in private?" Tyler searched his eyes for several seconds before nodding. "We should probably get back out there," Owen suggested. He received another nod, but neither made a move toward the door. "You should probably turn loose of my shirt first." Tyler looked down at his hands, but didn't release Owen's shirt. "I can't." Those two words took Owen back to the first day they'd met. Ty had been battling withdrawal symptoms from his pain pill addiction and was frightened out of his mind. Doing the simplest tasks, like leaving the cell to get in the chow line, was too much for him. "I can't" was a common refrain during those first weeks. It had taken a ton of patience to earn Tyler's trust, and Owen would sooner lose a limb than break it. Tyler leaned forward in the booth and rested his head on Owen's shoulder. "I can't lose you." "I'm not going to disappear on you, Ty. It's me and you, remember?" Tyler wrapped his arms around Owen's waist as if he were holding on for dear life. "Promise?" he whispered. "Always." Tyler's sigh ghosted over Owen's neck and made him shiver. "Can we go talk now?" Talk, kiss, grind until they came in their pants. Owen was up for anything Tyler wanted. "Let's go." But neither of them stepped away from the other. "We'll have to separate if we're going to get through that skinny doorway." Owen received another nod. He longed to kiss Tyler again in case it was the last time, but he stepped back and opened the door instead. He felt every curious gaze swing their way when they exited the booth. "We deserve this," Owen said as he studied every raised brow, smirk, and wink. "And so much worse," Tyler replied. They'd placed a lifetime's worth of bets on relationship outcomes and instigated twice as many shenanigans on the ranch. The chickens had come home to roost, and payback would be hell. "Come on," Owen said. "Might as well give them something to talk about." "I need to grab something first," Tyler said before making a beeline for the kitchen. Owen watched his retreat longer than he should, knowing he was just fanning the flames of their audience. He tore his gaze away from Tyler and forced his feet to move, not stopping until he reached the front door. Owen grabbed his coat off the hook but didn't stop to put it on. He was hot enough to fuel a furnace for days, and should probably cool off a little before he shut himself in a small cabin with Ty. Owen needed to exercise caution and control. Two things no one ever associated with him. "Okay, I'm ready." Tyler sounded breathless when he joined Owen by the front door with something wrapped in tinfoil. "What's that?" "I snagged the remaining pumpkin spice whoopie pies for you." Tyler's thoughtfulness never failed to move Owen. He showed how much he cared in a million little ways and made him feel like the most important person in Tyler's world. Owen leaned forward and pressed a kiss to Tyler's mouth. "So much for caution and control." Tyler's lips trembled and parted invitingly, and Owen wanted more than anything to deepen the kiss, but not until they talked first. Tyler scowled when Owen pulled away, and he wanted to kiss his cute pout away. "I really, really want to be alone with you right now," Owen told him. The front door wasn't visible from the great room, but that didn't mean someone couldn't wander down the hallway. They didn't need interruptions or input from anyone else. Tyler thrust the whoopie pies at him and grabbed his coat. "My cabin is closer." Fat snowflakes pelted them as they stepped onto the porch. It was coming down much harder, and the wind had picked up. The quick trip to Ty's cabin took twice as long as normal because of the deepening drifts, and Owen wished he'd put on his coat. They'd traveled this route so many times, but this time Owen didn't resist the urge to reach for Tyler's hand. They ducked inside the cabin and shut themselves away from the outside world. 2 cats, one bright orange and one the color of butterscotch, raised their heads from where they were curled around each other on the couch. When the ranch rescued a pregnant stray, Little Mama, they couldn't bear to part with her precious kittens. Tyler and Owen each chose one, naming them Lucy and Ethel after their favorite fictional duo. The cats followed them nearly everywhere on the ranch, but Owen wasn't sure he wanted witnesses to what he hoped would happen next. Then again, if what he truly wished for came true, there would be a lot of sleepovers, and the girls would have to get used to it. They hung their coats on the peg by the door, and then Tyler was on him, backing Owen against the wall. Tyler's lips were cold, but his tongue was hot and curious. He took the foil package from Owen's hand and flung it toward the coffee table, but it overshot and landed on the sofa. The girls bolted from the couch and darted onto the bed. A protest danced on Owen's tongue, but Tyler licked it away, along with his resolve to talk before they did anything else. Owen fisted one hand in Tyler's hair and gripped his pert ass with the other. He thought the frigid walk to the cabin would have cooled his lust, but his internal fires blazed hot. The earlier thoughts of caution and control returned, but Tyler's needy groans waved a red blanket in front of Owen's raging bull. 6 years of longing and loving had led to this moment, and he wanted it to be perfect. Sanity prevailed, and Owen eased his lips away and stared into glazed dark eyes. He brushed a thumb over Tyler's swollen mouth and barely resisted the urge to dive back in. "You are the most important person in my life, Ty." "You're mine, too," he replied breathlessly. "You saved me." Owen shook his head. "We saved each other." Tyler's brow furrowed, and he pursed his lips together. "Are you saying you don't want this?" Owen tightened his hold on Tyler's ass so he couldn't move away. "I'm saying I need to know what this means to you, because I can't lose you." The air wheezed from Tyler's body like Owen had kneed him in the balls. He rubbed his sternum like he did whenever something stressed him out. Owen hated to be the one causing the pain, but it would hurt a lot more if they screwed up their friendship. Maybe Owen should have given Tyler a few minutes to pull himself together, but he pressed on. "I'm in love with you, Ty." Brown eyes widened, lips parted on a soft gasp, and a pretty pink flush spread across Tyler's cheeks. "For how long?" Owen smiled and trailed a finger along Tyler's smooth jawline. "Since the moment I looked into your eyes. I just knew you were sent to me, and for the first time in my life, I felt like I belonged." Tyler scrunched up his nose. "In jail?" "No," Owen replied. "I belonged to you." That made Tyler smile, and he hooked a finger through Tyler's belt loop. "Tell me more." The confession seemed like a one-way street to Owen, but he wasn't walking it alone. He took Tyler's hand and led him to the sofa. He sat on the same cushion instead of the one beside it and didn't pull his hand free. "You're everything good in my life, but I've always wanted more with you," Owen said. "I'd resigned myself to never having it. I was, and still am, willing to accept whatever you're willing to give me." Tyler swallowed hard, but maintained eye contact. "What if I'm not capable of giving you more?" Owen knew that was a distinct possibility. Tyler could be confusing jealousy with attraction. No one would call Owen the sharpest tool in the shed, but even he'd recognized the shift in Tyler's personality since Keegan arrived on the ranch. And then there was his strict traditional upbringing to overcome. So there were several obstacles in their way if Tyler decided to expand on his curiosity. But first things first. "Did you enjoy kissing me?" Tyler swallowed hard and nodded. "Did you like touching me?" Tyler groaned and rested his hand on Owen's thigh. "Yes!" Owen cupped Tyler's face so he couldn't dodge his gaze. "Do you want to do more of both?" No matter the answer, Owen would find a way to be okay with it. The seconds stretched on forever as they stared into each other's eyes. Then Tyler pushed off the couch and swung himself around to straddle Owen's lap. Holy shit! He slid his hands around Owen's neck and lowered his mouth. Tyler's kiss wasn't a tentative probe. It was a possessive claim that exceeded Owen's most vivid fantasies. He shoved curious fingers under Owen's shirt and caressed his chest. Up and down they trailed, from sternum to belly button. Owen's abdominal muscles clenched and released with each pass as he hoped Ty would go higher or lower. Owen got hard again in no time, and he longed to pull Ty closer so he could feel the power he wielded. And maybe Owen wanted to see if Tyler got hard again too. When curious fingers brushed over his hard nipple, Owen gripped Tyler's ass with both hands and pulled him until their groins pressed tightly together. Tyler broke their kiss and leaned his forehead against Owen's as he struggled to catch his breath. "Does that answer your questions?" "Yes, but does it answer any of yours?" Owen asked. Tyler smiled shyly as he considered. "It's answered some and sparked several others." "Oh, yeah?" Owen waggled his brows. "Anything I can help you with?" Tyler pressed a quick kiss to his lips. "Definitely." Owen rested his hands on Tyler's thighs. "We'll take this as slow as you need. You set the pace and the boundaries." Tyler pursed his lips as if that were a bad thing. "Why am I in charge?" "This is new territory for you, so you get to decide." And because Tyler fiercely guarded his freedom to make decisions after a lifetime of having someone else make them for him, Owen didn't want to be another person who presumed to know what was best for him. "And if you were taking the lead?" Tyler asked. Owen brushed his thumb over Tyler's lips once more. "I'd stretch you out on your bed and kiss you for the rest of the night." Tyler moaned and swayed forward. "Yes, I want to do that. What about touching?" "You can do whatever you want to me, and I'll reciprocate," Owen promised him. Tyler's dark eyes shimmered with curiosity and desire. Kiss for kiss and touch for touch? Exactly. Tyler glanced over his shoulder, then dragged his bottom lip through his teeth. "The bed isn't very big." Owen cupped the back of Ty's neck and pulled him down for a quick kiss. "Even better." Chapter 3. Tyler's brain threatened to short-circuit from the volume of information and sensations bombarding it. His heart swelled with emotions he struggled to process and contain. Owen loved him. No, he'd always known that. Owen was in love with him, which was something Tyler had never allowed himself to imagine. but the truth of his words shimmered in his blue eyes. So this is what romantic love looks like. It felt like Tyler was seeing it for the first time in his life, which was ridiculous. He'd grown up with parents and grandparents who openly loved one another. Why hadn't he recognized it from Owen? Had he been oblivious, or had Owen masked his feelings this entire time? He must have been silent for too long because the shimmering light in Owen's eyes dimmed. Then his seductive smile melted into a grim line, and his grip on Tyler's hips loosened. "We don't... Have you always looked at me like that?" Tyler asked before Owen could rescind his offer to let Tyler explore his body. It was hard to say what he was most excited about, having free rein with Owen's body, or knowing that he'd receive each gesture in return. A kiss for a kiss, and a touch for a touch. It startled Tyler just how much he wanted both things, and Owen had handed the reins to him. No one did that. The Booths raised their children to follow the word of God, the will of their parents, and the rule of law. The one time Tyler had taken the reins, he'd ended up as a broken-down rodeo cowboy with a pain pill addiction. Owen was the one who had taught Tyler how to trust himself again, and demonstrated that faith once more by putting him in charge of their pleasure. "Like what?" Owen asked, interrupting Tyler's rambling inner monologue. Owen's blue eyes resumed their sparkle, and his lips curved into a wry smile. Was he enjoying Tyler's awkwardness, or just forcing him to be as honest as he'd been? Owen had never made fun of him, so it had to be the latter, and wasn't that fair? Damn. Tyler's inner monologue was off and running again, and Owen deserved better from him. "How do I look at you?" Owen prompted. Tyler swallowed hard. "Here goes everything. Your eyes look softer and less guarded. They shimmer with a light I've never noticed before tonight, and it feels like it's just for me. The lines bracketing your mouth are from smiling and laughing, not tension. Your lips look fuller and softer. I can't stop staring at them and wondering if I imagined how soft they felt against mine." Tyler forced his gaze back up to Owen's pretty eyes. "Part of me thinks this is all a dream." Owen cupped the back of Tyler's neck and pulled him down until their lips touched. So fucking soft. Too quickly, Owen broke the kiss. "Not a dream, and we have the pictures to prove it." He took a deep breath and said, "I've hidden my feelings from you the best I could because I didn't want to risk our friendship. My guard has slipped occasionally, and I'm pretty sure everyone else on the ranch noticed." He thought back to his conversations with Hope and Nick. "I'm pretty sure the others noticed our relationship was taking a new direction for me, too." "I didn't realize anything had changed for you until I bumped into your erection in the photo booth," Owen said. "Then I saw your expression in the mirror." It was Tyler's turn to ask, "What did you see?" Owen inhaled long and slow before replying, "Curiosity and desire. Two things I'd always hoped to see looking back at me." Tyler's heart swelled until he thought it might burst. That would be a crying shame, since it felt like he was on the precipice of something truly amazing. He rubbed his aching chest and breathed deeply. "I'm afraid." "Me too," Owen admitted. "We don't—" Tyler stopped him with a kiss. Owen's lips parted on a sigh, and Tyler took advantage to sweep inside his mouth. Exhalations turned into groans as their tongues rubbed and rolled. Tyler's inexperience was glaringly obvious against Owen's skill, but their differences motivated him instead of deterring him. Tyler's skin tingled everywhere, as if a million ants crawled beneath his flesh, and it was too tight, like it didn't fit his bones anymore. His dick throbbed and pulsed in time with his racing heart, and his balls drew tight against his body. There was an unfamiliar ache in Tyler's core, and it took him a minute to realize it was arousal. He'd had sex a few times in his late teens with his girlfriend, and had jerked off a lot, but this was the first time the yearning had bordered on painful. Tyler tore his mouth from Owen's and stared into dazed blue eyes. "I'm more afraid of not trying." Recalling the rules of engagement Owen had laid out, Tyler slipped a hand beneath Owen's shirt to stroke his abdomen. Touch for touch. Owen's wry grin turned downright wicked as he reciprocated. Tyler's abdominal muscles trembled beneath the caress, and he craved so much more. Maybe Owen could read the want in his gaze because he whispered, "Show me what you want, Ty." A shiver of longing rolled through Tyler, propelling him to his feet. Owen blinked up at him, and his smile faltered until Tyler extended a hand. "You mentioned something about stretching me out on the bed." Owen took Tyler's hand and stood up. "So I did." Tyler pressed his body against Owen's. "You always keep your word. And for you, I always will." Owen backed Tyler across the small cabin until his legs bumped into the bed. "How much nudity are you comfortable with? Want to just start by kicking off our shoes and removing our shirts?" Tyler's overwrought brain calmed for the first time since they entered the booth. It locked on the memory of his hand roaming over Owen's chest until his fingers bumped into a denim waistband, and he growled his frustration at the intrusion. When Owen arched a brow, he realized he hadn't just made the noise in his head. Tyler answered the inquisitive expression by dropping his hand to Owen's waist and opening his belt. Owen sucked in a sharp breath as he matched Tyler's gesture. He wasn't sure how far he was willing to go, but Owen's complete acceptance made Tyler brave enough to unzip his jeans. Blue eyes burned hot enough to set Tyler on fire as Owen went to work on his zipper too. Tyler reached for Owen's jeans again, then realized they still wore their boots. There was nothing sexy about getting tangled up and falling on their asses, so he eased down to his knees. Owen groaned lustily and slid a hand through Tyler's hair. The position put him at eye level with Owen's crotch, and he could smell his arousal. Tyler's mouth watered, and he nearly forgot about his intentions in his haste to get closer to the enticing aroma. He had the strongest urge to press his nose against Owen's cotton briefs and inhale his scent deeper. Was that something guys even did to each other? Indecision paralyzed Tyler until he lifted his head, and Owen's scorching gaze reminded Tyler that he was in control. He quickly untied Owen's boots and pulled them free. His socks followed, and then Tyler eased Owen's jeans down lean hips and long, toned legs. The fabric remained pooled at Owen's feet when Tyler's attention snagged on the erection tenting the boxer shorts and the tantalizing wet spot on the fabric. Fingers itched to touch the flesh Tyler bared, and so he did, starting at Owen's calves and working his way up. The friction of crisp leg hairs against his palm woke something primal inside Tyler. Evocative images of pressing his nose against Owen's cotton-covered dick flashed in his mind. Maybe he would have found the courage to act on his instinct if Owen hadn't moaned and tightened his fingers in Tyler's hair. "My turn," Owen said, his voice sounding as raspy as a chain smoker's. He stepped out of his jeans and held out his hand to Tyler. Rising on shaky legs, he tried not to hold his breath as he waited for Owen to match his gestures. Owen stood close enough that his body created a delicious friction against Tyler's during his descent, and his breath ghosted over Tyler's bare abdomen. Owen's stubbled cheek brushed against Tyler's underwear and made removing his boots and socks the most erotic experience of his life, until the focus turned to opening Tyler's jeans with deft fingers. Owen inhaled deeply, and his nostrils flared. He darted his tongue and swept over his lips like he really wanted to taste Tyler. A soft growl echoed in the room, and Tyler was surprised to realize it had come from him. Owen cocked his head to the side and smiled wickedly as he pulled Tyler's pants down. Calloused thumbs brushed over his skin, igniting sparks like a match against a strike plate. Owen slowly rose to his feet, and they stood staring at one another, their labored breathing the only sound in the cabin. "Shirts and underwear?" Owen asked to break the silence. Tyler whipped his shirt over his head and tossed it to the ground. Owen reached for his own hem, but Tyler stopped him. "Can I?" "I'm all yours, baby." Baby. Tyler had thought endearments were lame, and now he wanted to earn them like sexy little merit badges. He took his time, dragging Owen's shirt up his chest, positioning his fingers to rasp over Owen's skin the way he'd done when removing Tyler's pants, relishing the little goosebumps that popped out along the journey. Once the shirt reached Owen's pits, Tyler paused to brush his thumbs over hard nipples. Owen sucked in a sharp breath, and his midnight eyes danced with the promise of retribution. "Touch for touch," Owen said. "Do you want to do this lying down?" Tyler hastily removed Owen's shirt and tossed it to the floor, then climbed onto his bed. He stretched out on his side and patted the empty spot beside him. Tyler had been so anxious when they first entered the cabin, but his confidence grew with each kiss and caress. He still didn't know how far he would follow his urges, but knowing there was no pressure provided a safe place to explore these new feelings for Owen. The mattress dipped when Owen placed a knee on it. He stretched out beside Tyler and reached for his hand. "Hey." His voice was as soft as a kitten's fur. "Don't overthink this, Ty. Remember, you're calling the shots. Nothing happens that you're not ready for or don't want. Let's just focus on kissing and some light petting and see where this takes us." Owen smiled wickedly and rubbed his hands together. "Pretty sure it's my turn now." God, yes! He wasn't just trying to make Owen feel better either. He really wanted to feel Owen's rough hands on his body. Owen started low at Tyler's abdomen and took his sweet time, stroking a fiery path upward, making Tyler squirm when fingers caressed the sensitive skin just beneath his pits. "I'm making a mental note to come back here and explore more when you give me the green light to do whatever I want with you." Owen winked, then smirked sexily. "And you will." Tyler squirmed for an entirely new reason as he tried to figure out what Owen meant by exploring his pits. "Do you mean you want to come back and tickle me there?" Owen's lips curved into a delicious smile, and he scooted even closer. "Well, maybe that too, but that wasn't what I meant." Owen ran a finger just below his line of pit hair. "I want to shove my face here and breathe you in, lick you." "Guys do that?" Tyler asked. "Some do, but not everyone likes it. So you try stuff and pass on the things that don't appeal to you." Owen leaned closer to Tyler's pits and inhaled. "Damn, you smell good, baby." Tyler's heart tripped on the endearment, but galloped when the rest of Owen's statement registered. "You want to lick me there? My armpit?" Owen held his gaze and breathed him in again. "I want to taste you everywhere." That answer threatened to short-circuit Tyler's brain with images of all the places Owen might lick. Some of them made his toes curl, and others rendered him speechless. "But we can work up to that." He swiped his thumbs over Tyler's nipples, eliciting a sharp gasp as acute pleasure unfurled in his belly. "Oh, my!" "You've never experienced nipple play?" Owen asked. "Not even with yourself?" Tyler shook his head. "I didn't know that was something guys liked." Owen cupped Tyler's face and stared into his eyes. "It only matters what you like and what we like to do together." Warmth spread throughout Tyler's body. He'd never felt comfortable exploring his sexuality, even when alone, and Owen was there offering the world to him. It gave Tyler the courage to put himself out there even more. "If I try something, will you teach me how to make it better for you?" "As long as you only do things that you're comfortable receiving from me." Tyler nodded vigorously before leaning in and swiping his tongue over Owen's nipple. "Baby," Owen groaned. He slid one hand into Tyler's hair, holding him close to his chest. "Do it again." Tyler swirled his tongue around the tight bud, then drew it into his mouth. "Fuck, yes. You're a natural, Ty. Follow your gut." Tyler swirled and sucked until Owen's body vibrated, and then he moved to the other nipple. This time, he lightly grazed the tight bud with his teeth, and Owen nearly bucked off the bed. "Make this any better, and I'm going to come in my underwear like a virgin," Owen groused. Tyler loved the sexy rumble of his voice, so he did it again. Owen's fist tightened in his hair, making Tyler's scalp tingle and his dick leak even more. He didn't recognize a single thing about himself or the situation, but he didn't give a damn. He eased away from Owen's flushed chest, licked his lips, and boldly said, "My turn." Owen growled sexily as he tumbled Tyler to his back so fast the room spun. Following his instincts, Tyler parted his legs to make room for Owen and earned a pirate's smile that promised a thorough ravishing if he wanted it. Did he? Could he make such an enormous leap after only a few kisses and caresses? Owen's swagger dimmed a little as he studied Tyler's reaction. "Too much?" Owen asked. He'd used his forearms to take the brunt of his weight instead of lying fully on top of Tyler, but their lower halves aligned, and he felt Owen's urgent need pressed against his. It both terrified and thrilled him how badly he wanted to remove the last barriers between them. Tyler's heart skipped a beat, and butterflies stirred in his stomach. It felt like he had a front row seat on a roller coaster that teetered at the top of an enormous hill. Any second, he'd careen down at breakneck speeds, but he knew Owen would be right there to keep him safe. So when Owen mistook his delayed response and pushed up to move off him, Tyler wrapped his legs around Owen's calves to keep him in place. "It's not enough," Tyler corrected. Owen pressed the full length of his body against Tyler's and captured his mouth in their hottest kiss yet. And down the hill they flew together. Chapter 4. Owen had trained and fought as an amateur boxer before he was old enough to drive, so he wasn't a stranger to having the wind knocked out of him. But this was different. It hurt just as much as taking a hard jab to the gut because he had to be dreaming. There was no other explanation for why Tyler was beneath him on the bed, staring up at him with a lust-drunk expression in his big dark eyes. Dreams came true for other people, not the Doyles. Hadn't his Uncle Howie pounded that into his head during training? "This world won't give us anything besides a shit sandwich," he'd said. "You want something, you better take it." And Howie's predictions had come true right up until the day Tyler became his cellmate, and Owen's luck changed for the better. So why couldn't the vision beneath him be true? Tyler reached up and brushed strands of hair off his forehead. "Now who's having second thoughts?" "Pinch me," Owen said. Tyler scrunched up his nose adorably. "Huh?" "Do it. Prove to me I'm not dreaming." A beautiful smile greeted Owen's request. Tyler arched a brow and shifted his hand lower. Owen wanted to watch its trajectory, but couldn't look away from Tyler's espresso-colored eyes. A sharp pain ignited in Owen's left nipple, and he sucked in a sharp breath. "Fuck me, not dreaming." Tyler's eyes flew wide with panic as he drew his hand back. Owen captured it, sucked a finger in his mouth, and returned the wet digit to his nipple. "Now make it better." A wet warmth replaced the sharp sting. The pleasure was so intense that Owen rocked his hips forward. Tyler grunted, and his eyes nearly rolled back in his head. He couldn't wait to introduce Tyler to the delicious secrets his body held. "I believe it's my turn to kiss and touch you." Tyler squirmed on the bed and thrust his hips upward, seeking more friction. Owen shifted his body weight to hold his pelvis still, earning a dark scowl and a pouty mouth he couldn't resist kissing. The bedding smelled like Irish Spring soap, which comforted Owen and aroused him to no end. Tyler tasted like the butterscotch candies he preferred, and a hint of the coffee he could never resist. Owen didn't stop kissing Tyler until forced to separate so they could catch their breath. Then he eased down, though not as far as he would have liked. One day, he'd kiss a path down to Tyler's dick and blow his mind. But for now, he stopped at Tyler's sternum. Did he go left or right? Owen licked his lips while he considered, and Tyler watched his tongue movement with intense regard. He went left, curling his tongue around and around the hard nipple before sucking it into his mouth. Tyler cried out, fisted both hands in Owen's hair, and rubbed his pelvis against Owen's abdomen. "Christ! Oh, fuck!" Owen chuckled and pulled the nipple harder between his lips. He swirled his tongue around it to ease Tyler, then sent him out of the stratosphere by grazing it with his teeth. "Oh, Tyler stammered. He locked his legs tighter around Owen and snapped his hips up over and over. Owen felt the wet evidence of Tyler's arousal on his stomach, and the scent drove him wild. Fuck, he wanted to peel those briefs down and give Tyler what he needed, but Owen had promised to let Tyler set the pace. He clearly wanted to get off, but he might not be ready for it to occur by Owen's mouth or hand. So he switched to the right nipple and repeated his sensual onslaught, while Tyler dug his fingers into Owen's scalp and his heels into the mattress. Oh, Owen, please!" With one last scrape of Owen's teeth, Tyler came on a strangled cry. His briefs were no match for his hot release. It soaked his underwear and smeared up and down Owen's belly as Tyler rubbed out his orgasm. Owen nuzzled a path back up to Tyler's mouth and kissed him until he was fully pliant and replete beneath him. Pushing up on his arms, Owen moved to roll over, but Tyler wrapped his legs around his calves once more and tightened his fingers in Owen's hair. If Ty weren't careful, Owen would have a bald patch or two in the morning. "But you didn't," Tyler said. "This isn't about me." Tyler scowled. Kiss for a kiss and a touch for a touch. You got to see me come. Owen smirked. And I felt it, too. Do you always come that much, or have you been saving it up? A blush stole across Tyler's cheeks. You don't have to answer that, Ty. Owen inhaled deeply and said, I love smelling your spunk and wearing it on my skin. Tyler's cheeks flushed a darker pink, but his eyes glittered with pure arousal. I want the same. Your dick does too. It's escaped your boxers. Owen had been so caught up in taking care of Tyler that he hadn't noticed. He pushed up on his elbows and looked down the length of their bodies. So he has. Owen met Tyler's gaze again. The idea of getting off while Tyler watched amplified Owen's arousal to dangerous levels. He didn't want to stroke out before he shared this moment with Ty, so he focused on a strategy. Your dick is going to be too sensitive for me to rub one out against it. Straddle me and jerk off so I can watch, Tyler said. Owen could only blink for a few seconds as he inhaled deeply through his nose. If Ty kept up the dirty talk, the fun would be over before he wrapped the first finger around his dick. You'll need to let go of my hair, then. Oh, Tyler said. He relaxed his fingers and took his sweet time, carding them through the strands. Sorry. Owen gave him a quick kiss. I'm not. He pushed up and straddled Tyler's lean hips. His flushed dick jutted out in front of him, pointing at Tyler like he was due north. Do you want me to tuck this back inside and jerk off inside my boxers? Tyler frowned at him for a second before shaking his head. Show me what you do when you think about me. Where the hell had inexperienced, shy Tyler gone? Owen nearly asked as much, but didn't want to ruin the moment. He shoved his boxers down his thighs to fully release his dick. Owen's balls, full and heavy, drew Tyler's attention until Owen wrapped one hand at the base of his cock. Want lube? Tyler asked. Owen wanted to come and was prepared to spit in his hand, but Tyler rotated his upper body to open his nightstand. He handed Owen a bottle of lube from Hope's store. Tyler avoided that place like the plague, so Owen wasn't sure how he got it, and he forgot to care once he drizzled the cool lubricant on his erection. His cock throbbed and pulsed in his hand as he slicked his flesh. On the second pass, Owen tightened his fist to give maximum pleasure, rotating his wrist at the end to hit the sweet spot just under the cockhead. He wanted to close his eyes and let the sensations wash over him, but he couldn't look away from Tyler, whose gaze raked up and down his body. Tyler's lips parted, and he panted softly as if he felt every one of Owen's strokes, too. He was so fucking ready to come, but wanted to drag this pleasure out for as long as he could. Maybe he was dreaming. Perhaps Tyler would change his mind when the sun came up, or just fucking possibly everything he dreamed of was coming true. Owen reached down and cupped his balls with his free hand. He gave them a firm tug as he continued working his cock faster and harder. Watching Tyler's reactions to Owen getting himself off was the hottest thing he'd ever done. Pleasure built inside him like a pressure cooker. On you? Owen rasped. Please. Owen leaned over Tyler, bracing his weight with one hand by Ty's head and working his dick with the other. It only took a few pumps before he painted Tyler's abdomen. Black dots danced in front of his vision as he sucked air into his lungs. He'd never come so hard in his life, and they'd barely scratched the surface of intimacy. Owen's bones had turned to jelly, and the arm supporting his weight trembled from strain. Reality tried to intrude as his blood flow redirected back to his post-climax brain, but Owen ignored any negative thoughts. Tyler stared at his splattered stomach with a delighted smile on his face. And that was what Owen wanted to focus on. "I wanted to touch you," Tyler said. He raised his head and met Owen's gaze. "I wanted to feel your thigh muscles as they flexed and test the weight of your balls in my palm." He swallowed hard, and his eyes widened. "Those thoughts came so naturally to me, and I didn't stop to consider if they were right or wrong. They felt like they've been a part of me all along, only I just now realized it. You gave me the best orgasm of my life, and I'm already wondering what we can try next." Pride swelled in Owen's chest. "It was the best I've ever had." Tyler wore a dubious expression that Owen quickly kissed away. "Have I ever lied to you?" "No. And I never will," Owen vowed. "I've never shared an orgasm with someone I love before tonight. I hooked up with guys, but I never emotionally engaged with them." Owen covered his heart and added, "Makes all the difference in the world." Tyler's mouth opened and closed a few times, like he wanted to say something but couldn't get the words to come out. Maybe Owen had gone too far with his love declaration, but he'd waited 6 fucking years to confess his feelings, and apparently had run out of chill. That didn't mean he expected Tyler to reciprocate. "We said touch for touch and kiss for kiss," Owen reminded him. "We didn't promise to exchange endearments or commitments. Hang on to those words until they flow as naturally as breathing." Tyler opened his mouth as if to protest or defy him, and Owen covered his lips with his fingers. "You're not ready." Or maybe Owen was the one who wasn't prepared. He couldn't risk Tyler saying those words to him in the heat of the moment, only to take them back later. Tyler pursed his lips together in the sexiest pout Owen had ever seen. "Fine. I want more kissing, though." "You got it, but we better clean up first." He leaned over the side of the bed to snag his shirt off the floor. He wiped them both off before tossing it back down. Owen rolled to his side so Tyler could get out of bed. Those wet briefs had to be uncomfortable as hell, but they sure were sexy. He was nearly giddy from the evidence that he'd made Tyler come. "I'll just change my underwear and clean up," Tyler said as he rolled to his feet. "Don't fall asleep." "I won't," though his limbs and eyelids were heavier than they'd been a few moments ago. Tyler narrowed his eyes as if he had read Owen's mind. "Don't leave either." "I'm not going anywhere," even if it was probably the smartest course of action. Tyler watched him for a few more seconds before disappearing into the bathroom. Owen propped himself up on an elbow, mentally pushed away his sleepiness, and watched the doorway for Tyler's return. The sound of running water made it a little harder to stay awake, but he reminded himself that Tyler wanted more kisses. Owen had never been much of a kisser, since hookups didn't invite that kind of intimacy. But he really fucking loved kissing Tyler. "Are you asleep?" Tyler called out from the bathroom. "Yep," Owen quipped. "You're taking too long. Come back to bed." Words he had never expected to say to Tyler. The water shut off, and Tyler stepped through the doorway holding his towel. A surge of adrenaline hit Owen's bloodstream like 5 shots of espresso, and he bolted upright, his heart hammering like he'd just finished a marathon. He'd gone from lethargic to hot-wired in an instant. Tyler's abdomen was still dewy because he hadn't bothered to dry off yet. Owen watched a water droplet snake its way down his flat stomach and disappear into his dark pubic hair. Owen's nostrils flared as he imagined burying his nose in that thatch while giving Tyler head. "Like what you see?" Owen tore his gaze away from Tyler's cock to study his expression. He appeared bolder and more confident post-orgasm, maybe even a little smug. It was a good look on him. "Come over here and find out." Tyler made a quick trip to his dresser to retrieve clean underwear before drying himself off and stepping into them. Owen enjoyed every second of the show. There was definitely a bit of swagger in his gait when he strode to the bed. "You're on my side." The mattress was barely big enough for one person, let alone designated sides, but Owen played along. He made a big show of moving until Tyler put a hand on his arm to stop him. He rolled Owen to his back and made himself comfortable between his thighs. Tyler kissed his sternum, then rested his cheek against Owen's chest. "You're my new favorite pillow." "You won't be saying that when you wake up with a stiff neck," Owen teased. Tyler's weight pressed him deeper into the mattress, but he had zero complaints. He could tell by Ty's even breaths he was almost asleep. Owen trailed a hand up and down his back a few times before covering them with a blanket. He turned the bedside lamp off and pressed a kiss on top of Tyler's head. He'd never snuggled with anyone before, and it surprised Owen to learn how much he liked it. Of course, that probably had a lot more to do with the person in his arms than the act itself. "Just catching my breath for a minute," Tyler's words stretched into an enormous yawn. "Then we'll make out some more." Owen closed his eyes and smiled into the darkness. "Sure we will." He wasn't sure what time it was when they next woke up tangled in each other. The only light in the room was from the alarm clock on the bedside table, which cast a faint blue glow around the room. Its illumination was enough to reveal a set of big brown eyes watching him. The guys had rolled to their sides during sleep and were face to face on a shared pillow. Owen searched the expressive gaze for any signs of regret, but only found relief. "It's about damn time," Tyler mumbled before capturing Owen's lips in a hungry kiss. Owen tore his mouth free and said, "You could have woken me." Tyler snorted. "You needed your rest because I have so much to learn." "You know the rules." Tyler nibbled on his bottom lip as he timidly placed his hand on Owen's chest. "Your heart is pounding." Owen matched Tyler's gesture. "So is yours." Tyler's nostrils flared, and his hand began a slow descent down. Owen followed his lead, and they learned each plain and valley of their abdomens. They traced each rib, explored happy trails, and discovered erogenous zones and ticklish spots. Tyler's abdomen quivered when Owen circled his belly button, and Owen moaned hungrily when Tyler's fingers dipped beneath his waistband to caress his pelvis. Their foray under the briefs and boxers ended there, much to Owen's relief and regret. Tyler had come so close to touching his dick, and he probably would have made a fool of himself had he made actual contact. Just thinking about it nearly made him come in his boxers. They moved their hands to safer territory by exploring one another's backs. Tyler's fingers got brave again when they reached Owen's ass. Instead of dipping beneath the waistband, Tyler kept his hand over the fabric when he palmed the curve of Owen's cheeks and traced the crack between them. He couldn't help but flex and lean into the caress, and Tyler did the same when Owen got a handful of his ass, too. "How do you know what you like?" Tyler whispered. His curious fingers inched closer to Owen's pucker before retreating, giving a clue to his unspoken thoughts. "Topping or bottoming?" Owen asked, to be sure. Tyler swallowed hard and nodded. "Some people just instinctively know what they like from the fantasies they have. Others explore to see what they like." Tyler's hands stilled, and so did Owen's. "Which one are you?" "I'm an explorer. When I first started thinking about sex, I only imagined myself topping. Once I became active, I got curious." Owen smiled and said, "Turns out I'm versatile with the right person." Tyler brought his hands back around to Owen's chest and brushed his thumb over his nipple. Owen sucked in a breath and did the same. "You're about to get something started," Owen teased, as if his dick wasn't already throbbing and trying to escape his underwear again. If there'd been a scant inch of room between their groins, it probably would have been free. But they were joined at the hips and fully aware of one another's aroused state. Tyler smirked and played with Owen's nipple again, his lips parted on a gasp when Owen mirrored his caress. "I haven't let my imagination get that far yet, but I loved being under you and seeing the look on your face when you came on me." "Christ, Ty," he groaned. "You make it so hard to be good." "I also love being on top of you," he admitted before dropping a kiss on Owen's shoulder. "I love the idea of making you wild under me." Owen was precariously close to throwing caution to the wind, but his cooler head prevailed. He captured Tyler's roaming hand and held it over his heart. "Sleep now, and reduce me to ashes later." Tyler tried and failed to stifle a yawn. "Stay," he urged. "I promised I would," Owen reminded him. Tyler sighed and nestled his head under Owen's chin. "I'm not ready to let you leave the bed." Owen's heart stuttered, and he reminded the vulnerable organ not to get its hopes up. It was easier said than done when his wildest dream was sleeping in his arms. Everything he wanted and needed was right there, but was it truly his for the taking? "Dreams come true for other people." Owen didn't hear his uncle's voice as often as he used to, but when he did, it was loud. It also triggered a lifetime of memories to back up Howie's dire warnings, and he could feel his defenses going up. But then Tyler sighed and tightened his hold as if he could feel their tether slipping. "I'm here," Owen whispered, as much for himself as for Tyler. He forced the negative thoughts from his head and matched his breathing to Tyler's. There was no sense in mourning someone he hadn't lost yet. Maybe this time, Doyle will land his dream. Chapter 5. Tyler woke up hard, horny, and very much alone. Not even the cats were in his cabin. He thought he'd dreamed the entire night until he rolled over and got a whiff of Owen's body wash on his sheets. Tyler pulled his bedding higher and inhaled deeply, catching the mingling of their preferred soaps and shared orgasms. He meant to check the time on his alarm clock, but got distracted by the strips of photos on his bedside table instead. Tyler bolted upright and turned on the lamp to look at them. He smiled at the images in his hand as they immortalized each second to perfection. The two of them started off hamming it up for the camera, smiling like it was any other day. Then came Owen's shock when he bumped into Tyler's arousal, the curiosity on Tyler's face as he studied Owen's reflection. Then their first kiss when they stared into each other's eyes. It was impossible to say which of them was more surprised by Owen's bold move before shock gave way to something so much hotter. The camera captured Owen straddling him and Tyler's hand disappearing under Owen's shirt. He could almost hear their hungry sighs and taste their mutual desire. It was real, so damn beautiful, and Tyler couldn't wait to do it all again. That thought propelled him out of bed. As much as he wanted to hide away in the cabin all day, they had a light schedule of chores to do after breakfast. They could skip the meal and get their chores done that much earlier, but Tyler's stomach growled an enthusiastic protest at the notion. Okay, so breakfast was a must. He considered the whoopie pies he had saved for Owen, but discounted them just as quickly. They'd need protein and healthy carbs for the day ahead. Tyler threw back the covers with the enthusiasm of a kid on Christmas morning who had a stack of presents waiting for him. But he wasn't a kid. Nothing about his deepest wishes was childlike, and unwrapping Owen was the greatest gift he'd ever received. With that thought, he hurried into the bathroom to get his day started. Ty brushed his teeth and tongue like it was an Olympic sport while he waited for the water to heat in the shower. He planned to use his mouth a lot and wanted it to be minty fresh. By the time he swished and spat his mouthwash, the water had reached the perfect temperature. Tyler shoved his underwear down his legs and stepped beneath the spray. He'd planned to take a quick shower, but all the memories from the previous night crowded into the tight space with him. His soapy hands moved of their own volition, retracing the spots Owen had touched and brushing over places Tyler wanted him to explore next. He slid his fingers between his ass cheeks and lightly skimmed them over his puckered entrance, pretending it was Owen's hand instead of his own. Tyler's dick throbbed and pulsed until he couldn't ignore it any longer. He rinsed the soap from his hands and body before reaching for Splash Zone, the lubricant made for playing in the shower. He slicked his hand and fisted his cock. Placing one hand on the shower for support, Tyler stroked his erection while his mind replayed a kaleidoscope of memories behind his closed eyelids. Touching himself felt good, but it was no substitute for the pleasure Owen had given him. Tyler replayed the advice about figuring out what he wanted and let his imagination run wild. Owen's hands were everywhere in his fantasy, but Tyler's fingers lingered between his ass cheeks the most. His pucker pulsed, drawing Tyler's curiosity. He lowered his hand from the wall and applied lube to those fingers, too. Tyler continued stroking his cock while he slid slick fingers along his ass crack. Uncertainty made him hesitate when he reached the crinkled entrance again, until he let his imagination carry him away. Nerve endings he never knew existed came alive as he rubbed the lube around the rim. A low moan escaped Tyler's lips and momentarily jerked him out of his fantasy. He'd been so enthralled that he almost fooled himself into believing Owen was the one touching him so intimately. Tyler was too far gone to be embarrassed and resumed pleasuring himself, one hand shuttling back and forth over his cock and one finger tapping against his anus. The friction made him crave more, and Tyler pushed the tip into his hole. It burned a little, but that gave way to a delicious tingling and made him crave more. The angle limited his penetration, but he worked his digit in and out of those few inches as he jerked off. Tyler fantasized about Owen's dick stretching him open and sliding in deep. That imagery hurtled him into a climax so hard that Tyler had to pull his finger from his ass to brace his hand against the shower wall. He cried out when he came, thinking of Owen's release splattering against his stomach. Tyler never realized watching someone pleasure themselves could be so sexy, and he sure as hell never fantasized about someone watching him jerk off. But he really wished Owen had been there to talk dirty and kiss him as he climaxed. Tyler turned on wobbly legs to put his back under the spray. He closed his eyes and let the hot water wash over him as his heart and lungs settled into normal rhythms again. The hot water tanks were too small to support long showers in the cabins, so the subtle drop in temperature spurred Tyler into action. He quickly washed his face, hair, and the lube off his cock while he still had hot water left. Tyler turned the faucet off in the nick of time and reached around the curtain for his towel. He'd left Texas over 7 years ago, but his chattering teeth proved he still hadn't adjusted to the Colorado winters. Snuggling all night long with Owen would go a long way to converting his opinions on frigid temperatures, snow, and ice. Just thinking about it overheated his body to the point he'd embrace a cooler breeze. He jerked back the shower curtain and heard movement on the other side of the bathroom door. The hair stood up on the back of his neck, not from fear for his safety, but from embarrassment over what his visitor had overheard. Owen was the only person who would have let himself into Tyler's cabin. How long had he been there? Had he overheard Tyler jerking off? He didn't think he'd made a lot of noise, but it would only take one grunt or groan to give someone away. Tyler recalled the fantasy that had made him come so hard. He loved the idea of Owen watching him and spurring him on with his dirty mouth. How much hotter would it be in reality? Tyler wrapped the towel around his waist without bothering to dry off and exited the bathroom. Lucy and Ethel sprawled on his bed, bathing themselves like they did after every meal. "Looks like the girls ate breakfast already," Tyler said. Owen sat on the couch with a half-eaten whoopie pie in one hand and his phone in the other. 2 cups of steaming coffee rested on the table in front of him. "Yup. They were carrying on like they hadn't eaten since birth, and I didn't want them to wake you. Sounds like you put the extra quiet time to good use." He looked up from his phone with a smirk on his face, but the smug expression faltered when he saw Tyler's state of undress, and the whoopie pie fell forgotten to the sofa. Owen raked a hungry midnight gaze over him from head to toe. He swallowed hard when their eyes met, and the little gesture gave Tyler a shot of confidence. "Pity you didn't return sooner," he said, crossing the room to stand in front of the couch. Owen's hands opened and closed into fists, as if he were fighting off the urge to reach for Tyler. His hesitation just wouldn't do, so Tyler pushed harder. "You could have been an active participant instead of just listening like a perv." He whisked the towel from around his hips, then reached for his coffee like he was used to standing naked for his perusal. It had never surprised him that Owen knew how to doctor his coffee to perfection until just then. He'd taken the simple gesture for granted and worried their friendship had been too one-sided over the years. He meant to question him until he noticed the ravenous expression on Owen's face. His hands were flat on his thighs, rhythmically rubbing the denim back and forth. The slow and steady friction reminded Tyler of the way Owen's hips had moved last night. Tyler's skin flushed all over, reducing the room temperature and modesty to insignificant things. He set the coffee down before he dumped it all over himself and scalded something he desperately hoped to use later. Owen sat up, bringing him closer to Tyler's nude body, but not close enough to touch. "May I?" he asked, holding his hand out for the towel. Tyler silently handed it to him and waited with bated breath while Owen rose to his feet. They stood close enough for Owen's soft flannel and worn denim to rub against Tyler's bare skin. He'd never been as aware of his body as he was right then. Every cell and hair follicle hummed with electricity, and he wanted everything. "It's a new day, so can we make new rules?" The corners of Owen's mouth quivered briefly, like he was fighting back a smile or a laugh. He kept a stoic expression on his face when he nodded. Tyler only wanted genuine reactions from Owen, and made that rule number 1. "First, I don't want you holding back or stifling your reactions because you're not sure how I will react. I might be inexperienced in some areas, but I'm a quick study." Owen raked his gaze over Tyler's body. "I can see that. What else?" Tyler nibbled his bottom lip while he considered his next rule. Owen brushed a thumb over his mouth and savored the tender flesh from self-inflicted wounds. "Those rules apply to you too," Owen said. "Don't hold back your thoughts. What else do you need from me?" Snippets of Tyler's shower fantasy played in his mind, and he swayed forward until his body pressed fully against Owen, who wrapped the towel around his back to hold him in place. "I'm getting your clothes wet." "Then I'll change," Owen husked. "Tell me what you want." "Kiss me wherever you want," Tyler blurted. Once he broke the ice, the rest of his words tumbled free, too. "Putting the responsibility on me will cause a bunch of anxiety neither of us need." Owen took the towel and ran it in slow circles over Tyler's back. "Does that include touching, too?" Tyler's lips parted on a moan as Owen's terry-cloth-covered hand inched closer and closer to his ass. "Yes, please. Trust me to speak up when I'm not ready for something." Owen leaned forward and kissed Tyler's neck. "Okay." His warm breath and soft lips made Tyler shiver hard. Owen dropped the towel and slid both hands over the curve of his ass, touching bare cheeks for the first time. Tyler moaned and swayed a little. I can't think of anything else right now." Owen pressed another kiss to his neck, and he bounced Tyler's ass with his palms. "We can talk about any—" Tyler cut him off with a ferocious kiss. He was all tongue and teeth, no finesse, but Owen's sexy growl said he didn't mind one bit as he alternated between bouncing Tyler's ass cheeks and squeezing them together. If Owen just inched his fingers over a few inches, Tyler could have his touch where he craved it most. He pulled his mouth away from Owen's and stared into his eyes. "I took your advice." When Owen only raised his brow, Tyler said, "I closed my eyes and imagined the two of us together while I was in the shower." Owen grinned smugly. "I did a little of that myself. It's why I wasn't in time to join you." Tyler recalled what Owen looked like when he jerked off and whimpered softly. He swayed again, and Owen caught him by placing both hands on his hips. "I touched myself, but pretended it was you." Owen groaned and kissed a path along Tyler's shoulder. "Care to be more specific?" "I fingered my ass a little," Tyler said. "As far as I could go with the weird angle. I wanted it to be you." Owen gripped his hips tighter. "Ty, baby." Closing his eyes, Tyler nuzzled his nose against Owen's neck. "I like that." "Fingering yourself, or when I call you baby?" Tyler chuckled. "Yes?" Owen wedged a hand between their bodies and caressed his pelvis. Tyler shivered and wrapped his arms around Owen's neck. Wicked fingertips inched closer to his pubic hairline, but never dipped lower. "God, you terrify me." That caught Tyler by surprise, and he took a step back. "Me?" Owen stared into his eyes and said, "You make me believe something truly wonderful could be mine." "Good." They kissed for a long time, their hands exploring freely under the new rules, mostly concentrating on one another's asses. Owen seemed obsessed with the shape of Tyler's, while Tyler wondered how Owen's glutes would flex when he penetrated inside him. "Think we can skip breakfast?" Tyler asked between kisses. "Exist on whoopie pies and coffee for a while?" Owen turned them around and guided Tyler down onto the couch. Unfortunately, he landed on the whoopie pie Owen had dropped. The whipped filling squished out from the middle and smeared against Tyler's right ass cheek. Owen's eyes widened momentarily, before a wicked gleam settled in their blue depths. "Looks like I can have my cake and eat it too," Owen said. Tyler arched a brow in question, but didn't resist when Owen guided him to kneel on the couch with his ass in the air. He felt awkward and too exposed, until Owen's wet, hot tongue swiped a trail through the cream filling on his ass cheek. Oh, my God." "Mm-hmm," Owen said after a second lick. "I want to eat this every day." Did he mean the cream or the ass? Tyler was okay with either and would roll around in the cream until it covered him from head to toe. "Sugar and spice," Owen said, as he worked his way closer to Tyler's butt crack. He pulled the cheeks apart to expose even more of Tyler. "And everything nice." He felt Owen's hot breath against his quivering pucker. Surely he wouldn't lick him there. People didn't do that. Owen chuckled and said, "Oh, yes, they do." Tyler didn't realize he'd spoken his thoughts out loud. Owen turned his head and rubbed his face against Tyler's ass and then nipped one of the cheeks. "But only when you're ready." Tyler wanted to scream he was ready now, but it would be a lie, and they promised complete honesty. He did like it when Owen licked the filling off his ass, so he pointed to his right cheek and said, "I think you missed a spot." Their phones went off simultaneously with incoming texts, eliciting groans from both men. They never received messages before breakfast, which meant they were either getting harassed in a group chat or there was an emergency. "We could ignore it," Owen suggested. Tyler inhaled deeply and rolled over to sit on the couch. "Better not. My phone's across the room. What's yours say?" Owen reluctantly removed his phone from his pocket and looked at the screen. "It's a message from Cash. He's requesting a family meeting at breakfast." Tyler checked the time on his alarm clock and snagged the towel off the floor and the crushed whoopie pie off the couch. "Better get a move on." He got dressed and ready in a matter of minutes, but Owen stopped him at the door before he could open it. "We don't owe an explanation to anyone, okay?" Owen looked suddenly nervous, as if he worried Tyler might regret what happened between them if someone mentioned it. "These are our friends." Then he recalled how Cash phrased his text. "Our family," Tyler corrected. "They only want the best for us." Owen scrunched up his face for a few seconds as he considered that. "I'll give you that," he said, "but the two of us have stuck our noses in a few places they shouldn't have been. It's hard to imagine there won't be some payback, though I suspect I'll take the brunt of it." He pressed a kiss to Tyler's mouth. "You'll tell me if it gets to be too much?" "I promise." Chapter 6. They bundled up and stepped out into a winter wonderland. At least a foot of snow had fallen overnight, and the early morning sunshine bathed their surroundings in pink light. Someone, Owen suspected it was Ivan, had already plowed the driveways and accesses to outbuildings. Their beautiful setting drove the worry from Owen's mind as they headed toward the large ranch house. "Looks like cotton candy on the roofs instead of snow," he remarked. Tyler laughed. "Reminds me of playing Candyland as a kid." Owen glanced over in time to catch a wistful expression on Tyler's face. "What's that?" Tyler met his gaze with a raised brow. "You've never played the board game as a kid?" Owen had told Tyler a little about his childhood, but not much. A family who played kid-friendly board games was a foreign concept to him. His first stepdad taught him how to play poker before Owen learned the alphabet. The one after that taught him how to barter their precious food stamps for cigarettes and beer. He didn't want to get into any of that just then, so Owen simply said, "Nope." "My sisters were obsessed with it." The wistful smile returned to Tyler's face again. He hadn't visited Texas in nearly 2 years, and Owen wondered if he was missing his family. "I pretended to be annoyed every time they dragged the box out, but I secretly loved it. Not as much as Chutes and Ladders, though. I clobbered my brothers and sisters at that game." Owen loved hearing stories about the Booth family and would have probed for more information if they hadn't reached Cash's house. Someone had already shoveled the steps and porch and treated the surfaces to melt the icy layer underneath. Owen and Tyler stomped off the snow on the outdoor rug, then let themselves inside the house. They removed their boots and set them on the mats by the door with everyone else's before hanging their winter gear on the pegs. Voices and laughter drifted down the hallway from the large dining room where the crew had gathered for breakfast. Owen closed his eyes and inhaled deeply. Coffee, bacon, maple syrup, and a variety of warm spices tantalized his senses and made his mouth water. "Smells like pumpkin," Tyler said. Harry was the pumpkin spice queen, and Owen loved to see all the ways she introduced it into their meals. He sniffed again. "French toast? Or pancakes?" "We could pop into the kitchen to see if she needs help," Owen suggested. Tyler shuddered hard. "I'd rather surprise a rattlesnake." He nudged Owen and offered a playful grin. The crew knew better than to enter her domain until she was ready for them to help carry food to the dining room. Besides, you're just trying to delay the teasing you're convinced will happen. Owen rolled his eyes. I'm just hoping Harry needs a taste tester. Tyler grabbed his shirt sleeve and tugged him toward the dining room. It did not surprise Owen that Tyler was onto him, but he didn't want the others to pick up on his discomfort. That would only add fuel to whatever fire they were planning. Owen knew he deserved whatever the hell was coming his way, but he didn't want to make it too easy for them. Tyler dropped his sleeve right before they stepped into the room. They were the last to arrive and drew the attention of every person there. Conversations stopped mid-sentence and heads swiveled in their direction. A quick scan of the room revealed a few quirked brows and smug grins, but no one settled up their bets. Owen had harassed everyone without mercy except for Keegan, so it was hard to predict which one of them would throw the first jab. He held his breath while waiting for the blow to land, but everyone resumed their conversations instead of taking a shot at him. Told you. Tyler headed to the coffee pot on the buffet while Owen continued to watch the crew. Then he backtracked, leaned in close, and added, I want to be the only one to leave you breathless. Inhale, please. And so he did. Owen followed Tyler to the coffee pot and waited for him to pour first. He'd only managed a few sips of the brew he'd made before Tyler had come out of the bathroom earlier. It was a good damn thing he hadn't been drinking the hot liquid when Tyler whisked the towel off his hips. He probably would have burned something vital. Owen felt eyes on them as they filled their mugs and doctored the coffee, but he didn't catch anyone openly staring when he turned back around. The dread in his stomach lessened and was all but forgotten when Harry breezed into the room with a platter holding a mountain of French toast. You guys know what to do, Harry said as she set her bounty on the buffet. The crew fled the dining room and headed to the kitchen like a swarm of killer bees. They each grabbed the nearest platter, pot, bowl, or carafe and returned to the dining room to set up the buffet the way Harry preferred. Then they formed a single line and filled their plates before getting settled at the long table. Tyler's leg knocked against his like it had during nearly every meal they shared, but instead of the usual hasty apology, Ty maintained the connection, proving how much their dynamic had shifted overnight. A jolt of electricity zipped through Owen's body like someone had hooked a jumper cable to his balls. He dropped his fork and nearly knocked his coffee over. A few snickers echoed around the table, and he caught Rory elbowing Ivan across from them. Let them have their well-deserved laughs and poke fun at him as he paid his pound of flesh. Now that we're all here, Cash said, I should probably explain about the group message I sent. He smiled over at Nick and reached for his hand. We're getting married. Excitement erupted in the room. Food was forgotten as everyone took turns congratulating Cash and Nick, even Harry, who hated it when something or someone upstaged her cooking. Thank you so much, Cash said once everyone settled down and returned to their seats. There's more. This is starting to sound like an infomercial, Reuben said. Cash laughed and shook his head. I'm not trying to sell you anything. I want to invite you to our wedding in 2 weeks. A stunned silence washed over the room as everyone stared at Cash and Nick. Harry was the first to speak. 2 weeks? She asked indignantly. You expect me to prepare a wedding for you that fast? Then she scowled like she'd just considered something. You do plan to get married on the ranch, don't you? Her furrowed brow and narrowed gaze dared Cash to say anything other than yes. Rory hummed the iconic music to The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, while Harry and Cash stared at one another like gunslingers. Owen volleyed his gaze between the newly engaged couple. Nick relaxed back in his chair, crossed his arms over his chest, and wore an I told you so expression. Cash sat taller and exuded the force of will that fueled his rags-to-riches story. Owen admired him so damn much, because he and Cash had similar starts in life, born into abject poverty with disadvantages at every turn. Both high school dropouts, Cash had tried to race his way out of the poorhouse on a track, while Owen squared off with poverty in the ring and tried to pound it into dust. But that was where the similarities ended. Cash had earned his GED in jail and started his secondary education after coming to work on the ranch he now owned. Owen stubbornly resisted the subject of getting his GED any time someone brought it up. Reading might be fundamental, but it was pure torture for him. There was no way he'd voluntarily put himself through that hell again. Not for anyone. But then Tyler placed his hand on his knee, and Owen amended his thinking. Okay, maybe he'd do it for one person. Yes, Cash said, dragging Owen's attention back to the discussion. I wouldn't dream of getting married without my family. Nick and I don't want anything formal or complicated, Cash continued. We need an ordained officiant and all of you there to witness our vows. That's it. He looked at Rory and said, This is just for us. I don't want any part of the wedding to go on our Redemption Ridge YouTube channel. Rory had used his public relations and social media prowess to thwart the hateful bastard who'd used his personal vendetta against Cash to fund Salvation Anew to make trouble for the ranch and wreak havoc on the local community. The webisodes caught on like wildfire and turned Rory's small endeavor into a pretty big phenomenon, with the proceeds going to local charities Cash established. Ro was always looking for fresh content, but the boss was drawing a line in the sand. I wouldn't dream of it, Rory told Cash. You'll need good food and a cake, Harry said, pulling focus back to her. We can order pizza from a carryout and cake from the grocery store for all I care, Cash replied. Speak for yourself, Nick said. We don't need lobster and prime rib, but I think we can do a little better than carryout. Sounds like a perfect excuse to fire up the smoker, Dylan said, rubbing his hands together. Nothing celebrates happily ever after like barbecue. Harry smiled adoringly at her boyfriend. Rory and I could easily handle the sides. Don't wear out my brother too much, Nick said. He'll need to stay sharp as my best man. Rory shoved back from the table and rushed Nick hard enough to tip his chair back during their hug. I'm so happy for you, Nicky, he said before returning to his seat. Ivan, Cash's voice sounded extra gravelly when he called out their foreman's name. The big guy had lived on the ranch the longest and was Cash's first attempt at redeeming someone besides himself. Yeah, boss? Will you be my best man? Ivan's eyes widened in surprise, but he was the perfect one to stand beside Cash on his big day. It would be my honor. Then he cleared his throat and averted his gaze. Damn it, he muttered before wiping his eyes. Are you going on a honeymoon? Finley asked. We leave the day after Thanksgiving because no one in their right mind would skip out on Harry's feast, Cash said. Harry nodded her approval. Got that right. She gestured around the table and said, Everyone needs to eat their breakfast before it gets cold. She turned her attention to the newly engaged couple next. We can work out all the details later. No one had to tell Owen to eat a second time. He tucked into his food as if he hadn't eaten in a week and tried his best not to react to the weight of Tyler's hand still resting on his leg. The sooner they finished breakfast and their chores, the faster they could shut themselves away from the rest of the ranch. Conversation buzzed around the table, but luckily none of it was about him and Tyler. Oddly, Owen found that more worrisome than if they'd started probing him about their evening. It felt too much like circling an opponent while anticipating their strike. Lots of boxers liked to take those first few seconds in the ring to size up the other fighter, but Owen had a more aggressive approach. Strike first and hard was his motto, but his fighting style wouldn't translate to the situation. He wasn't about to volunteer information about what he shared with Tyler, just to take away their element of surprise. He set his fork down and forced himself to sip his coffee while Tyler finished eating. It wouldn't help their cause if he shoved back from the table and dragged Tyler out of there like a caveman. He caught Reuben smirking at him across the table and barely resisted the urge to roll his eyes. Owen forced his gaze to Keegan instead and caught the curved corners of his mouth before he ducked his head. He'd need to have a conversation with the ranch's newcomer. Owen knew Keegan didn't harbor romantic feelings for him, but he wanted to assure the guy he wasn't abandoning him during his recovery. For reasons unclear to him, Keegan felt safest with Owen, and they'd spent a lot of time together. An alarm trilled in his head, and a surly voice suggested Tyler was only interested in Owen because he'd been jealous of Keegan. It didn't surprise him that his internal demons sounded like Howie, the uncle who'd built him up and tore him down in equal measure. Howie didn't know jack about love, because he'd never experienced it for himself. He'd been a jaded man, bitter until his dying breath, and had aimed to make Owen that way too. Maybe it would have worked had he not met Ty, who'd earned Owen's trust in hundreds of ways, big and small. He wouldn't let his insecurities destroy the trust he'd built with Keegan either. "Key," Owen said, "you still want me to drive you to town on Wednesday?" Keegan raised his head, and weary amber eyes darted in Tyler's direction before meeting Owen's gaze. "If you're sure you can still take me." He'd started seeing a therapist after he recovered from the physical injuries the cult leader from Salvation Anew had inflicted upon him as part of his conversion therapy. Keegan's mom had joined the religious order and had literally thrown her only child to the wolves. The woman had better hope she never showed her face near Keegan again. The last they'd heard, she'd moved in with another cult member's family near Boulder. "Of course I can. We need to leave by 2:00, right?" Keegan's shoulders sagged in relief as he nodded. He shifted his gaze toward Tyler and said, "You should come with us and keep Owen company while he waits for me." "That would be great," Tyler said. "There's a new chicken wing joint that's getting rave reviews. Maybe we could check it out afterward if you're up to it. My treat." The room went completely quiet while they waited for Keegan's response. Everyone who cared about them had a vested interest in their relationship, sure, but the silence felt deafening as they waited to see Keegan's reaction to Tyler's gesture. It wasn't as if they hadn't gotten along, but tension definitely existed between them. Doubt tried to wiggle and worm its way into Owen's happiness again, but he hit it with an uppercut to the chin for the KO. Keegan offered Tyler a timid smile. "That sounds great." Everyone went back to their conversations and food. Tyler forked a triangle of French toast and put it on Owen's plate. He'd eaten too many pieces already, but the maple syrup dripping over the sides made the temptation impossible to resist. "Go on," Tyler teased. "You know you want to." Tyler was the lure Owen could no longer resist, but he aimed to keep a neutral expression on his face when he met Ty's gaze. "Careful what you ask for," Owen whispered, just loud enough for Tyler to hear. Dark eyes sparkled with mischief, and a pretty pink blush bloomed on Tyler's cheeks. His reaction enticed Owen to finish his food so they could get on with their day. "Hurry," Owen mouthed, before shoving a forkful of French toast into his mouth. They weren't the only ones eager to get their chores done for the day, so breakfast wrapped up quickly after that. He and Tyler said their goodbyes and headed for their cold weather gear and boots. Reuben caught up to them before they could slip out the door. He wedged his body between theirs and threw his arms around their shoulders. "Here we go," Owen braced himself for teasing. "Exciting news for Cash and Nick," Reuben said. "I figured the wedding would happen soon since they waited so long before getting their heads out of their asses." Could Reuben be any more obvious? 2 weeks is fast, but I guess you know when you know." He patted their backs when they reached the equine barn. Owen and Tyler stopped, but Reuben continued to his farrier shop. "The babies get new shoes tomorrow, and Uncle Roo has a few more pairs to make. You guys want to catch up later and watch some football?" Reuben laughed before they could respond. Just kidding. Have fun, boys. See, Tyler said as he opened the barn door. Everyone is just happy for us. We don't need to make a big announcement about our relationship status. No one else did when they paired up. He had a point there, but Owen was certain the guys wouldn't let him off the hook that easily. He followed Tyler into the horse barn and shut the door behind them. Tyler was on him before he could take 2 steps into the building. His lips were cold from the frigid temps outside, but his tongue and mouth were warm. Owen groaned his appreciation and wrapped his arms around Tyler. A few of the horses nickered a protest of neglect from their stalls. Tyler pulled back from their kiss, his lips wet and red, and smiled. "We get it," he called out. "You're hungry." Owen swiped a thumb over Tyler's mouth and then wiped his own. "We're going to get chapped lips if we're not careful." "Better invest in some lip balm," Tyler said as he stepped backward. "Surely Hope makes one for this kind of thing." "Pretty sure she does." Owen narrowed his eyes. "How'd you end up with lube from her store? You won't step foot in there." "Reuben gave me a goodie bag as a gag gift last year." Tyler canted his head as if reconsidering that. "Or maybe he just wanted to be sure I was prepared for whenever I got my head out of my ass." Owen snorted and tugged him deeper into the barn. "That's a strong possibility." They headed to Finley's office, where he kept a clipboard with daily assignments. The list was typically short and routine on the weekends, but sometimes Finley added extra items if any of the horses needed extra TLC. "You better check the list," Owen told Finley. "We'll likely be here all day if I try to read it off." Tyler didn't like it when he made fun of his reading problems, but it was the absolute truth. Owen didn't want anything to sour their mood, so he kissed Tyler to distract him. "The quicker we finish, the faster we get back to traumatizing the cats with our lewd behavior," Owen said. Tyler stared at him for a few seconds before turning his attention to the assignments. "We need to check Loretta. She has a scratch on her hindquarters." "If there's a splinter on the fence rails or in their stalls, their asses will always find it." They worked in tandem as they had every day on the ranch, but this was the first time they exchanged sweet kisses between tasks. It sure made the process faster and sweeter. Owen's anticipation had been building since they left Tyler's cabin, and it reached the flashpoint by the time they shut and locked the door behind them. Outerwear and boots went flying, and their clothes soon followed until only their underwear remained. Owen wasn't sure if they should head to the bed or sofa, so he let Tyler take the lead. He ended up on the sofa, with Tyler straddling his thighs. A shiver shook his frame, and Owen wrapped the throw blanket around his shoulders. Tyler raked his fingers down Owen's chest, but stopped at his underwear. A pair of navy briefs instead of loose boxers like he'd worn the previous day. "Did you wear these because you're worried your escape artist dick will make me uncomfortable?" "Nope," Owen replied, but Tyler didn't look convinced. "I need to do laundry." "Today?" Owen shook his head. "I have more important things to do." "Yeah, like watch football?" "Yes," Owen replied. "That's one F word. Food is another. I have leftover chili at my place. Figured we could reheat it for dinner tonight." Sounds perfect," Tyler said. "Anything else you plan to do that starts with F?" "Fraught." Owen tugged him closer until there was no room between them. "Let me show you." He gripped Tyler's ass and rocked his hips forward so their erections rubbed against each other through their underwear. Tyler placed his hands on Owen's shoulders and let his head fall back. Owen pulled Tyler's hips into him a few more times, demonstrating the art of fraughting before encouraging him to take over. It took a few thrusts, but Tyler caught on quickly and rode them both to climax. "Another sticky mess," Tyler said, after collapsing against his chest. Owen nuzzled his nose against Ty's neck. I should have brought extra underwear over. Or we could skip them altogether. Are you sure? Tyler raised his head and looked at him with sated brown eyes. I'm positive. He stood up from Owen's lap and pushed his underwear down his legs. His release glistened on his lower abdomen, dark curls, and his softening cock. Owen stood up and followed Tyler's lead. They stared at one another for several seconds until they both shivered from the chill. Let's get cleaned up and back under the blanket, Owen said. The shower wasn't big enough for both of them, so they opted to clean off with wet washcloths before toweling dry. They ended up horizontal on the couch, wrapped in a blanket and each other. Tyler's bare flesh against him was the most incredible feeling. I'm going to get hard again once I recover, Owen admitted. Tyler moaned softly. And we'll do that frauding thing naked. And that was how Owen spent the best day of his life. Chapter 7. Tyler sat across from Owen in a coffee shop on Wednesday afternoon. They'd dropped Keegan off for his therapy session and walked the short distance to a whole latte love. Tyler was obsessed with their coffee drinks, and Owen loved that they were named after rock bands or hit songs. It was the perfect place for them to hang out and chat for an hour if they couldn't be alone and naked, which was how they'd spent the previous 4 nights. Owen lifted his second cup of Smashing Pumpkins Spice to his mouth, drawing Tyler's attention to the long tan fingers wrapped around the white mug. That triggered thoughts of the recent locations those digits had explored on Tyler's body, places that started to react in public. He forced his gaze and thoughts elsewhere, but they only drifted to the thick tan forearms that Owen's rolled-up sleeves put on display. Tyler had watched those same muscles flex and move when Owen's hand worked up and down his... "You're staring," Owen whispered. Tyler snapped his gaze up to meet twinkling blue eyes. Owen knew exactly where his mind had gone, and he loved every minute of it. Heat crept up his neck, and Tyler turned his head to look out the window. It was one thing to do or say whatever came to mind in the privacy of their cabins, but it wasn't safe to act so carelessly in public. "Hey," Owen said, snagging his attention once more. The light in his eyes had dimmed with concern. It wasn't a complaint, Ty. He shook his head and searched for the right words. "I know. It's just my brain has been a little, fixated on certain things the past few days." The left side of Owen's mouth lifted in a wry smile as he set his mug down and leaned forward. "Sounds interesting. Tell me more." Tyler snorted and rolled his eyes. "You sound like a therapist." He leaned forward, too, and lowered his voice. "I'm not looking to cure my predicament." But he wouldn't mind stretching out naked on the couch for other reasons. "I just need to manage my thoughts and reactions a little better. I've been acting impulsive lately." And that reminded Tyler of the times he wasn't in control of his life, and it hurt to remember the colossal ways he'd screwed up. He forced his thoughts to something more pleasant, like pulling Owen into the barn's storage room that morning and locking the door. Tyler had only planned to steal a few kisses before cleaning stalls, but they'd ended up giving one another quick handjobs using saliva for lube. He couldn't imagine loving anything more than strong, calloused fingers playing him like a violin. But Owen promised he'd love a hot, wet mouth even more. Tyler's gaze dropped to Owen's lips, and the smirk turned into a knowing grin. He picked up his mug and sipped his brown sugar brulee, hoping the sweet concoction would distract him. But nope. "Hey," Owen whispered, "this thing between us is new and exciting, so of course it's using up most of your focus." Tyler smirked in disbelief, Are you trying to tell me this will get boring someday? Hell no, Owen replied. Well, at least I hope not, but your urges will become more manageable. They'd spent nearly every waking hour together since Saturday night, and Tyler's appetite for Owen had only grown stronger. What would happen when they advanced past frotting and handjobs? There was no way in hell Tyler would obsess less once he knew the feel of Owen's mouth on his dick. Hours had passed since Tyler last jerked Owen off, but he could still feel the weight of his cock in his palm. Would it be the same way when Tyler gave Owen head? Would his lips feel stretched for hours? You're doing it again. Owen shifted in his seat, proving he wasn't unaffected by Tyler's attention. Sorry. Worry rose to the forefront again. If he wasn't careful, his attraction to Owen would control him the same way his addiction to pain pills had. Something so beautiful could turn into something insidious. No, you're not. Owen's teasing voice yanked him away from the edge. Tyler smiled and sipped his coffee before replying, You're right. I'm not sorry about any of it. He was in charge of himself, not someone or something else. Tyler set his coffee cup down and extended his pinky to stroke the back of Owen's fingers. Except one thing. I really hate that I waited 6 years to explore this with you. Owen's brow furrowed, and his expression turned thoughtful. He opened his mouth but snapped it closed, like he'd wanted to say something but changed his mind. It wasn't like Owen to hold back with him. Tell me what you're thinking. We promised honesty. Owen sighed and said, I try not to question my good fortune, but old habits die hard. What do you mean? Owen looked down at his coffee cup for a few seconds before meeting Tyler's gaze again. He squared his shoulders as if tensing for a confrontation. In weaker moments, I ask why this is happening now, and then I worry we won't last. He puffed out his cheeks and exhaled slowly. But that's my problem. Tyler shook his head and reached for Owen's hand. If it concerns you, then it concerns me. We're a team. And if he couldn't get his fears under control, he'd tell Owen so they could work through it together. Owen rotated his wrists and slid his fingers through Tyler's. The sparkle was back in his eyes. Yeah, we are. So let's figure this out. Now? You want to wait another 6 years? Tyler teased. When Owen shook his head, he added, Didn't think so. Tyler searched for the right words to ease Owen's fears, not play into them. Do you want me to start with the why? Owen's eyes said no, but he nodded anyway. You probably noticed that I'd been moping around a lot since Keegan came to live on the ranch. The fingers between his loosened, like Owen planned to pull away. Tyler tightened his hold and said, Hear me out. This has a happy ending. He recalled the second part of Owen's fears and added, Men in my family live well into their 90s, and I'm not spending a day on this earth without you, so gear up for the long haul. Owen's eyes filled with tears, and he lowered his head to hide his vulnerability. Tyler would allow it this time, but only because they were in public. And I've thought that way for a long time, even if I've never told you or acknowledged it to myself. Tyler's mom had verbally painted vivid pictures of a future she imagined for him during their phone conversations, but they just looked like abstract art to him because her versions didn't include Owen. He sucked in a breath as the reality hit him in the gut. Owen jerked his head up and studied him with a worried expression. Tyler smiled as he realized he'd reorganized those colors and shapes until they formed a future that always included Owen by his side. It was his turn to get teary-eyed, but he didn't look away. That should clear up the worry about how long this will last. Owen stood up suddenly from the table and pulled Tyler up with him. "It's time to go." They'd paid for their drinks and tipped the barista when they placed their order, so they only had to carry their dirty cups to the designated area. They quickly pulled on their coats and exited the coffee shop. Tyler hastened his stride to catch up with Owen, who'd taken off like a rocket down the sidewalk. "Did I say something wrong?" Owen stopped suddenly and spun to face him. Tyler hadn't expected the move, so he stumbled into his hard body. Firm hands gripped his hips to steady him, and Tyler stared into intense eyes. "Why would you think that?" Owen asked. "You look determined." "I am," Owen replied, "to kiss you." He cocked his head to the side. "And you were right to insist on a conversation. My mind has played some mean tricks on me, and maybe you can help shut it down." Tyler easily kept pace with Owen for the rest of the walk. The skies had turned overcast while they were getting coffee, which provided them a little cover when their lips met inside the truck. Owen kept them to one long and very thorough kiss, though. Tyler sighed happily when they separated, and he leaned into the warm palm pressed against his cheek. "Where were we?" Owen smiled and lowered his hand to hold Tyler's. "You answered the how long part." "Forever," Tyler reiterated, just to make sure it was clear. "And now you're going to finish explaining the why." "Okay, but you need to promise to hear me out and not jump to conclusions," Tyler said. He waited for Owen to nod before continuing. "Cash's birthday party was a wake-up call for me. I'd been moping around the ranch because you were giving so much of your time to Keegan. I thought I'd hidden my distress, but I'm more transparent than I realized." Tyler held up his free hand when it looked like Owen might interrupt. "A few well-meaning friends pointed out some things that I hadn't considered. I want to tell you about those conversations, but I'm worried you will think they influenced the why part of your concerns." Tyler couldn't resist leaning forward to kiss Owen's mouth. "Those chats opened my eyes, so my brain could catch up with what my heart already knew." Tyler inhaled deeply, then said, "I love you. That was never a question, but now I realize that I'm also in love with you." Owen's smile was immediate and blinding. "I have so many questions." "Just let me tell you what happened, and I might answer all of them." Happiness bubbled inside Tyler like he'd taken several swigs of Coca-Cola, but instead of a burp, he blurted out, "I love you," again. "This will take all night at this rate." Owen laughed and kissed Tyler. "But you promised forever. No takebacks." The light banter and happiness radiating from Owen made Tyler's pulse gallop, and he pressed a hand to his chest. Owen watched the gesture with a puzzling expression on his face. "You only do that when you're stressed." Tyler shook his head. "My pulse is racing, and it feels like my heart is trying to escape." "I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed, but even I know that's impossible." Tyler hated when Owen made derisive comments about his intelligence, but previous attempts to change the behavior smashed into a brick wall of pure stubbornness. He either deflected or doubled down on his lack of education. Tyler couldn't just let the remark go. "You're the wisest person I know," and he meant it. "And we're getting off topic." And deflection it was. "Tell me about the eye-opening conversations." Tyler had a stubborn streak of his own, though he rarely displayed it. Was it the right time to dust it off and stand his ground? He wasn't sure how much longer Keegan's therapy session would run, and he didn't want to halt this conversation midway through. So, Tyler reluctantly left Owen's self-deprecating remark alone to have the conversation that felt most critical. And if he wanted Owen to believe him, then Tyler couldn't pull his punches to soften the blow. Watching you dance with Keegan really got to me. There was nothing especially sexy in the way the two of you moved, but you shared an experience with him that you didn't feel comfortable sharing with me. It hurt me in some ways that made sense, and others that didn't. Owen's expression softened, and he inhaled slowly. But now you know why I could never have danced with you, right? Tyler nodded. But it took those friendly chats to help me get there. He chuckled when he recalled Hope's blunt remarks. Okay, one of them kinda kicked me in the balls. At Owen's scowl, Tyler reached out and cupped his face. Verbally. And it was the best thing to happen to me since meeting you. Owen narrowed his eyes, and it was obvious he still wasn't convinced. So Tyler told him about Hope joining him on the front porch. He snorted when Tyler repeated the part about Mistress Divine. Oh man, it's been a while since you mentioned her. Tyler must have made an irritated expression because Owen leaned his head back and laughed. The joyful noise filled the truck cab and infused Tyler's soul with sunshine, but he aimed the darkest scowl he could muster at Owen. I regret telling you about her. Owen wiped the tears from his twinkling blue eyes. You just regret telling me what she was really selling in that tent. Tyler's mother hadn't told him about Mistress Divine's second room for more private readings, but he'd overheard her telling his father that the fortune-teller propositioned an undercover officer. Are you finished yet? Tyler asked when Owen gave in to another fit of laughter. Because you're not inspiring me to share my deepest secrets with you. Sorry, Owen said, holding up his hand as he stifled his mirth and worked to bring his laughter under control. I would have loved to see your mom's face when she found out her innocent, precious boy sought a reading from Mistress Divine. Anyway, Tyler said to steer them back on course, I teased Hope about her vague crossroads remark, and by God, she hit me between the eyes with a truth bomb. Just recalling the shock made his pulse leap. What exactly did she say? Emotions swelled inside Tyler that felt too big to contain as he repeated the conversation he'd had with Hope. He lifted his hand to rub his sternum, but Owen got there first. He closed his eyes and took a shaky breath before looking into those midnight eyes he adored so much. Gary came looking for her because he wanted to dance with his wife. I followed behind them after a bit, still full of denial, until I saw you slow dancing with Keegan. I imagined myself in your arms, and the yearning was so strong it scared me. I bet, Owen said, his voice warm and tender. I didn't even know that level of desire existed. His previous conquest amounted to losing his virginity on his 17th birthday. His girlfriend had been a year older but lived in a stricter environment than his. Their encounter was a clumsy fumble in a pitch-black room with only the necessary clothes removed. It was over before it began, and the only impressions Tyler had from his first time were embarrassment and guilt. He'd hooked up with a woman on the rodeo circuit once, but he'd been too high on pain meds to remember much. He woke up some time later with his jeans pulled down to his knees and his spent dick still in a condom. Nothing and no one ever prepared me for the way you make me feel. Christ, I wish we were back at the ranch, Owen said huskily. But the rest of our conversation would get delayed. But he pressed a quick kiss to Owen's smiling lips. Anyway, I saw you dancing with Keegan, and I thought my revelation came too late. I moped into the kitchen and started doing dishes. And Nick came in there to talk to you. When Tyler only stared at him, Owen added, I always know where you are. I knew Hope had followed you outside, too, because she beat me to it. I'm glad she was the one who stepped onto the porch, Tyler told him. I would have arrived at the truth eventually, but we might have wasted 6 more years like Nick and Cash." "Is that what you talked to Nick about?" Owen asked. "Yeah, some of it. I'd recovered a bit after Hope's truth bomb, but I was feeling raw after watching you guys dance. I told Nick I felt like a third wheel and didn't want to make things harder for you and Keegan to be together. He flat out told me you two weren't together. He said that wasn't what love looked like, and I started asking myself what it would look like." Tyler paused to take a deep breath. "And then I saw love reflecting at me in the mirror in the booth. You have a smile that you only show to me, and your eyes don't twinkle for anyone else. And I started thinking about what it would be like to touch you and kiss you. Then you made my dick hard when you kept grinding against me." Tyler cupped Owen's face and ran his thumb over firm lips. "Then you kissed me." He inhaled deeply as emotions surged inside him again. "I love you, not through power of suggestion or because of a jealous knee-jerk reaction. I love you because you're my person." And just like that, the riotous emotions inside Tyler quieted. Owen didn't react for several seconds, not even to blink. "I'm dreaming, right?" Tyler shook his head and kissed Owen long and deep. "Not a dream," he replied once they separated. "That kiss could be part of the fantasy," Owen smiled wryly. "I've dreamed of that mouth on me so many times." Tyler leaned forward and propped an elbow on the large console between the seats. "And where do I kiss you in your dreams?" Owen opened his mouth to answer, but a knock sounded on the passenger window. They sprang apart like naughty teenagers and turned to see who had interrupted them. Keegan stood on the other side of the door, wearing a wry grin on his face. "I didn't even see him approach the truck," Owen whispered as he hit the button to unlock the door. Tyler wouldn't have noticed a tornado barreling down on them. He righted himself in the seat and reached for his seatbelt. "How was therapy?" Tyler asked once Keegan climbed into the truck. "Pretty good," Keegan replied. "At least my homework assignment is more fun than usual." "Homework?" Tyler asked. Owen reversed out of the parking spot and shifted into drive. "He gets weekly assignments to ensure he's putting in his time and staying committed to the therapy plan they developed on his first visit." "Owen makes sure I stay on track," Keegan said. "I told Bryant how helpful you've been, and he says you're a natural." "At what?" Owen asked. "Nagging?" Keegan snorted and said, "I'm also rolling my eyes." Tyler smiled because it was the most animation he'd seen since Keegan came to live on the ranch. He glanced over at Owen and caught his big grin too. "Bryant says you're a natural at guiding people through trauma. He thinks you should change careers?" Owen's smile wavered, and he glanced into the rearview mirror. "I like the career I have," he replied. "What's your homework assignment?" Another deflection. Tyler bit back a sigh. Somehow, someway, he'd help Owen realize his value. "He wants me to put myself in situations and places that normalize homosexuality," Keegan said. "Then you just have to come out of your bedroom and talk to people on the ranch," Owen replied. Keegan laughed. "I said the same thing, but no dice. Bryant acknowledges the ranch is a safe, welcoming environment for me to recover, but he warns it can be as insular as the Salvation Anew compound." "I don't know what insular means, but I don't like the sound of it." Owen's voice was a low rumble, and he had a white-knuckle grip on the steering wheel. "It can mean a few things, but I think Bryant means it's self-contained and isolated," Tyler said. "I guess it could be," Owen admitted. "I just didn't like the ranch being mentioned in the same sentence as that cult." "I had the same reaction," Keegan admitted. Then Bryant explained it would be too easy for my brain to act like a pendulum, swinging in the opposite direction to make me think I'm only safe to be gay on the ranch. He wants me to see queer folks like us interacting and engaging like our straight counterparts. So, like a gay bar or club? Owen asked. Keegan laughed. Yep. Wow. I might have done better in school if I had homework assignments like that, Owen said. Then he smiled at Tyler. You game? Tyler's raised brow dared Owen to go without him. Owen winked and said, How does Friday night sound? Perfect. Will you have to write a report? Tyler teased. Nah, but I'll journal about the experience, and Bryant will ask plenty of probing questions to make sure I'm not trying to bullshit my way through something. Sound familiar, Owen? Nope. It was clear the comparison struck a chord with him, and not at all surprising when he changed the subject. Who's ready for wings? Starving, Tyler let Owen deflect the conversation again instead of calling him out. The wings were as good as advertised, and Tyler enjoyed watching Keegan mow through a dozen of his own wings and help finish Owen's. They kept their conversation on safe topics during the meal and ride back home, but Tyler struck as soon as they were alone in his cabin. He pushed Owen up against the wall, reached under his shirt, and twisted his nipple just hard enough to make him gasp. Fuck, that hurts. That's what you get for insulting my man's intelligence today, Tyler replied. I don't want to hear that crap again. Do you hear me? When Owen didn't reply, Tyler tried to pinch him again. Okay, damn, Owen said, rubbing a hand over his chest. And another thing, Tyler said, poking his solid chest. You're not dreaming. This is real. We are real. Owen smiled, but still rubbed his chest. I never knew you were so mean. Tyler grimaced. Sorry if I went too far. Blue eyes sparkled with wicked intentions as Owen pulled Tyler closer. Now you have to kiss me and make me better. Gladly. Tyler didn't stop making amends until they were a naked, sticky mess sprawled across his bed. Say it again, Owen whispered. Tyler knew exactly what words he wanted to hear and didn't keep him waiting. I love you. Owen's body trembled, and he tightened his hold. I love you too. Tyler was on the verge of falling asleep when Owen added, This is real. The realest. Chapter 8. Owen lifted a bottle of beer to his lips to hide a smile as Tyler and Keegan looked around the thirsty cowboy in wide-eyed wonder. Their inexperience shone brighter than the neon sign out front featuring a buff wrangler wearing nothing but a pair of chaps and a fuck me grin. It was so damn adorable, but Owen didn't think they'd appreciate him saying so. Reuben, who'd invited himself to tag along once he heard about the outing, had no reservations about sharing his thoughts. If your eyes get any bigger, they're going to bulge out of your head like cartoon characters, Reuben said. And there will probably be one of those old-timey car horns. Awooga, Owen said. So much for keeping his mouth shut. Reuben saluted him with his beer. That's the one. Fortunately, Tyler and Keegan laughed at their antics instead of taking offense. Sorry, Tyler said sheepishly, then turned to Keegan. We have no chill. Keegan shrugged and turned his attention back to the crowd. Owen followed the direction of his gaze to where several couples swayed together on the dance floor. It wasn't anywhere close to the kind of dancing at Cash's birthday party. For one thing, Owen had kept a respectful distance from Keegan when they slow danced, but the couples at the Thirsty Cowboy were practically glued to one another. Some blatantly grabbed their partners' asses, a few performed a cowboy version of Dirty Dancing, and others made out like there was no one else in the bar. It was hard to know what Keegan was thinking behind his enormous hazel eyes. Was he replaying the encouraging words his therapist said to him, or did he only hear the hateful messages the cult had spewed? Keegan must have sensed his attention because he met Owen's gaze and offered a warm smile. "Tell me about your homework assignment," Reuben said. "Are you supposed to pick up a guy or something?" Keegan had just taken a sip of his soda and practically choked on it. While Reuben and Owen had chosen beer, the novices ordered soft drinks, making them look even more innocent and adorable. If they weren't careful, they'd draw the attention of every horny man like sharks to blood in the water. The mere thought made Owen sit up straighter and take stock of their surroundings. No, Keegan said once he recovered. "Bryant just wants me to experience environments that normalize same-sex relationships. Besides the ranch," he added before Reuben could point out that it met the criteria. "Dating and relationships are off the table for me right now. My therapist says I'm susceptible to a codependent relationship until I'm deeper into my recovery." Something about Keegan's remark snagged Owen's attention and wouldn't let go. "What do you mean by codependent?" "It kind of means trading one addiction for another, but your vice is an unhealthy relationship where you think you need the other person to exist or be happy," Keegan replied. Reuben scowled and crossed his arms over his chest. "Sounds more like a hostage situation than a relationship." Keegan and Rue continued talking, but Owen's mind had gone into a tailspin. He'd hoped Keegan's explanation about codependent relationships would have made the weird vibe go away, but it only made it worse. His axis had suddenly shifted, and the world listed to the right. Owen had entered Tyler's life during its lowest point, and he'd made himself necessary for Ty's existence for the first few months of his incarceration. Their bond had continued to grow until they'd become virtually inseparable. Was Tyler with him romantically because he wanted to be, or had he somehow convinced himself that Owen was the only choice? He got lost in turbulent thoughts until warm lips brushed against the shell of his ear. "Knock it off," Tyler insisted in a low voice. "There's nothing toxic about our relationship. I'm not with you because I feel obligated or imprisoned. I love you, and I choose you." Choice was so important to Tyler, and he protected the freedom with a dragon's ferocity. So why couldn't Owen accept that he was Tyler's choice? Owen turned his head, and Tyler's lips were right there. He tore his gaze away from the sexy mouth to search expressive brown eyes. Owen wanted to kiss him so badly, but wasn't sure what level of PDA Tyler would be comfortable with yet. Tyler's gaze said, "Hell yes," but he wanted to hear the consent from his lips, too. "Can I kiss you?" Owen asked. Tyler's lips curved into a broad smile. "You freaking better." Owen closed the scant distance and pressed his lips to Tyler's. He made no move to deepen the kiss and just enjoyed the give of soft flesh beneath his. Owen pulled back and smiled at Tyler. "And I love you too." They'd been saying it to one another for a few days, but it still felt new each time. For the most part, Owen had silenced the negative voice in his head, the one that sounded like his uncle, but the bastard was persistent. His self-doubt closely resembled the dinosaurs in Jurassic Park that kept testing the fence for weak spots, even if it meant they got zapped with high voltage until they achieved success. All he could do was keep reinforcing the boundaries until his insecurities gave up. If Owen believed Keegan could overcome his trauma, then he needed to believe the same was possible for himself, too. While staring into Tyler's eyes, Owen noticed the conversation stopped on the opposite side of the table. Keegan had caught them smooching in the truck on Monday afternoon, but this was the first time Owen and Tyler had kissed in front of anyone else at the ranch. Owen braced himself for comments and turned to find Reuben smiling at them. "You have something you want to say?" Reuben's grin stretched even bigger, and mischief danced in his eyes. "I'm happy for you both." "That's it? I keep waiting for payback for all the trouble I've caused." Reuben smiled, then tipped his bottle back and finished the beer. "You focused on the state of our love lives because you lacked hope for yours. None of us took it personally or feel the need to retaliate." Tyler leaned into him. "Told you so. Will you relax now?" "Maybe." Reuben gestured his empty beer bottle between Owen and Tyler. "And, by the way, you two were the only ones who didn't see this coming from a mile away." Owen and Tyler stared into one another's eyes long enough for the world to drift away until Keegan asked a question about the food. "Can't say that I've ever tried it," Owen admitted. "It's your typical bar food," Reuben told Keegan. "Their pretzels and beer cheese are decent, and a person can't go wrong with mozzarella sticks, but people don't really come here for the food." Keegan pursed his lips as he looked around the room. "Just the drinks?" Reuben leaned over and nudged him playfully with his elbow. "The cowboys aren't thirsty for beverages." Oh, Keegan said. He averted his gaze, but not before Owen noticed the blush blooming on his cheeks. "This is all so new to me. Finley is the only guy I've dated." Reuben slid an arm around Keegan's shoulders and said, "I'll show you the ropes. Did you ever watch wildlife documentaries as a kid?" Keegan lifted his head and looked at him. "The ones that follow animals through their natural habitats and use voiceover narration?" Owen smiled because he knew where this conversation was headed. He looped his arm around Tyler's neck and settled in for the show. "Exactly," Reuben said. "Consider me your narrator." He gestured to the bar with his beer bottle. "This is the jungle where gay men have come to pray and play." "You're making them sound like serial killers," Owen interjected. "No one is getting eaten," Reuben replied. Then he narrowed his eyes as if considering his words. "No one is getting injured or killed. Only the pleasant kind of eating happens here." "I thought you said no one came here for the food," Keegan said. Reuben leaned closer and whispered into Key's ears. His hazel eyes nearly took on cartoon character form again. Owen remembered licking the whoopie pie cream off Tyler's ass and squirmed a little in his seat. He glanced over at Tyler to see if his mind had wandered there too, but his guy was too transfixed on the conversation across from them. "See that dark-haired hottie in the bomber jacket at the end of the bar?" Rue asked, gesturing with his beer bottle. "Yes," Tyler and Keegan said at the same time. Owen wanted to be annoyed or jealous, but Tyler's rapt attention made him smile. "That guy is like a lion," Reuben said. "Big, brawny, and on the prowl." Then he pointed at the other end of the bar, where a slender blonde in a pale blue cropped sweater smiled and flirted with the bartender. "And that's his gazelle. Long, lean, and graceful. He's drawn the eye of most men in this bar, and they either want to be him or fuck him." Tyler darted a quick glance at Owen, who shook his head. The guy was gorgeous, but he didn't hold a candle to Tyler. The crop top looked great on the gazelle, but it would look ridiculous on him. "He's so beautiful," Keegan said wistfully. "I never knew boys could wear sweaters like that. It looks so soft." "It does," Reuben agreed. "We're men, not boys, and we can wear whatever the hell we want to." He held Keegan's gaze until he nodded, then gestured at the bar. "And our lion across the way is currently wondering how the sweater will feel against him, or how it would look on his bedroom floor." "You're being mighty generous," Owen interrupted. "Most bar hookups end up in a bathroom stall or in the back seat of someone's car." 3 pairs of eyes swiveled in his direction, but only Tyler narrowed his. Owen shrugged and said, "I never said this was my first rodeo." Tyler huffed a sigh and rolled his eyes before returning his attention to Reuben, who narrated the cat and mouse show going on at the bar. The lion bought the gazelle a drink but remained on his stool. The gazelle gestured his thanks by holding up the glass, then flirted with the bartender and the guy sitting on the stool next to him. "Why isn't the lion pissed?" Keegan asked. "The gazelle accepted his drink and then ignored him." "Because a lion is a patient hunter," Reuben said. "Keep watching." He continued his play-by-play narrative as the gazelle cast furtive glances in the lion's direction every few minutes to make sure he still had him on the hook. As soon as the seat next to the lion opened, the gazelle sauntered toward the lion with the drink he sipped suggestively through a straw. Even across the room, the lion's interest was palpable as he devoured the gazelle with his gaze. The prey sat on the stool and swiveled toward the hunter, who placed his big, brawny hands on slender hips to pull him closer. "Whew," Keegan said, fanning his face adorably. "I want to have that kind of confidence someday." "And you will," Reuben said, saluting him before taking a drink of his beer. Owen darted a glance in Tyler's direction to judge his reaction, but his man's attention was all on him. "What?" Tyler leaned in and put his mouth to Owen's ear. "You're the lion." Warm breath ghosted over his skin, making him shiver. Owen rested his hand on Tyler's thigh, wishing they were alone in his cabin. "Not always. Sometimes I want to pursue, and sometimes I like to be pursued." It was similar to their conversation about sexual positions. "But I'd never be able to pull off a sweater like that." Tyler looked across the room, then back at him. "Is that something you'd want me to wear?" Owen circled his thumb against Tyler's jeans as he considered the question. Could he picture Tyler stretched across his bed wearing nothing but a crop top and a barely there pair of underwear? Absolutely. "I think the real question is whether you picture yourself in something like that. I only need you to be yourself, no matter what you choose to wear." He must have given the right answer because Tyler rewarded him with a kiss. This time, Tyler lingered, slipping his tongue inside Owen's mouth. The boldness was a big surprise, and Owen forgot all about their table mates until a new voice intruded, one that was familiar and panic-inducing. Owen wanted to ignore the newcomer and continue kissing, but Tyler's curiosity got the best of him. He reluctantly turned his attention to the conversation between Reuben, Keegan, and Carrie freaking Hart. The latter was watching him with amused dark eyes. Carrie darted his gaze between Owen and Tyler, a wry smile playing at his full lips. "Guess I know why I haven't seen you in a while." Tyler snapped his head in Owen's direction. Damn it. There was no way in hell Tyler missed the innuendo in Carrie's voice. He'd insist on a conversation before they could play lion and gazelle back at the cabin. "Good to see you, Carrie," Owen lied. "Uh-huh." He came around the table, extended a hand to Tyler, and blasted him with his megawatt smile. His tan skin and dark stubble made a sharp contrast to his exceptionally white teeth. Carrie's shoulders looked impossibly broad in his black leather jacket, and his faded jeans looked nearly threadbare in interesting places. Owen was pretty sure Tyler made an audible gasp when he swiveled his chair and got a look at Carrie up close. "I'm Tyler," he sounded dazzled as he shook Carrie's hand, and it annoyed Owen to no end. "I'm Carrie Hart." How do you know Owen?" Tyler asked. Carrie shot him a bemused look before giving Tyler his full attention again. "Oh, you know, I've seen him here and there." Reuben snorted across the table, pulling everyone's attention to him. Owen wasn't sure if he should thank his friend or smack that knowing smirk right off his face. "And why the hell aren't you out with my cousin tonight?" Carrie asked Reuben. Owen didn't know Carrie's cousin was the county sheriff and maybe Reuben's boyfriend. They'd only gone out once, and Rue had stopped mentioning his name in every other breath. Owen had been dying to ask him what happened, but he'd kept his mouth shut. Reuben's shoulders rose with a deep inhale and fell on a heavy sigh. "Seth can't get involved with me until after the Salvation Anu guys go to trial." Rue had gotten caught in the cult's crosshairs during their murder plot to kill Cash. The same assholes physically and verbally abused Keegan as part of his conversion therapy. Both were star witnesses for the prosecution, so a relationship between them could jeopardize Seth's career and compromise the cases. "And I don't think Seth realizes I'm a keeper yet, but he will." Reuben's smug smile eased the tension in Owen's chest. "So, who's this sweet little lamb?" Carrie asked, smiling at Keegan. "I'm Keegan." He blushed profusely, but held the big man's gaze. "I live on the ranch with these guys." "Do you dance?" Carrie asked him. Keegan replied, looking around the table for help from his friends. Owen offered what he hoped was an encouraging smile. He could get rid of Carrie and try to mitigate the damage the jackass caused. "Sure," Keegan said. "I'm not very good at it." Carrie rounded the table and held out his hand. "I somehow doubt that." Keegan's hand looked small in Carrie's palm as he slid off his chair, and Owen noticed Carrie didn't let go once Keegan's feet were on the ground. The two of them were a study in contrast. Carrie was tall, dark, and sinful compared to Keegan's short, blonde innocence. The two of them headed to the dance floor without a backward glance or comment. Owen felt the heat of Tyler's gaze and looked to Reuben for either help or a distraction, but he pushed back from the table. "Think I'll head to the bar to get another beer. You guys need anything?" "Nope," Tyler said. "I'm good," Owen replied. As soon as Reuben left, Owen forced himself to meet Tyler's gaze. "I met Carrie here, and we've hooked up a few times over the years." Tyler swallowed hard and nodded. He lowered his gaze as if it hurt too much to look at Owen. "It's not really my business," he said to his lap. Maybe that was true in some relationships, but not theirs. Owen curled his forefinger under Tyler's chin and raised his head until their eyes met. "Everything about me is your business. I'll tell you whatever you want to know, because I'd rather get it all out in the open than let your imagination run wild." Tyler licked his bottom lip, then nodded. "When did you guys hook up? We're together all the time." "Whenever you went home to Texas for a visit," Owen replied. Tyler's brow furrowed. "The ranch is my home," he clarified. "I've only gone back to Texas 3 times since we moved to Redemption Ridge. The last time was nearly 2 years ago for my grandpa's 90th birthday. And you came here." Tyler's voice was devoid of any emotion, so Owen wasn't sure how to react. "I did." Tyler looked over at the dance floor. "And you met up with Carrie each time?" "I did." Tyler narrowed his eyes. "Are you going to respond with the same 2-word answer?" "I'll use more words whenever it's necessary." That response seemed to irritate Tyler more than the previous answers. "Did you run into him here, or did you call Carrie and arrange a date?" "I ran into him each time. We didn't exchange phone numbers, and we definitely didn't date." Tyler's gaze drifted back to the dance floor as he considered Owen's answer. After a long stretch of silence, he looked at Owen again. "So, you didn't develop feelings for him?" "No," Owen said firmly. When Tyler scowled at his brief response, Owen expanded. "I'm not sure how much of this you want to hear." "All of it." It was Owen's turn to look at him in disbelief. "You want me to tell you everything we did together?" "No. Yes." Tyler deflated like a balloon in his chair. I don't know. I'll start talking, and you tell me when you've heard enough or if you want more detail. Owen waited for Tyler's barely there nod before continuing. To be honest, I wasn't feeling picky when I showed up here. I was horny and lonely. There are things I can't do to please myself, and I specifically came here for that. Tyler held up a hand to stop him, and Owen breathed a sigh of relief until he said, "What things?" "I wanted a blowjob," Owen said. Tyler's eyes widened, but he pushed on. "And I wanted to give a blowjob. I have a dildo to ride, and I've got my right hand to jerk off. Those things will only work for so long before I crave real human interaction. If I were flexible enough to suck my own dick, I would have done it instead of hooking up with someone. It felt good during the act, but I was sick with guilt afterward." Tyler tilted his head. "Why?" "In my heart, I've always belonged to you, so getting pleasure from someone else felt wrong." Tyler's gaze softened. "You didn't cheat. I didn't even know you loved me or wanted me like that." He looked at the dance floor and back again. "Is that all you did with Carrie? Trade blowjobs?" "No. I might not have developed feelings for Carrie, but I trusted him." "Enough to be the gazelle?" Tyler pressed. "Yeah." He placed his hands on Tyler's thighs. "Are you upset?" "No, but I feel a little intimidated. That guy would be a huge act to follow." Owen snorted and shook his head. "He can't hold a candle to you, Ty, and that's a promise. No one has ever made me feel the way you do. There's no competition, but if there was, you'd win the gold medal." Tyler's cheeks blushed. "But we haven't done that much together yet. And you've made me come harder than anyone else ever has. Sex without an emotional connection is just sex. We have something really special. What feels better to you, taking care of business by yourself in the shower, or having me stroke you to orgasm?" "Your touch," Tyler said. "Why?" "Because we love each other." Tyler tipped toward him and rested his forehead against Owen's shoulder. "Do you want my mouth on your dick?" Owen dug his fingers into Tyler's thighs. "I dream about it almost as much as sucking you off, but I'll wait until you're ready." Tyler lifted his head, and his heavy-lidded gaze met Owen's. "I'm ready." If they'd been at the club by themselves, Owen would have thrown Tyler over his shoulder and hauled him out. But they had Reuben and Keegan to consider. "How about we dance for a little while first?" "Because you think I'm making an impulsive decision out of fear or jealousy instead of desire?" Tyler feared poor impulse control as much or more than not having the freedom to make choices for himself. Owen needed to tread lightly while being completely honest. "I made the suggestion because you were upset we didn't get to dance last week, and I don't want to rush Keegan and Reuben out of here." Tyler searched his gaze for several moments before nodding. Then he leaped off his chair, grabbed Owen's hand, and led him away. Once they reached the dance floor, Tyler turned and looped his arms around Owen's neck and stepped into his embrace. "Not there," he said when Owen settled his hands on Ty's hips. "Lower." Owen kissed plush lips and slid his hands over the curve of Tyler's ass and into his back pockets. Tyler sighed happily and pressed his cheek to Owen's. "That's better." "You're all I'll ever want," Owen said. Ty shivered against him, and Owen knew it had nothing to do with the temperature in the club. "I'm sorry for overreacting." "You didn't," Owen assured him. "We're both new to this, and it's scary as hell." Tyler pressed his mouth to Owen's neck and trailed kisses toward his jaw. "You're not afraid of anything." God, how he wished it was true. He feared many things, and most of them had to do with losing Tyler. He used to worry he'd never get a chance to be with him, and now he fretted he wasn't good enough to keep him. "Kiss me," Tyler whispered in his ear. "I want everyone to know you're mine." Owen growled a little before he captured Tyler's mouth in a hot, hungry display of passion and possession. They swayed and kissed through several songs before Owen remembered their friends. Reuben and Keegan were chatting at their table, and Carrie was nowhere in sight. "Want to see if they're ready to head out?" Once again, Tyler took his hand and led him across the bar. They arrived back at the ranch before 11, stopping at Cash's place to drop Keegan off before parking closer to the cabins. "Good night, fellas," Reuben said as he continued to his place. They wished him the same before pushing into Tyler's cabin and locking the door. Owen pressed his lips to Tyler's as they tore off their winter gear and tossed it to the floor. Lucy and Ethel roused enough to glare at them before going back to sleep. Their clothes came next, and they tripped and stumbled their way to Tyler's bed, falling naked on top of it. "I want to make this good for you," Tyler said as he kissed a path down Owen's chest. "Tell me how to please you." "Just do to me what you like," Owen said. Tyler looked up with solemn eyes. "I've never had a blowjob." "Ever?" Owen asked. Tyler bit his lip and shook his head. Owen reached under his arms and hauled Tyler back up his body. "I guess I'll have to teach by example. Straddle my face." "Straddle your face?" "It's not the only way," Owen said, "but I want you to have a really good view of me licking and sucking you off, and I'll get to watch your face when you come." Owen pulled him down for a hot, hungry kiss. "And yes, I want to swallow." "Swallow?" Tyler repeated. It stunned him just how innocent Tyler truly was. "You'll know what I mean when the time is right." Owen squeezed his ass. "Bring that on up here, and hold on to the headboard." Tyler nodded and slowly crawled up his body until his knees rested on either side of Owen's head. His dick was already hard and eager for attention. Owen swirled his tongue around the swollen head, capturing the first taste of Tyler's essence. They groaned together as Owen slid his mouth farther down Tyler's shaft. "Fuck, that feels good." Owen telegraphed with his eyes that he was just getting started, then slowly worked his mouth up and down Tyler's erection. This wasn't the first blowjob he'd given, but it was the first time he'd watched every nuance of emotion cross someone's face while doing it. Tyler's eyelids drooped to half-mast, and his mouth fell open on a sigh and stayed that way. Owen changed his tempo, suction, and depth to amp up and prolong Tyler's pleasure. It didn't take long for Tyler's instincts to kick in, and he rocked his hips back and forth, working his dick deeper into Owen's mouth. His balls slapped against Owen's chin, and the thick vein on the underside of Tyler's dick pulsed and throbbed against Owen's tongue. He knew the moment Tyler understood what Owen had meant about swallowing. Desperate eyes sought his, needing reassurance. Owen winked and tightened his lips. Tyler's entire body shook as he thrust his hips, rubbing out his pleasure on Owen's tongue. The headboard banged against the wall, and the frame squeaked its protest, but the sounds were music to Owen's ears as Tyler lost himself in the pleasure. Wide, dark eyes locked on his, and Tyler's hips stilled as his release spilled into Owen's mouth. Tyler fucked his face through the aftershocks until he had nothing left to give. Then he repositioned his body to kiss a path back down Owen's chest. He was primed and ready to fire before Tyler's hot breath and wet tongue caressed his erection. Tyler took his time learning the length and texture of Owen's dick, making it jerk and dance against his tongue. The sparkle in Tyler's eyes said he enjoyed having Owen at his mercy, so he tucked his arms under his head and fully surrendered. By the time those wicked lips wrapped around his shaft, Owen was ready to levitate off the bed. Tyler was timid at first, but gained confidence with each pass up and down. "Christ, Ty, I love your mouth." Pleasure built, and every muscle in his body tensed. He hadn't asked if Tyler wanted to swallow, and he was quickly approaching the point of no return. When his balls tucked up against his body, he pushed Tyler off his dick so he could spurt against his chin and lips. "Jerk me off," Owen demanded. "Not finished." Tyler lowered his head back onto Owen's cock instead and sucked him off the rest of the way. His mouth was a sticky, smeared mess of saliva and cum when he lifted it off Owen's spent dick. Grabbing a shirt off the floor, Tyler wiped his face before crawling up the bed to collapse beside Owen. "That was so freaking hot," he said, resting his head on Owen's shoulder. "Yes, you are." Owen reached down and pulled the covers up and over them as Tyler's mouth stretched into a huge yawn. If there was something he wanted to say, he'd better do it now. "I love you, Ty. You are so perfect to me." A soft snore was the only response. Owen chuckled as he turned off the lamp and shut down his brain. Chapter 9. Tyler poured the laundry soap into the dispenser, shut the lid, and turned on the washing machine. He dragged his canvas laundry bag to the next washer to load his remaining clothes, but his attention got snagged on Owen's sweet ass as he bent over to grab a sock off the floor. A wave of heat flashed over Tyler as he thought about the newest way he and Owen pleasured each other before breakfast. He'd heard of a 69 and had figured out what it meant, but he never imagined getting blown while sucking someone else off at the same time. Not just someone. It was Owen who sucked his balls, licked his taint, and massaged his hole with a thumb as Tyler lost control and fucked his face. Owen was the someone who made him feel alive for the first time and so keen to try more things. "Better knock it off, or we'll be scrambling for clean clothes midweek again." Owen stood up, tossed the sock in the washing machine in front of him, and started the load. "I know you're thinking dirty thoughts because the temperature in the laundry room just went up 20 degrees. When Owen turned around, Tyler noticed his smirk looked a little fuller than usual. His mussed hair was the aftermath of Tyler's eager hands, though they could have blamed that part on the wind instead of the make-out session they'd had after finishing their Sunday chores in the barn. Tyler dropped the handles on his canvas bag and crossed the short distance between them. He smiled as he reached up and tidied Owen's hair. "And maybe we could stand to be a little more discreet." Owen snaked an arm around Tyler's waist and held him close. "I call bullshit. Every couple on this ranch tears up the sheets every chance they get, and none of them try to hide it." Sheets! Tyler had meant to throw them in the washing machine after a week of rigorous abuse, but Owen had sidetracked him with kisses. "Your eyes got so big just now," Owen said. "Don't you want the crew to know about us?" "Of course I do." He wanted everyone to know, once he found the courage to come out. "I forgot to grab the bed sheets." He gave Owen a quick kiss, then stepped out of his embrace. "I'm going to run back to my cabin and get them while there's still a machine available. Be right back." "I could come with you." Owen's rough voice felt like a caress down his spine. Tyler shook his head and grabbed his coat off the hook. "Oh no, a task that should take 2 hours will take 6, and the guys would get pissed if we tied up the machines all day and disappeared." "But I could make it fast and dirty," Owen suggested. Tyler yanked the door open and stumbled over the threshold in his haste to put space between himself and Owen's ideas. That comes after we finish our laundry." He closed the door on Owen's wicked laughter and hauled ass to his cabin. Tyler balled up the top sheet, pillowcases, and the quilt inside the fitted sheet. The quick motions stirred the air, and the scents from Owen's bayberry soap, his Irish Spring, and their combined pleasure tickled his nose. Tyler had never thought about what it meant to have someone else's scent on his sheets, and he briefly closed his eyes to savor the moment. His cell phone rang before he could pick the bundle up off the mattress. Tyler figured it was Owen calling to spur his return, but removed it from his pocket to be sure. His heart sank when he saw his mom's name on the screen. The urge to let the call roll over to voicemail was strong, triggering an internal war between obligation, self-preservation, and guilt. Tyler adored Wendy Booth with every fiber of his being, but their conversations sometimes left him feeling defensive and raw. She'd been angling for him to return to Texas since leaving jail, and she didn't mind using heavy-handed tactics either. Her favorite angle was his grandfather's advanced age. Tyler loathed confrontation and deflected their conversations, but it only worked for so long. She'd give him a reprieve for a few months before revisiting all the reasons he should return to the family fold. Tyler blew out a frustrated breath and accepted the call right before it went to voicemail. "Hi, Mama," Tyler said as cheerfully as he could muster. He was due for a guilt trip and mentally braced himself for it. "Hello, Tyler." Her voice held the usual mix of Texas twang and warmth, but there was something else, a slight hesitation, sadness. "It's good to hear your voice. I've been missing you a lot lately." Here we go. "I miss you too, Mama." And he did. His mother had the most amazing laugh, robust and throaty, which contradicted her prim church lady reputation. "Do you, Tyler? When you were a little boy, you always volunteered to do the dishes with me after meals just so you could have my full attention, but it seems like we've grown more distant every year. Have I done or said something to upset you or push you away?" Her questions felt completely different from her previous attempts to guilt him into returning to Texas. "I know things were tense between us for a while." Tense? Talk about candy-coating a situation. Tyler had left home against their wishes and completely cut off contact with them. Then he proceeded to bang up his knee after getting thrown from a horse and got addicted to painkillers, which led to an arrest for buying illegal prescriptions from an undercover cop after his doctors refused to refill his medication. He'd been high as a kite when it all went down, so they tacked on driving under the influence to his charges. Tears stung his eyes as he recalled the shame he'd brought to his proud family. "But I thought we worked through all of that," his mom continued. Tyler cleared his throat. "We did, Mama." But he'd unintentionally pulled away from his family little by little so their rejection wouldn't hurt him as badly when he came out. His heart and soul had known all along that Owen was his future, but the rest of him took longer to catch up. Tyler hadn't seen a path forward that would let him keep Owen and his family, and his subconscious had made his choice years ago. "Would you consider coming home for Thanksgiving? I would happily buy your ticket." Her straightforward approach and the hopeful lilt in her voice struck him harder than previous guilt tactics ever had. But Tyler had a legitimate reason to refuse her offer. "Cash and Nick are getting married, and I don't want to miss their wedding." "Did you say Nick, as in short for Nicholas?" she asked. Tyler flopped down on his bare mattress. "Yes, Mama." "Huh." The silence stretched on between them before she spoke again. "You never told me Cash had a boyfriend." Tyler tensed as he prepared for her to quote scripture or something else that would reveal her feelings on the subject. But nothing came. and the silence yawned awkwardly. To be honest, I didn't know either until recently. Cash is very private, and we only knew Nick as his best friend. I see. Her voice had remained warm and judgment-free, but Tyler didn't think he was out of the woods yet. I married my best friend, too, and we've been together for almost 40 years. I can't fault his choice. Was this a trap? Tyler narrowed his eyes and tried to figure out how to respond. Come for Christmas, then. Please, Ty. It would mean so much to us. The idea of spending the holiday without Owen was excruciating, especially since it was their first as a couple. And you can bring Owen with you, she added. Our treat. It's way past time I met your best friend, and I'd really love all my family together under one roof for the holiday. His knee-jerk reaction was to reject the offer outright, but it would give her the option to meet Owen before he came out to her, something he'd never do over the phone. I'll talk to Owen about his plans and let you know. Soon, please, she said. Of course. Now that we've got that out of the way, do you have time to catch up? He thought of Owen waiting for him in the laundry room and bit back a sigh. He really missed his mom, so he said, I do. What's going on around there? Tyler put his phone on speaker long enough to type out a quick text to let Owen know where he was. Grandpa is teaching line dancing classes at the senior center, she said. Tyler smiled at the image that came to mind. I've always said he'd outlive us all, which was why he'd never fallen for the frail grandpa ploy. His mom did most of the talking, since she caught him up on what was going on with his 5 siblings and their families. Tyler smiled when she relayed the many antics his nieces and nephews pulled off. You never would have let us get away with that, Tyler said when she finished. Her laughter was a warm reminder of the easy banter they used to share. Yeah, well, it's so different with your grandchildren, she said. You get to spoil them rotten and let their parents deal with the fallout. Your nieces and nephews have changed so much since the last time you came home, and you haven't even met Skylar. I swore to myself that I wouldn't hound you to come home, but I needed to make one last pitch. Please say you'll really think about it. It's all he'd thought about since she invited Owen, too. With each new story, Tyler imagined himself and Owen in the middle of every scenario, especially when he learned a few of his nieces got into an argument over Candyland. He recalled that Owen's childhood didn't include family game nights. His closest experience was poker nights on the ranch, though the crew's teasing banter was significantly bawdier. And my invitation for Owen is sincere, she added. I know how important he is to you, and I regret we haven't met sooner. Oh, Mama, I don't think you have a clue how important Owen is to me. The thought put a slight damper on his excitement, but he refused to do the same to his mother. I could tell your offer was genuine, and it means the world to me. I promise I will talk to him and get back to you. But when? Their romantic relationship was so new and precious. He didn't want anyone or anything to disrupt the magic they'd found. Tyler expected her to push for a time commitment, but she changed the subject to the new horse that had caught her eye. By the time they said their goodbyes, more than an hour had passed. Tyler was so surprised that he nearly forgot the dirty bedding in his haste to return to Owen. He backtracked to the bed, snagged the bundle, and headed out the door. Keegan, Rory, and Reuben stood chatting near the cluster of cabins and halted their conversation when they caught sight of him. It couldn't be more obvious what he was hauling to the laundry room, and the trio's wide grins said they knew why. Tyler rolled his eyes as he passed them. Just shut up! Their laughter followed him all the way to the laundry room, where Owen had fallen asleep in a chair. His eyes flew open, and he bolted upright when Tyler closed the door behind him. He dropped his bundle to the floor and put both hands on his hips. So much for missing me. Owen leaned forward, hooked his index finger through Tyler's belt loop, and pulled him closer. He leaned his head against Tyler's flannel shirt and wrapped his arms around Tyler's thighs. "You followed me into my dreams, so I didn't have time to miss you." Tyler carded his fingers through Owen's hair, and the dark strands slid through his fingers like silk. "It's true that I'll follow you anywhere." Owen raised his head and stared into his eyes. "Do you really mean it?" Tyler recalled his willingness to choose Owen over his family. "Yes, there's nothing I won't do for you." Owen pushed to his feet and cupped Tyler's face with both hands. "I want to take you on an actual date tonight." "And Miss Poker?" Cash's wedding was the only time they missed the card night since its inception. When Owen nodded, Tyler said, "I've never been on a date without a chaperone." "I could ask Reuben or Keegan to tag along, or—" Owen let his voice trail off so he could kiss Tyler. "Or we could go by ourselves," Tyler said. "We've gone to dozens of places together, but this will feel different. Better." Owen gently kissed his lips. I won't have to wonder what you taste like." "And I've found the missing piece to my puzzle," Tyler replied. "So," Owen hemmed, "is that a yes?" "It's a hell yes." They shared a long kiss before Tyler forced himself to pull back. "The bedding won't wash itself." Owen smiled wickedly. "No, but I have some suggestions on how we can pass the time between cycles." That was how Tyler ended up in Owen's lap for the better part of 2 hours, kissing and touching. Luckily, no one else did their laundry, so they had the place to themselves. Owen hadn't mentioned where they were going on their date, and Tyler hadn't brought up his mother's invitation to Texas. He wasn't sure how Owen would react, and he didn't want to ruin their first date with a serious conversation or think about why they hadn't met one another's families by now. Owen had a complicated past with his mother, too, but they seemed on good terms. If Tyler wasn't careful, he'd stop thinking about how good Owen's kisses felt and create problems where none existed, like he'd done with Carrie Hart the previous evening. One look at that hunk, and Tyler had nearly forgotten about the beautiful milestones he'd reached with Owen. His brain had gone into hyperdrive, imagining all kinds of intimate moments between Carrie and Owen. He'd had no right to be hurt or jealous, but that was exactly how he felt until some wise inner voice reminded him to observe the way Owen looked at Carrie. The difference was night and day. Only Tyler brought out the twinkling in those midnight blue eyes, and finding out what really happened between them had actually hurt less than letting his imagination run wild. Owen pulled back from their kiss and sighed. "Where'd you go?" Tyler wiggled in his lap. "Still right here." Owen cupped Tyler's face, his thumbs brushing a hypnotic path along Tyler's cheek. He couldn't resist leaning into the caress and wondering how Owen always knew what he needed. "Physically, you're right where you belong, but I felt you pulling away from me." The dryer buzzed to signal the last load had finished, and Tyler pushed up to his feet. "Just trying to figure out where we're going on our date." He'd taken a page out of the Owen Doyle Avoidance Guidebook, reminding Tyler that Owen had hidden scars too. He felt Owen's intense scrutiny as he unloaded the clean bedding into his oversized laundry bag. Would Owen return the courtesy Tyler had shown him innumerable times by letting the subject drop? Once finished, Tyler shut the dryer door and turned to Owen, whose suspicion was written all over his face. "And now we can begin dirtying them back up again," Tyler said with a wink. Owen's furrowed brow smoothed out, and his lips curved into a devilish smile. "But not until after our date." "To where?" Owen crossed the room and stood close enough to touch, but reached for his laundry bag instead. It's a surprise." Then he pivoted and headed out the door without another word. Tyler groaned and followed. "One hint." "Nope. You'll find out when we get there." "And when will that be?" Tyler pushed. "As soon as we put our clothes up and make the bed." Tyler fought off the urge to protest because Owen was right. They'd ignored housekeeping tasks so they could spend their free time naked. "Don't pout," Owen called over his shoulder. "You're the one who complained about your shoddy concentration the other day." Tyler snorted. "I didn't complain. I just told you the truth. All I want to do is you." Owen's steps faltered slightly, and Tyler took that as a minor victory. That Owen skipped his cabin and headed straight to Tyler's was a major win. Then again, neither Owen nor Ethel had spent a night away from Tyler and Lucy since Cash's birthday party. "You know," Tyler said when they were behind closed doors, "we could fool around before we put the sheets back on." Owen's nostrils flared as he inhaled, but he shook his head. "You need to save your legs." Tyler arched a brow. "Pardon?" "It's an old boxing phrase. Sex takes the air out of your muscles and weakens your legs." Tyler was still clueless. "You're taking me boxing?" Owen shook his head, and Tyler gave him extra points for not scoffing or laughing. Tyler was the flight to Owen's fight. He'd rather talk his way out of a confrontation or run like hell if that failed. "But you will need your legs for something else." Owen pressed his lips to Tyler's, stopping him from asking more questions. Too bad he didn't linger, though. "You'll find out when we get there." "Not even a hint?" Tyler gave him the puppy dog eyes that had never worked on his parents. Owen's lips parted, and Tyler thought he was getting his way, but Owen snapped his mouth shut and shook his head. "Nice try. Fold your clothes and you'll find out what I've got up my sleeve." He laughed at his cute laundry pun before he emptied his clothes on Tyler's bed. They lived a rather simple lifestyle, so neither of them hoarded unnecessary clothes. There was more than enough room in Tyler's drawers for both of their things, but Owen needed to snag some hangers from next door to stow his flannels in Tyler's closet. Seeing Owen's shirt, pants, socks, and underwear combined with his seemed more intimate than some of the physical things they'd done together. His face hurt from smiling as they reassembled the bed with fresh linens. Owen darted his gaze between the bed and Tyler. He chewed his bottom lip as if reconsidering his date suggestion, and then shook his head. "Grab your coat and let's go." Tyler tried one more time to get a hint from Owen, but his resolve held firm. The waiting only amplified the suspense, but the drive to Colorado Springs didn't take long. Tyler barely contained his enthusiasm when Owen pulled into the parking lot of a roller skating rink. He hit the button to release his seatbelt and launched himself across the console to hug Owen. The rink was one of the few places his mother literally let down her hair and had fun. They ate greasy pizza, drank sugary sodas, and skated until they got blisters on their feet, listening to popular songs that were forbidden at home and interacting with people outside their congregation were wonderful treats. "You remembered." Owen laughed as he tried to wrestle his own seatbelt off. "Only every single thing you've ever told me, Ty." No one had ever made him feel so seen or important. That part wasn't new, but the reasons for Owen's devotion were fresh. Tyler was suddenly overcome with sadness for the time he'd lost with Owen. He settled back in his seat and turned to look out the windshield. "Uh-oh," Owen said solemnly. "Bring back my happy guy." Tyler met his gaze once more. "I am happy, but I wish we'd done this sooner." "Skate?" Owen asked. "No, well, maybe that too, but I wish my epiphany had come sooner. It feels like we've lost 6 years." Owen shook his head. I don't believe that for a second. We didn't lose time if we were together. Okay, I wish we started sharing orgasms sooner. Owen's mouth quirked up on one side. I'll grant you that, but you were raised to believe things happen when they're supposed to. Tyler had listened to many sermons on the topic over the years. God's will versus man's will, destiny versus hard work, people who believed they could manifest things into existence versus those who waited for some predetermined destiny to reveal itself. Tyler wasn't sure where he fell on the spectrum of beliefs. More than one of those things could be true at the same time. He figured most people's success was a combination of hard work and the stars aligning in their favor. He'd seen things that truly seemed like miracles, and he'd seen people who succeeded by sheer will and grit. Maybe the universe truly gave a person what they wanted when they needed it most. All I know is that I believe in you, Tyler said. Then I say we don't waste another second on what might have been when we can focus on what is right in front of us. Tyler sighed. Owen really would make a good therapist or counselor, but he kept his mouth shut. And what's in front of you, Owen continued, is a man who's about to have a sore ass. Tyler's brows shot up. Do tell. Owen snorted and rolled his eyes. It's my first time roller skating, so I figure my ass is going to get acquainted with the floor more than once. Tyler scoffed and waved him off. You're unnatural at everything you try. Tyler opened the door and exited the truck. Owen did the same and rounded the hood, reaching for his hand. Name one example. Tyler slid his fingers through Owen's and said, riding horses. You'd never been on one until you arrived at the ranch, and you got the hang of it in no time. Owen hummed like he was stuck between agreeing or arguing. I got tossed on my ass a few times. By Nellie, Tyler countered. She hated everyone until Kieran arrived. Think about the dozens of horses you rehabilitated so they could find their forever homes. Want me to list other things? Owen's cheeks turned pink. Nah, I got the gist of it. You think I hung the moon. No, but your eyes twinkle brighter than the stars when you look at me. Tyler smiled over at him. I've got the photos back home to prove it. When they reached the rink, Tyler's gaze landed on the pride flag sticker on the door that said everyone was welcome and the business wouldn't tolerate hate. He tightened his fingers around Owen's, notched his chin up higher, and entered the rink. Owen paid their fee, and Tyler practically dragged him over to the counter to get skates. Owen held up the brown leather rentals and grimaced. I don't want to think about all the feet that have been inside these things. Jail hadn't been what Tyler would call pristine, but they'd gotten spoiled since moving to Redemption Ridge. He might have thought the complaint was a delay tactic, but Owen had the same gripe about bowling shoes. They spray them with disinfectant when we're finished. Sure they do, Owen said dryly as he removed his boots. If you love skating half as much as I do, I'll buy you a pair of your own skates, Tyler told him. Owen leveled him with a skeptical gaze as he slid a foot into the skate. Is there a rink for beginners? I'll teach you everything you need to know on the carpet before we head to the wooden floor. I'm mostly interested in learning to stop, Owen said as he stood on shaky legs. Tyler quickly finished lacing his skates and stood up too. They used the small area to go over the basics, including how to push off and how to stop. Owen flailed his arms a few times, but always regained his balance. He looked so pleased with himself that Tyler didn't have the heart to tell Owen the wood floor would be so much slicker. You want to watch the skaters from the wall for a little bit so you can see the crossover footwork in the corners? Crossover? Owen's voice rose a few octaves. That sounds complicated. You'll catch on by the third or fourth turn, Tyler said. Come on. He reached for Owen's hand, and they slowly made their way to the half-wall surrounding the rink. "You enter and exit through those openings," Tyler said. "Mm-hmm." Tyler looked over and saw that Owen's attention was riveted to the skaters. Some of them were young kids, but there were older teens and adults in the mix. The skills ranged from flailing arms and hysterical screaming to gliding around the rink like an Olympic athlete. A couple who appeared to be in their 60s or 70s breezed by, holding hands, and Owen smiled at their cuteness. The music switched from a fast tempo to a slower rhythm, making it a good time for Owen to try it. "Ready?" Tyler asked. Owen inhaled deeply and exhaled slowly. "This was my bright idea, wasn't it?" "We don't have to go out there," Tyler said. "I see a video arcade room over by the concession stand." Owen grabbed his hand and said, "Let's do this." The transition from carpet to hardwood nearly took him out, but between Tyler's firm grip and Owen's natural athleticism, he kept himself upright. "It gets easier, I promise." Tyler stuck to a snail's pace for their first time around the rink. He coached Owen through the crossover maneuvers into the turns and cheered when he gained confidence coming out of them. After their third time around the rink, the DJ announced it was a couples-only skate. Tyler pushed out in front of Owen, turned around to face him, and took his hands. "I'll skate backward." "Show off," Owen called out over the music. His smile told Tyler just how much he loved it, though. "I knew you'd be a natural," Tyler told him. "We've been here 15 minutes, Owen said. "Give me time to let my guard down." There were a few iffy moments throughout the night, but they stayed upright and uninjured. They ate greasy pizza, drank sugary sodas, and they skated until they had blisters on their feet. When the DJ announced the final slow dance of the night, Tyler moved in close and looped his arms around Owen's neck, and Owen placed his on Tyler's hips. They'd kept more distance during the previous slow skates, but Tyler had always wanted to try this. His mother never would have allowed him to get so close to his girlfriend, and Tyler was glad this was another first he got to share with Owen. The DJ played some big ballad from the 80s that Tyler's mother had loved, and it felt like they were the main characters in a romance movie. This moment called for a big gesture, and Tyler knew just what to do. "I want to take you to Texas for Christmas to meet my family. I want to show you where I grew up, and I want my family to meet the man I love." Owen's eyes widened, and he almost lost his balance. "You told them?" he asked once he got back into the flow. "You talked to your mom for a long time today, but I didn't know you planned to tell her." "I didn't do it yet," Tyler said, "but I plan to come out during my visit." "And you want me there? Do they know you plan to bring me?" Tyler slid a hand into the hair at Owen's nape and massaged his scalp to soothe him. "My mom invited you before I could get that far. In fact, she insisted on buying our tickets." "Oh, wow." Owen worked his bottom lip between his teeth. "She wants an answer kind of soon, so I thought—" "Yes," Owen said. "I want to meet your family." He blew out a long breath. "Damn, this is scary." "It doesn't have to be. We'll leave if someone says or does something that makes us uncomfortable. You're the most important person in my life, so they'll love you or lose me." "Ty." Owen's voice came out as a choked whisper as his eyelids closed. He realized his mistake as soon as he made it. Owen's eyes snapped open about the time his feet slipped out from underneath him. He released his hold on Tyler's hips to flail his arms for balance. Tyler tried to help stabilize him and got clipped in the shoulder with a wildly waving arm. Gravity got a hold of Owen, and there was no saving him. Unfortunately for Tyler, Owen's leg shot forward and tripped him. Tyler did a bit of his own windmilling, but to no avail, because he landed on his ass hard enough to rattle his teeth. Owen crawled over to him with worry etched on every feature. "I'm so sorry, baby. Those landings didn't used to hurt as much when I was younger," Tyler told him. Owen watched the other skaters go by before giving his full attention to Tyler again. "How the hell do we stand up in these things?" "Carefully. We'll do it together." They fell on their asses twice more before they made it back to their feet. Owen kept a death grip on Tyler's hand during the quick trip back to the gap in the wall. He sighed dramatically once they were on the carpet again. "Well, am I buying you a pair of skates for Christmas or your birthday?" Tyler asked once they collapsed on the bench. He grimaced and rubbed his ass with his hand. "It's going to bruise." Owen leaned closer, and his dark blue eyes shimmered with wickedness. "I can kiss it better." Chapter 10. "You look different," Keegan said. He sounded hesitant, which wasn't their usual dynamic. Keegan had displayed that tendency with others on the ranch, but never with Owen. Was that a sign that he'd scaled back his time with Keegan too much? He didn't want Keegan to think he'd abandoned him. Owen glanced away from the long road long enough to assess Keegan's expression and was relieved that he didn't seem upset. Different good or different bad? Keegan thought about the question long enough to make Owen look at him again, and this time the blonde imp was smiling. "As if I'd ever insult you." "Sounds more like an observation than an insult," Owen replied. "You seem distracted, maybe. Is it because Tyler isn't with us?" Owen braked at a four-way intersection and searched Keegan's expression once more. His furrowed brow and downturned lips said he was definitely worried. "Get your head out of your ass, Doyle." He returned his attention to the road and eased through the intersection. "I've driven you to therapy sessions for months without Tyler tagging along. Why would today be different?" There was that word again. Keegan shrugged in his periphery. "Just is." Owen weighed how much to say. He'd worked hard to build trust with Keegan, and it would be disingenuous to discount his feelings, not to mention detrimental to his recovery. Yes, he was distracted, and yes, Tyler was the cause, but it had nothing to do with his absence. Owen hadn't been able to stop thinking about their upcoming trip to Texas. Tyler had cleared the time off with Finley early Sunday morning, and his mom purchased their plane tickets that afternoon. The appropriate thing would have been for Owen to reciprocate with an offer to introduce Tyler to his mother. But he hadn't, and he needed to figure out why. "Maybe I'm moping a little," Owen admitted. "We got busted stealing kisses in the stockroom today, and Finley separated us like naughty kids. Kieran had to babysit me all day, and Tyler tagged along with Finley. They're picking up a new foster horse right now, or Tyler would have come with us." Maybe the separation was for the best. Owen needed to work through some things, and Tyler's presence was the most beautiful distraction he'd ever known. He'd been delaying and deflecting several things lately, and it would only come back to bite him in the ass. Keegan snorted before giving in to a fit of laughter, and Owen was glad he'd diverted the conversation. "I'm really happy for you and Tyler. I want to have a relationship like yours someday." "I want that for you too, Key. I believe you'll have it as long as you put in the work with your therapist." Keegan groaned, and Owen could picture the dramatic eye roll that accompanied it. More and more of Keegan's vibrant personality showed with each positive step forward. "Oh my God, you sound just like Bryant." Keegan sighed heavily when Owen stopped outside the therapist's office. He removed his seatbelt and looked at Owen. "I think he's right about you. As good as you are with skittish horses, you're even better with wounded people." He opened the door and hopped down from the tall truck before Owen could correct him. Keegan meant the remark as a compliment and didn't know the negative spiral it would trigger. First, there was the assumption that Owen's current situation wasn't good enough. He earned a good salary by doing something he loved. Every job had shit to shovel, but he could wash the muck off his boots and go about his day. It was the figurative shit that stained a person's soul. Even if Owen wanted to aspire to more, he lacked the intelligence to pull it off. That reminder took him back to the days in school, where he tried so hard to read and comprehend the words in front of him, but the letters never made sense. Many of his teachers accused him of not caring or not trying hard enough. They took in his unkempt appearance and made a bunch of assumptions about his character. And those thoughts reminded him of his chaotic home life, which brought Owen full circle. Introducing Tyler to his mother should be the next step, but he struggled to take it. Did he still harbor resentment toward her, or was the resistance more about his failings? Maybe he was simply afraid to let Tyler peek behind the curtain to see where he came from. Owen had always skirted around sensitive subjects about his past, and Ty never pushed him. Yet Tyler was prepared to permanently cut ties with his family if they didn't accept Owen into the fold. Was that fair? Owen puffed up his cheeks and exhaled long and slow. Hell no, it wasn't. He wanted to be the man who deserved Tyler's love and devotion, which meant he had to peel back the scabs to air out his old wounds. Before he could talk himself out of it, Owen called his mom. She answered on the second ring, sounding breathless. "Did I catch you at a bad time?" he asked. "There's never a bad time for you to call." Owen heard the smile in her voice. "The elevator is out in the building again, so I had to walk up several flights of stairs with my groceries. At least it will help keep me in shape." Maggie rose. She'd returned to her maiden name after she'd sworn off marriage, was in phenomenal shape, but she'd mentioned elderly neighbors in her building several times during their conversations. "How long has the elevator been out?" Owen asked. "Do you want me to call the property manager for you?" She laughed softly. "I can hear the scowl in your voice, and you'll end up with premature wrinkles. And I appreciate your offer, but I've already knocked on Dudley's door. The elevator repairman will be here soon." "I'm proud of you, Mom." "I just did what anyone else would in the situation." She was as bad at accepting praise as he was. "Did you ask him to define soon?" Owen asked. "Sure did. The tech is supposed to be here within the next 2 hours." "Good." She'd said the elevator was out again, which implied a continuous issue. But before Owen could press her on it, she said, "Enough about building maintenance. What's going on with you?" He rested easier at night, thinking his mother lived in a safe environment. A visit home would kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Owen could introduce Tyler to his mother and ensure the new place was up to his standards. But when? Did he strike first and make the trip before they left for Texas? That would give Tyler a chance to change his mind about them before he came out to his family. The thought soured Owen's stomach. How could he think so little of Tyler's devotion? He needed to readjust his thinking before he screwed up everything. The trip to his hometown wouldn't be a test. It was Owen's opportunity to bear everything to the man he loved. "Could I bring Tyler to meet you?" His mom sucked in a sharp breath. "Seriously? I don't know what I'm most excited about, Owen, seeing you after so long or finally meeting Tyler. Does this mean you're dating?" She was the only person he'd talked to about his true feelings for Ty. Owen's mouth curved into a broad smile. "Yeah, it's a recent thing, though." "Is it? Seems to me like this has been coming for a long time. Oh, honey, I'm so happy for you. And yes, 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 I want to meet him. Pictures aren't enough." I haven't said anything to Ty yet, but Owen knew Tyler would love to meet her. And I haven't asked for time off. Someone would have to cover for us while we were gone. Owen didn't think that would be a problem, even though they would be gone a few days in December, too. So whose expectations was he trying to lower? Well, I have a spare bedroom here, so any time works for me. Just give me a heads up so I can stock the refrigerator. You don't have to go to any trouble, Mom, he said. And I don't want to intrude. We could always— You better just hush your mouth, Maggie said. I want you here. So that just left the timing. I'll figure something out and get back to you as soon as I know. I'm so excited, Owen. The more he thought about it, the happier he got. Me too. He pivoted the conversation to the other things going on in her life, which mostly included her job at a real estate agency. She'd worked her way up from receptionist to office manager and loved the environment and the people at the firm. Susan is encouraging me to go to school and get a real estate license. Her voice was soft and hesitant, like she was tossing it out there to get his reaction. Susan is the lady who owns the company, right? Yes, she replied. I'm just not sure about it, though. I bet Susan recognizes talent when she sees it, Owen said. Are you concerned about the cost of classes? I can help, Mom. He had very few personal expenses on the ranch and put the bulk of each paycheck in a savings account. No way. Their survival had once depended on a string of unreliable men, but his mother had found her footing after he'd gone to jail. She'd referred to it as her sink-or-swim time, and she'd swam beautifully with help from a women's shelter, therapy, and organizations that assisted with housing and employment placement. Susan offered to pay for the classes and licensing fees, she said. Her hard-won independence sometimes made her more than a little stubborn, and Owen could tell by her tone that she viewed the offer as a handout. And you don't want to feel obligated to her. It wasn't a question because he knew the answer. What about a repayment schedule? She could withhold an agreed percentage out of your commissions when you make sales. She sighed, and Owen could feel her frustration through the connection. I suggested that to Susan already, and I think I offended her. She made a very generous offer, and I wanted to attach a bunch of conditions to it. His mother cleared his throat and added, Susan said I'm letting fear sabotage my opportunities. Sounded eerily familiar, but Owen didn't dwell on it. Are you? I've heard so many people say that the classes and the licensing exam are really hard. If the young people can't do it, then what kind of hope is there for me? Mom, you're only 47, Owen said. She groaned. Don't remind me. And you're really just now coming into your own, he said. Why not shoot for the stars? She was quiet for a long time before she said, I could say the same about you, honey. I already took aim, and now Tyler and I are building something special. They both knew she hadn't meant his romantic goals. She knew his learning difficulties and lack of a high school diploma were sources of shame for him. But like Tyler, she let it go without pushing him. And that is definitely a reason to celebrate when you guys get here. I love you so much. I love you too, Mom. After they disconnected, Owen stared out the windshield so long his vision blurred. When he blinked the world back into focus, his gaze landed on the Adult Learning Center that shared a building with the therapy office. He could practice what he preached to his mother and go inside the center to see about getting a GED. Owen even reached for the door handle until ugly memories taunted him, and fear of failure kept him riveted to the seat. What a hypocrite. He didn't have long to stew in his misery because he noticed Keegan striding toward the truck with his head down and shoulders hunched. A quick time check revealed there was another 20 minutes left in his therapy session. Keegan was clearly in distress, and his needs came before Owen's pity party. Done so soon? Owen asked when the passenger door opened. Keegan kept his head down when he climbed into the truck and pulled his hoodie up after he buckled his seatbelt. That was his sign that he didn't want to talk, and Owen respected his wishes. Keegan had never left an appointment quite this early, so they must have covered extremely traumatic territory. Owen's first instinct was to go inside the building and pound the hell out of Bryant for hurting his friend. But deep down, Owen knew Keegan had to navigate the hurt before he could heal. There was no avoiding the pain. The irony of his avoidance was not lost on him. "I'm here if you want to talk about anything." Keegan looked over at him, and his red, swollen eyes squeezed Owen's heart like a vice. Tears streamed down his face, and his lips trembled. "Thank you," he mouthed. "Want me to run through a drive-thru for something to eat or drink?" Keegan shook his head, so Owen reversed out of his parking spot and headed back to the ranch. They didn't speak during the trip, which allowed too much silence to dwell on his own issues. Owen's entire body thrummed with pent-up frustration by the time they got home. A shared orgasm with Tyler would have been his preferred method to relieve tension, but he wasn't back yet. So Owen put on some workout gear and headed to the gym in Cash's house. The room had every piece of equipment a person could want, including boxing bags. Owen warmed up with a treadmill and jump rope first before taping his hands, pulling on gloves, and going to work. He started with the speed bag, alternating his right and left fists in a circular rotation to warm up his muscles. The familiar rhythm of movement and sound eased the tension in his chest. Owen focused all his energy on the routine his uncle had taught him to build arm strength, improve timing, and nail the footwork needed for sparring. Howie also used that time to get into Owen's head and remind him that the world wouldn't give him anything. The Doyles never won. He had to take what he wanted. Owen had literally felt like he was fighting against the world back then, and that was his hardest habit to break. Was that why he struggled to lower his gloves and make himself fully vulnerable to Tyler, the one person who'd never let him down? Tears stung his eyes, turning the speed bag into a black blur as he continued to pummel it. Owen hadn't been fighting the universe. He'd been battling himself, then and now. He'd chosen belligerence and indifference in school and resisted any offer his teachers made to help him. Owen hadn't wanted to get tested for disabilities and receive actual proof there was something wrong with him. That stubborn choice was a single snowball rolling down a hill, and it got bigger with each mulish decision, until it became an avalanche that buried Owen beneath a mountain of regret. He'd tunneled his way out to find beautiful, loving, and loyal Tyler. It was fucking time to fight for their future, instead of anticipating defeat. His arms and legs burned by the time he switched over to the heavy bag, but he didn't relent. Owen alternated between jabs, crosses, hooks, and uppercuts until he was too exhausted to think, and hungry. He'd worked through dinner and would regret it later when he foraged for snacks in Tyler's cabin. He could have gone to the kitchen and helped himself to leftovers, but he wasn't in the mood to face anyone. They might ask questions Owen didn't want to answer. He tossed the gloves in the bin designated for sterilization, then removed and discarded the tape from his hands. Owen burned from head to toe, so putting on pants and a thick coat over his workout gear seemed counterintuitive, but he'd learned from past mistakes. He pulled a knit cap over his wet hair and quietly made his way through the sprawling house. Fortunately, he made it out without running into anyone, and the cold bite in the air got his tired limbs moving. Owen smiled when he saw Finley's truck and trailer parked among the others. That motivated him even faster than the cold. He pushed inside Tyler's cabin and found him lounging on the couch, watching television. He wore a faded shirt, sweats, and thick socks on his feet. His hair was still damp, and the scent of Irish spring drifted in the air. Tyler greeted him with a smile that melted his freaking bones. Owen got a taste of what their future could be like over the past week and a half, and he was terrified of losing it now. But were those Owen's thoughts, or just remnants of his late uncle's misguided attempts to make him tough? "How long have you been back?" Owen's voice came out sounding rough and raspy. Tyler sat up and raked his dark brown gaze over him before responding, "A few hours." He rose to his feet and crossed the room with purpose. I'm sweaty and smelly, Owen warned, taking a few steps back. So what? I'm happy and horny. Tyler pressed his body flush against Owen's and draped his arms over Owen's shoulders. He smelled like butterscotch candy, and Owen wanted to devour him. Resistance was futile, and he returned the embrace instead, with his arms settling on Ty's lower back. Why didn't you come find me? Tyler pressed a brief kiss to Owen's mouth, then searched his expression. I did. You were pounding the hell out of the bags, and I know when to give you space. His lips curved into a wry grin. I also know how hungry you get after a workout and brought back leftovers. You take a shower, and I'll reheat them for you. He lowered his arms as if to break their connection, but Owen tightened his hold before Tyler could budge. I haven't talked to Finley about this yet, but I want to take you to meet my mom after Thanksgiving. Tyler's eyes filled with tears. You do? Owen nodded vigorously. I want to show you where I came from. I want to let you in. Tyler looped his arms around Owen's neck and squeezed. I want that so much. My past is the opposite of postcard pretty, Owen said, but it's part of me. Tyler pulled back and stared into his eyes. And I love all of you. We're going to have the best holidays ever. Owen felt the need to temper his expectations, then realized that was what Howie would have done. Yes, we are. Tyler kissed him, but pulled back before Owen could deepen it. Go shower. You've got to be starving. Owen's stomach growled as if that was its cue. Okay, maybe a little. He didn't dawdle in the shower because his legs felt like limp noodles and he could smell the food Tyler had reheated. Once he dried off and got dressed, Tyler served him meatloaf, mashed potatoes, and green bean casserole. He entertained Owen with stories about their new foster horse, Dexter, preening for the Redemption Ridge ladies in the stable. The laughter was exactly what Owen needed after an emotionally and physically draining day. Exhaustion hit him like a knockout punch as they settled in to watch television, and Owen could barely keep his eyes open. Come on, Tyler said. Let's go to bed. You can stay up and watch television, Owen suggested. He'd be down for the count as soon as his head hit the pillow anyway. I'm beat too, Tyler replied with an exaggerated stretch. Dexter was a handful today. They stripped down and slid beneath the covers. It was Owen's turn to be the big spoon, so he bracketed his body around Tyler's and kissed his shoulder. Me and you, Owen whispered instead of a standard love declaration. Always. Warmth and love enveloped Owen from head to toe as his eyelids grew heavier. So, this is what winning really feels like. He had a lot of work to do before he could claim the match, but this round belonged to him. Chapter 11. Cash had told them to come as they were to the wedding, but none of the crew wanted to wear work jeans and flannel shirts to his and Nick's big day. They didn't own dressier clothes, which left them with a choice between renting or buying suits. The less expensive route would have been to rent, but that was only if they thought the wedding was an isolated incident. Tyler's granddaddy was fond of saying that there were only two certainties in life, taxes and death. Looking around the room of handsomely dressed men, Tyler added another guarantee. There would be more weddings on the ranch, and if they were smart, they'd make Harry the wedding planner. Wow, Owen said. I'm really glad you talked me into buying a suit now. Harry had removed the furniture to set up an altar at one end of the great room and a dance floor at the other. She'd draped wispy white fabric strategically throughout the space and strung fairy lights to give off a romantic glow. An arrangement of evergreens, white roses, and silver pine cones adorned the mantel over a crackling fire, and the room smelled like cranberry, citrus, and pine. The wall of windows turned the fresh blanket of snow into the perfect backdrop for the Winter Wonderland wedding theme. "It's beautiful," Tyler said. Owen leaned closer and said, "You're beautiful." Tyler had chosen a simple gray suit, white shirt, and navy tie. He thought he cleaned up nicely, but Owen looked like $1,000,000 in a navy suit, white shirt, and gray tie. The yin to his yang. "You look like a movie star." Owen smiled and straightened up. "I do?" "Mm-hmm. But I'm going to like that suit even better when it's on our floor." Owen's grin turned lecherous. "Think we could sneak away after the ceremony? And miss Harry's dinner?" Owen shut one eye and cocked his head. "After dinner?" "Deal." Ivan clapped Tyler on the shoulder, reminding him that they weren't alone. "Damn, we clean up good on the ranch." "We sure do. How are the grooms doing?" Tyler asked. Rory snorted. "They're still in their room getting ready. Pretty sure I know what they're doing." "Who's officiating the ceremony?" Reuben asked. "My mother," Harry said as she entered the room to several whistles. "I know," she said smugly. She wore a floor-length silver gown and a fuzzy white-cropped jacket. "Hope got ordained online and can't wait to officiate her first wedding." "You look like a princess," Keegan said in awe. "Stop it," Harry said, as she waved for him to continue his flattery. "Maybe even a queen," Keegan added. "Where's your tiara?" "Hey, kid, watch it," Dylan teased. "This is my queen." Harry offered her cheek to Dylan, and he kissed it. "Thank you, Keegan. You're too sweet." "The dining room looks amazing too, sis," Finley told her. She kissed his cheek before hooking her arm through Rory's. "I can't take all the credit. My favorite sidekick is especially talented at putting together weddings at the last minute." Rory darted a quick glance in Ivan's direction as a pretty pink blush bloomed on his cheeks. "I got caught up in the moment." Their big foreman couldn't seem to tear his gaze away from his boyfriend until Hope and Gary entered the great room. Hope wore a satiny silver pantsuit with white fur trim on the jacket lapels and sleeves. "Oh, Harriet," she exclaimed as she took in the room. "Everything looks beautiful. I've been to professionally planned weddings that didn't look half as pretty as this." She raked her eyes over her daughter's gown. "And I can't fault your fashion sense." Harry hugged her mom and laughed. "We look like we planned matching outfits on purpose." Tyler looked at Owen's suit, which was the mirror opposite of his, and figured everyone would think the same about them. They just shared a wavelength and had since their very first meeting. Owen stepped closer and said, "I have to admit, I'm kind of disappointed." Tyler's breath caught, but he managed to say, "Why?" "I would expect Hope to dress like Moira Rose at David and Patrick's wedding in Schitt's Creek," Owen said. "I heard that," Hope said, "and my daughter made me behave." "Someone has to," Harry said. Gary threw up his hands. "Hey, I've tried." "Lesser men have failed at the task, darling," Hope told him. Tyler checked his watch and noticed it was almost time for the ceremony to begin. "You don't suppose the grooms snuck off to Vegas, do you?" A familiar gruff chuckle answered Tyler's question, and they turned to see Nick and Cash standing just outside the great room. They looked around the space in awe before Cash met Tyler's gaze. "I wouldn't want to get married without you guys." Cash's gaze misted over as he took in the crew's attire. "You look damn good. I can't believe you went to so much trouble for us." They rushed Cash and Nick as a group. They were always affectionate toward each other, but it was the first time they'd engaged in a group hug of that magnitude. By the time they were done, Cash couldn't contain his tears. He swiped at his eyes until Harry whipped out a tissue from her jacket's inner pocket. "Getting sentimental in my old age." Cash wiped his face and tucked the tissue away. He smiled at the gathered group before turning his gaze to Nick. "Ready to do this?" Nick cupped his face and used his thumb to wipe away a tear Cash had missed. "I've been ready." They joined hands and headed to the altar. Rory and Ivan exchanged a warm look before they followed the soon-to-be husbands. Hope got caught up in watching the couples and needed a nudge before she remembered her role in the big event. Harry had set the chairs in a single row to form a semicircle around the altar instead of cutting the group in half. "I didn't prepare a formal ceremony," Hope began. "I wanted to soak in the ambience and love around me and speak from the heart." What followed was a gorgeous celebration of devotion and commitment. Tyler got swept away by the heartfelt and humorous vows Cash and Nick had prepared for one another. At some point, he realized he was holding Owen's hand, though he wasn't sure which one of them had reached for the other. Ivan's and Rory's gazes were riveted to one another during the ceremony, almost as if they were the ones committing their lives to one another. A quick glance at the rest of the crew revealed a sweet array of emotions and reactions. Finley leaned on Kieran's shoulder, and Kieran pressed his lips to Finley's head. Dylan stared at Harry as if he still couldn't believe his good fortune, and she playfully nudged him with her elbow when she caught him staring. Keegan's hazel eyes shone with so much hopefulness that it hurt to look at him, and Reuben wore a look of pure determination on his face. Tyler looked to his right and caught Owen staring at him. The fairy lights reflected in his midnight eyes, making them extra sparkly. Tyler had already promised this man forever, and he had every intention of backing up his words with action someday. He'd start by fully surrendering his body to Owen when they got back to the cabin. They'd pleasured each other in so many ways, but they'd stopped short of full penetration. Tyler didn't want any barriers between them, emotionally or physically, and had suggested they swing by the clinic for testing while they shopped for their suits on Thursday. Owen had stared open-mouthed at him for so long that Tyler thought he'd made a mistake. But then Owen swooped in and kissed him in the middle of the department store. Tyler had proof that what he wanted, to belong to Owen in every way, was within his reach. But 2 nights had passed since then without feeling Owen inside him. He straightened his shoulders and channeled Reuben's determination. Owen's mouth curved into a wicked grin that made Tyler want to drag him back to the cabin, dinner be damned. But cheers and clapping interrupted his plans. He turned his head and saw the grooms were still enjoying their first kiss as husbands. The Winter Wonderland theme continued into the dining room. A white lace runner graced the length of the table. Harry had made centerpieces out of the same evergreens, white roses, and silver pine cones that decorated the fireplace mantel. She'd added glass jars with flickering candles and hung twinkling snowflake lights from the chandelier over the table. Harry hooked her arm around Rory's neck and said, "If you like the way we decorate, just wait until you taste the feast we prepared with Dylan's help." Nick rubbed his hands together and said, "I've been smelling smoked meat all day. Bring on the feast." Cash smiled and shook his head. "I'm not sure what he's more excited about, marrying me or eating brisket ribs and pulled pork." Nick sighed heavily. "If you have to ponder, then I'm not doing something right." His comment triggered catcalls and whistles until Harry, Dylan, and Rory silenced the room with the first platters of food. Conversation all but stopped over the next hour as everyone enjoyed their feast. "We're supposed to dance after this?" Ivan asked, pushing back from the table. "Yep," Rory told him. "You need to burn off calories and make room for cake." Ivan leaned closer and whispered something in Rory's ear that made him smirk. Tyler might be a rookie, but he'd be willing to bet money that Ivan listed more intimate ways they could burn off calories besides dancing. Reuben pushed back from the table and stood up with his empty dishes. "I think Keegan and I should get to be the DJs since we're the only single people on this ranch." Keegan stood up quickly with his dishes too. "I love that idea." The two of them launched into a list of songs they wanted to play while the others filed out of the dining room. With everyone working together, it didn't take long to restore order in the kitchen and dining room. "Let's get this party started!" Reuben yelled from the corner where Hope had set up the stereo equipment. Keegan hit a button, and a fast-thumping song boomed from the speakers. Tyler didn't know what the song was, but he wanted to move with his man. He tugged Owen's hand and met resistance. "Now's a good time for us to sneak off," Owen said. Tyler turned backward and tugged on Owen's hand. "One dance first." The corner of Owen's mouth twitched, and he sighed heavily. "It's never going to be just one." And he was right. Tyler insisted on sharing a slow dance before they left, but then they got swept into a dance-off. They only stopped swaying and slaying long enough to eat cake before returning to the dance floor. "Sure wish we had the kissing booth back," Owen whispered in Tyler's ear as they slowly swayed to the music. "Pretty sure it was a photo booth." Owen rubbed his nose along Tyler's neck. "That was just a bonus. Bet our pics were G-rated compared to the other couples." "There was a lot of bumping and thumping coming from that little booth." Tyler recalled the life-changing conversation he'd had with Hope when he needed a break from the love fest. A rush of gratitude washed over him, and he scanned the room for her. Hope stood by herself at the refreshment table, and Tyler knew he wouldn't get a better moment to thank her. He stopped dancing, kissed Owen, and said, "I'll be right back." Hope turned and smiled as he approached. "I'm so glad I get a moment to chat with you." The words, "thank you," hovered on his lips, but Tyler wrapped Hope in a big hug instead. He didn't pick her up and swing her around, but the thought crossed his mind. "That's about 3 Mississippis too long, pal," Gary said. Tyler pulled away and looked over his shoulder to catch the sappy grin on her husband's face as he walked by. "I came over here to thank you, but got carried away," Tyler said. "You're welcome, honey, but I didn't really do anything." Tyler shook his head. "You opened my eyes. I don't know what made you follow me outside, but I'm grateful you did." She cocked her head and said, "You know, I think it was just a mama's intuition. I'm so happy for you and Owen." Tyler looked back over his shoulder, and his gaze snagged on those midnight eyes he loved so much. Owen's lips curved into a beautiful smile that probably had the same effect as a siren's song to a sailor, only without the shipwrecks and death. Hope squeezed his biceps. "Go dance with your man. We can talk another time." Tyler hugged her once more before making his way back to Owen. "I see you're much smarter than I am," Nick said. Tyler had been so intent on getting back to Owen that he hadn't noticed the newlywed in his periphery. Like with Hope, Tyler stopped and hugged Nick. The embrace was brief, but Nick got the message. Just in case, Tyler said, "Thank you." Nick laughed and patted Tyler on the back. "You're welcome." Tyler made a beeline for Owen, who opened his arms so they could resume dancing. He put his mouth to Owen's ear and said, "I want you tonight. Nothing between us, just you and me." Owen's fingers tightened on Tyler's hips. "God, yes." Tyler massaged the back of Owen's neck and slid his fingers into silky blonde hair. "If I were Cash and Nick, I would want us all to get the hell out." "Me too." After a quick glance around the room, Tyler noticed the newlyweds were already gone. "Or I'd just sneak off while everyone is distracted." Owen lifted his head from Tyler's shoulder and scanned the room. "I think we should follow their lead." Just like 2 weeks ago, they left the gathering without saying goodbye and didn't pause to put on their outerwear. "So much has changed since Cash's birthday," Tyler said. "It still feels like a dream." Tyler reached over and pinched Owen's ass, and the thin material of his pants didn't offer much protection. "I'm gonna make you pay for that," Owen said, then hooked an arm around Tyler's neck and pulled him into a headlock. With his mouth to Tyler's ear, he said, "Oh, the things I fantasized about doing to you whenever our teasing ended up in a headlock." Tyler's swallow was audible in the still night. "Tell me," he rasped. "Get inside first." Owen nudged Tyler toward his cabin. Once they were behind locked doors, Tyler dropped his gear and turned to Owen. "Tell me." Owen traced his finger down the front of Tyler's silk tie, then slowly wrapped it around his fist, bringing Tyler closer with each rotation. "Or I can show you." "Yes, please." Owen moaned and shut his eyes. "Your impeccable manners turn me on, and I want you on your knees begging for my cock in your mouth." Tyler started to oblige, but Owen pulled on his tie to stop him. "Another time." His lips parted in a smile that bordered on menacing. "Tonight, you'll beg for my dick in your ass." Tyler's pulse galloped like a racehorse as they tore their clothes off in between hungry kisses. He scored his nails down Owen's back when he couldn't get close enough. "Damn, baby," Owen purred. "I might be the one begging for mercy before the night is over." The idea thrilled Tyler more than he imagined possible. He wanted to push Owen down on the bed and take his dick deep inside him. He needed the stretch and the burn and the completion. You just might. Tyler walked him backward to the bed with a clear image of what he wanted in his mind. But as they neared, Owen spun Tyler around and bent him over the mattress. Tyler put his hands down to break the fall as Owen lowered himself to the ground behind him. "Spread your legs, baby." On a whimper, Tyler did as instructed. Owen gripped his ass in both hands and pulled his cheeks apart. The air felt like an erotic caress against Tyler's pucker, but he didn't have time to moan his appreciation when that sensation was replaced with an even better one. Owen swiped his tongue over his needy hole, then circled the rim around and around until Tyler's knees buckled. Owen used his strong hands to keep him upright and teased his pucker with a few kisses before pulling away. "Before you get my cock, I'm going to fuck you with my tongue." Owen spat on his entrance, then started wiggling his tongue into it before Tyler could comprehend what was happening. "Oh, God," Tyler said, pushing his hips back to get more of what Owen offered. Oh, God." He sounded like a broken record, but couldn't care as Owen's wiggling tongue worked deeper until his lips pressed against Tyler's quivering ass. Owen made animalistic growls as he worked his tongue in and out with shallow thrusts. It sounded wet, sloppy, and oh, so sexy. Tyler gripped the quilt and held on for dear life as Owen wrecked his world, eating him out like a starving man. When Owen pulled free, Tyler rested his forehead against the mattress and panted to catch his breath. "Bet good boys like you never imagined something so dirty," Owen said as he rubbed his hand up and down the back of Tyler's thighs. "There's no part of you I don't want to worship, baby. Are you really sure you want this?" Tyler lifted his head off the mattress and looked over his shoulder to lock eyes on his tormentor. "You either fuck me with your dick, or I'm marching over to your cabin buck-ass naked to find that dildo. I am getting fucked tonight, one way or another. I'd prefer you to be my first, but—" Crack! Owen had cut him off with a swift slap on his ass. "I will be your only because you promised me forever." He leaned over Tyler, cupped his chin to keep their gazes locked. "Tell me you mean it." "I've never meant anything more." Owen gave him a quick kiss, but didn't pull away. "I know you're horny for my cock, but I need you to promise you'll listen to me. I'm not taking it slow to be mean. The first time always hurts a little, and I don't want to cause you unnecessary pain." Tyler swallowed hard and teared up at the stern tenderness in Owen's voice. "I promise to listen. I can't promise not to beg for more, though." Owen growled and released his chin. "And I make no promises about coming before I get inside you." He landed another playful slap on Tyler's ass before he straightened up. "We'll keep you like this while I stretch you open." "Didn't you already do that?" His neediness was already rearing its ugly head. Owen's lips twitched, but he kept a stern expression. "That wasn't nearly enough. Consider it an appetizer. Trust me, Ty, I'm going to give you what you want, but in the way you really need it." Tyler nodded and got as comfortable as he could in that position. He heard Owen rummaging around in his nightstand, followed by the lube cap snapping open. The liquid was cold and slick, and Owen worked it around the opening for several seconds before he pushed a fingertip inside him. Tyler had managed this much on his own, so the slight sting didn't bother him. The intensity increased when Owen slid the digit deeper, but it wasn't too terrible. "Are you ready for it?" Owen asked. Tyler was confused because Owen had made the prep work sound tedious and dull. "Yes," he said breathlessly. Instead of pulling his finger out and replacing it with his dick, Owen bent his finger and pressed against something that made Tyler cry out in pleasure. "What the fuck is that?" Ty asked. "And how quick can you do it again?" Owen retracted his finger but didn't pull completely free. The friction against his hole made Tyler's entire body come alive. Then he thrust his digit forward, pegging that magic spot again. "Oh, oh," Tyler cried out. "That's your prostate, baby. I'm going to pound that until you see stars and come all over yourself." Owen repeated the motion, and Tyler's balls drew up tight in warning. "Won't take much," Tyler said. "God, that feels good." He sounded drunk. Could someone get intoxicated on sex? Owen trailed kisses up the back of Tyler's neck and massaged his prostate in wicked, slow circles. "Want me to make you come like this? I could rub one out on your ass, then we can nap and do this all over again." Tyler keened and moaned. "So close." Just a few more seconds and heaven would be his. But Tyler wanted to experience this euphoria with Owen's cock. "Fuck me now, or I'll go find that dildo." Owen chuckled as he eased his finger free of Tyler's ass. "I'm gonna throw that damn thing out." He rose to his feet and helped Tyler onto the bed. "On your back so I can see everything. And I need one more promise." Tyler lay back on the bed and said, "What?" Owen caressed his face with his dry hand. "Don't close your eyes." "I wouldn't dream of missing a single second." Then he spread his thighs to spur Owen on. "Message received." Owen reached for the lube, and Tyler watched in fascination as he slicked himself up and down before climbing onto the bed. He gripped the back of Tyler's knees and pushed his legs toward his chest. "There we go, baby." Owen grabbed a pillow and tucked it under Tyler's ass. "So fucking sexy." "Yeah, you are." Owen leaned between Tyler's thighs and paused a moment to kiss his mouth. "Remember your promise. We're going to take this slow." Tyler nodded vigorously, though he thought Owen was being overly cautious. He changed his mind when the fat cockhead pushed through the first ring of muscles. Oh, my God, you're huge." He raised his hands and squeezed Owen's biceps. "I'm no bigger than I was yesterday when you sucked my cock down to the root. The burn and stretch makes me feel much bigger, and tensing up only amplifies it. You'll adjust, and I'm going to make you feel amazing. Try to relax and breathe through the discomfort. Remember how good it felt when I fingered your prostate?" Tyler moaned and relaxed, allowing Owen to ease forward another few inches. "Yes. It's so much better with a fat dick slamming into it." "Kiss me, please," Tyler begged. Owen obliged him, and he relaxed enough to take more cock. Tyler whimpered in Owen's mouth as their tongues twisted and rubbed. The tension eased from his body, and Owen pushed the rest of the way inside him. Owen snarled as his body went rigid. "You're so fucking tight. Christ, I'm about to blow like a geyser." Tyler wiggled under him and dug his fingernails into Owen's arms. "You okay, baby?" Tyler nodded. "Just a little pressure." Owen's lips hooked into a sexy sneer. "Because I've stuffed you full." He gave a tentative little snap forward to see how Tyler reacted. "More!" Owen obliged, but kept his thrusts shallow until Tyler was frantic for more. Then he pulled back and hammered home, changing the angle of his hips to peg Tyler's prostate. He lit up like the 4th of July. The mutterings that escaped his mouth were pure gibberish as Owen pounded his prostate as promised. The pressure built inside Tyler until he thought something might rupture. "Please," he begged, "make me come." Owen dug his knees deeper into the mattress and snapped his hips forward again and again until Tyler's climax detonated. He stared in shock as ribbons of white cum splattered his stomach. He didn't know he could come without touching his dick. Owen growled and fucked him through his orgasm. "In you or on you, baby?" "In," Tyler said breathlessly. Owen snapped his hips forward one last time and bathed his channel with his release. He rocked his hips in shallow bursts to ride it out, then collapsed into Tyler's open arms. Tyler wasn't sure if he wanted to cry or laugh from the pleasure. Both? Owen lifted his head up and stared into his eyes. "Did I hurt you?" Tyler shook his head because the magic of the moment temporarily rendered him mute. "Beautiful," he whispered. Owen dropped a kiss on his lips, then carefully eased free from his ass to collapse on the bed beside him. "You might not be saying that tomorrow," he teased. "At least it's light chores and no riding in the saddle." Tyler trailed a finger over Owen's sweaty chest. "I'm going to ride your saddle." Owen captured his hand and tugged him so they lay facing each other. "Or you could fuck me." Tyler pushed up so he could see the clock. "It's tomorrow in an hour." Owen pulled him back down and tucked Tyler's head under his chin. "Going to need a little more recovery time than that. And we should probably clean up." Owen released a contented sigh and held Tyler closer. "But this feels so nice." Tyler wiggled free and headed into the bathroom. He wet the washcloth with hot water and returned to the bed. Owen was already fast asleep, so Tyler gently cleaned him up before taking care of his own needs. He turned everything off and climbed into bed, wincing a few times from his tender ass. "So worth it," he whispered into the dark. He didn't just mean sex either. No price would be too steep for the future he wanted with Owen. Chapter 12. "Hey," Tyler said softly from the passenger seat. It was the first word either of them had spoken in over an hour. Owen loved their comfortable silences, but this stretch of quiet was anything but peaceful. Doubt and second thoughts kept his brain in a constant tailspin. Owen didn't worry about introducing Tyler to his mom, but he dreaded doing so in a place that held so many negative memories for him. Visits to Trinidad, Colorado, reminded Owen of how far he'd come, yet he couldn't help asking, but for how long? Owen glanced over and smiled. "Hey." "I won't ask if you're okay," Tyler said. "You're so rigid, the slightest breeze would snap you in half." Owen hadn't been aware of his tension until Tyler mentioned it. He ached from his jaw to his tailbone, and from his shoulders to the fingers white-knuckling the steering wheel. Owen exhaled a long breath and forced himself to relax. His fingers tingled as the blood flowed through them unrestrained again. "Sorry." "Don't apologize for feeling the way you do," Tyler said. But maybe sharing your burdens with me will help you." Owen opened his mouth to deflect and delay until he recalled his commitment to being open and honest. "I'm not okay, and I'm wondering if this was a big mistake." Realizing how that sounded, Owen reached for Tyler's hand. "Not introducing you to my mom. I want her to meet you." He puffed up his cheeks and exhaled. "I just have so many demons in my hometown." Tyler brought their joined hands to his mouth and kissed the back of Owen's. "Then we'll exorcise them together." "Just like that?" Owen asked. "I imagine it won't be easy, but you won't do it alone." Tyler's answer brought an immediate smile to Owen's face. "If you're not ready, maybe we could find a place to stay nearby so I can meet your mom in a neutral location." Owen had thought about that already, but his mom really had her heart set on them staying with her. And if he were honest, it was beyond time for him to make peace with his birth city. How much of Owen's attitude was earned from negative experiences in Trinidad, and how much of it was his uncle's influence? Howie had a bad habit of assigning blame to everyone and everything instead of owning up to his mistakes. "No," Owen said. "I want to do this now, and I want to do it with you." "Is there some place we can stop for salt and candles?" Owen laughed, and the rest of his tension melted. "You've been watching too much Supernatural." "Not lately," Tyler pointed out. "We haven't turned on the television since the wedding." A montage of their nightly carnal exploits played in Owen's head. Tyler had cast aside his shyness as effortlessly as a snake sheds its skin, and his growth was a thing of beauty. Owen loved watching Tyler explore his sexuality as much as he loved being an active participant in the journey. Ty was eager to try new positions and not afraid to tell Owen what he wanted and where he wanted it. The memories made him squirm a little, and Owen became aware of the delicious ache in his ass. Tyler loved to top just as much as he loved to bottom, and they took turns, sometimes in the same session, to prolong their pleasure. "And a new tension fills the truck," Tyler teased. Owen looked over at him with a smile. "Much preferred over the pity party for one." "Knock it off," Tyler admonished. "I love you now, and I will still love you when we roll back out of town, no matter what you say or how you process your emotions. Let's just get that straight right now. I'd rather you crack yourself wide open to let the ugly out so you can heal. Don't sugarcoat it because you don't think I can handle you at your worst. If that were the case, I wouldn't deserve you at your best." Owen raised a brow but kept his gaze on the road. "Where'd you get that?" "I've been listening to an audiobook on grieving and healing. Hope suggested it." Finley had continued their separation during work assignments, and Owen had noticed Tyler wore his earbuds more frequently. Tyler's aversion to Hope was another pendulum swing. He'd suggested a visit to her store where before he avoided it at all costs. Tyler had wanted to buy a gift for Owen's mom, and he'd struck up a conversation with Hope about the various services her wellness center offered. "Is the book helping?" Owen asked. "Guess we'll find out after our visit to Texas." A hard set to Tyler's voice caught Owen's attention. A glance over at the passenger seat revealed Tyler rubbing his sternum. "Are you trying to get a jump start on dealing with the aftermath of coming out by assuming the worst?" "Nice try, but we're dealing with your trauma this weekend." Tyler squeezed his hand. "And I meant what I said. I love all the versions of you." "And I love you too, which is why I won't let you doomsday prep your emotions over the next month." Tyler snorted, and Owen knew without looking that he rolled his eyes. "They're going to get stuck like that." Owen hadn't believed Howie's warning when he was little, and Tyler's snort said he wasn't buying it either. "And neither of us have gone blind from jacking off," Tyler replied. Owen laughed and shook his head. Please tell me your parents didn't tell you that. Nope, Tyler said, but one of my friends heard it frequently. Did it stop him from trying? Nope, Tyler repeated. Silence washed over the truck again, but it was the comfortable kind Owen loved. More like a comforting weighted blanket than a suffocating boulder pressed against his chest. He didn't speak again until they reached the county line. We're going to arrive in town about an hour before my mom gets off work. Want to visit some of my old haunts and see if the ghosts of Trinidad past show up? Squeezing his hand, Tyler said, There's nothing to fear, because I am your present and future. Yes, you are. Just outside of Trinidad, Owen turned off the main road and headed to their first destination. If he wanted to paint a complete picture for Tyler, then it needed to start with the Evergreen Estates. He slowed as he approached the mobile home park but didn't signal to turn in. There was no need to drive through the lots to give Tyler an impression of his humble beginnings. The wooden sign in front of the property looked like no one had attempted to protect it from the elements since its installation decades earlier. Rot and warp had erased all but 3 letters, welcoming visitors to gas if you mushed them all together. He couldn't think of a more appropriate name for what the park had become. The tract of homes facing the road looked like a row of neglected teeth, crooked, yellowed from neglect, and gapped where some were missing. This was the first home I can remember, Owen said. My dad died a few weeks before I was born, leaving my mom with no money to pay the rent. She moved in here with her best friend and eventually married him. Owen sped up once they reached the edge of the property and turned right on the next road to take them to the main county highway. His first instinct was to gloss over how his dad had died, but he wanted to be open and honest with Tyler. Owen might not have met Keith Doyle, but the man still had a profound influence on his formative years. My dad got shot during a home robbery and died. Baby, I'm so sorry. Tyler's rare use of the endearment made Owen smile despite the somber topic. To be clear, my dad was the one breaking the law. He was looking to make a big score and thought the wealthy homeowners were on vacation. Howie, my uncle, claimed my dad was unarmed, but people who get startled awake in the middle of the night shoot first and ask questions later. I never blamed them. But Howie had resented the family until his dying breath. It was still a devastating loss to everyone who loved your dad, even if he was in the wrong, Tyler said. In Owen's attempt to distance himself from his uncle's influence, he'd forced himself to take the opposite opinions to Howie's, who'd tried to make his dad out to be a modern-day Robin Hood. Maybe the truth was somewhere in between, that gray area people liked to believe didn't exist. A reminder that 2 things could be true at the same time. Keith might have wanted to support his family, but he'd gone about it the wrong way and paid the ultimate price. I blamed my dad for everything that went wrong in my life, but I had to keep it to myself, Owen said. Howie had turned Keith Doyle into a tragic hero, and my mom never wanted to talk about him. Do you think your uncle really believed that, or was that how he processed grief? His favorite coping mechanism was to blame everyone and everything else for his troubles. He thought the Doyles were cursed because the universe was out to get us. Happiness and success were for other people. The only luck Doyles have is bad luck. The world and everyone in it was out to screw us over. Owen sighed after repeating Howie's biggest hits. But I loved that crotchety bastard. He was the only consistent influence in my life, and I think he really tried to be a better man for our sake. Howie's looming presence ensured none of the losers my mom dated or married laid a hand on us, and Howie took us in whenever those relationships inevitably failed. He sounds like a complicated man, Tyler said. Very. Tyler squeezed his hand. But he must have loved you and your mom a lot. He never did say so, but he did. And we loved him too. Owen's chest ached, and he would have rubbed it like Tyler if he had a free hand. Owen turned retrospective again until Trinidad came into view. The town council had attempted to revitalize the downtown area with vibrant awnings over business entrances, new sidewalks, and flower planters on every lamppost. The improvements on Main Street only lasted for a few blocks before the worn and weary took over. Perhaps it was just the start of something wonderful, or maybe it was further representation of the haves and have-nots Howie harped about until he was blue in the face. Tyler sat quietly beside him, but his curiosity pulsed in the air. A quick glance in his direction proved how vested Tyler was. He practically had his nose pressed to the window like a kid outside a department store Christmas display. The gesture stirred something warm and tingling deep in Owen's soul, because it proved how desperate Tyler was to learn every little thing about him. Peeling back the scars on his wounds would hurt like hell, but he'd have Tyler to kiss them better. Each street grew progressively worse with each turn Owen made. Instead of slowly cruising by his old elementary school, he pulled into the lot, drove to the rear of the building, and parked near the playground. School was out for the Thanksgiving holiday, so they were the only people there. It was cold outside, but the blue skies and sunshine looked inviting. Owen turned the truck off and stared at the playground equipment for several moments before facing Tyler. "Want to stretch your legs a bit?" he asked. Tyler responded by taking off his seatbelt and pushing the door open. Owen chuckled at his enthusiasm and followed. He reached for Ty's hand as soon as he rounded the truck, and they walked toward the playground. The equipment was new and shiny, and the school had planted a sign to thank the PTO for their dedication to improving the lives of children. It reminded Owen of the fundraisers he didn't take part in because his mother never had money, and Howie refused to support them because he thought the PTO members were lining their pockets. Owen had never cared about any of that. He just wanted to win the prize for selling the most stuff. Feeling Tyler's hand in his, Owen reminded himself that he'd already won. He led them over to the swings, where they parted ways to take a seat. He pushed off with his feet to start the swing. "Do you remember feeling like you could fly?" Owen asked. "Yeah." Tyler kicked off and matched him, their swings swaying back and forth in unison. "I couldn't go very high in our set at home because the frame would come out of the ground, but we could soar on the church playground." He snickered. Funny how all those lessons in Sunday school about sharing and caring flew right out of our heads when it came to taking turns on the equipment. The joy in Tyler's voice made Owen think twice about bringing the mood down with his experiences. Tyler must have sensed it, because he looked at Owen with a suddenly somber expression. "I'm guessing you had a different experience," he said. "The playground was my refuge from the classroom, where I felt stupid and inferior to the other kids. I knew the difference between a full house and a royal flush before kindergarten, but that was the gist of my preschooling. I learned the alphabet letters easily enough once I got in school. I understood and remembered the sounds they made, and I did okay with writing the letters. The problem came when I had to string them together to form words in the first grade. The other kids caught on like wildfire, reading and writing short sentences, while everything got jumbled in my head. The little shits used to make fun of me." Owen gave Tyler a wry smile and said, "But that only lasted until we got to recess." Tyler looked around at the equipment, then smiled at him. "This was your turf, huh?" Owen gave Tyler what felt like his first genuine smile of the day. "Damn straight. I bullied them so they'd stop humiliating me." He pumped his legs to send him higher in the air, and those few minutes of flying let me forget I was dumber than everyone else. Tyler pumped his legs to match Owen's height. "You were never dumb. and I don't want to hear that come out of your mouth again. It sounds like you have dyslexia. That's not something you could help. I'm surprised your teachers didn't recognize the problem and intervene." "Some of them did try to help me, but I had Howie in my ear saying there was nothing wrong with me. I had some of the same teachers as my dad and uncle, so he accused them of being biased against me. It really got in my head, and I became belligerent at their attempts to help me. It was just a vicious cycle." "Tell me about your mom," Tyler said. "She was your legal guardian and the one who had to make the final decision about testing, right?" Tyler's voice was soft and curious, not judgmental. "My maternal grandmother died when my mom was really young, and her father was a domineering man who treated her like a maid and cook. He didn't encourage her to think for herself. It was his way or the highway. Mom was drawn to my dad because he was different. A dreamer, she'd said. But when he died and left her penniless with a baby on the way, she went back to the type of men she knew. Her father might have been a dominant asshole, but she'd always had a roof over her head and food on the table. Howie mostly fit that bill too, though he was more affectionate than the stone statue who raised her." Owen had hated visiting the old man as a little kid. "What Howie said went, though my mom did go against him when it came to testing for learning disabilities. She signed off on the testing, but I refused to cooperate. Mom didn't stick her neck out like that again." He wasn't showcasing his family or himself in the brightest light, but it was the truth. "I think it just makes her newfound independence even more remarkable," Tyler said, snagging Owen's attention again. His eyes were as warm as a chocolate brownie, and the love shining from them was a beacon for him to follow. He stopped pumping his legs to slow the swing, and Owen followed suit. Once they came to a stop, Tyler grabbed the chain on his swing and pulled Owen closer. "I was wrong about something." Alarm signals tripped in Owen's brain until Tyler smiled. "I can love you more." Owen captured Tyler's mouth in a hard but too brief kiss. "We've only visited one haunt." "Two," Tyler corrected. "What was the name on the mobile home park sign supposed to say, by the way?" "Evergreen Estates," Owen replied, "and that was more of a drive-by." "Still counts." Tyler pushed to his feet and held out his hands. "Call forth the other ghosts so we can lay them to rest." Owen stood up, took Tyler's hand, and headed back to the truck. Their next stop was a shabby building on the corner of 4th Avenue and Miracle Street, though Howie had called the intersection Filth and Misery. The squat concrete structure had been many things over the years, the most recent a sketchy-looking bar called the Hideaway. The boarded windows made it look like the place had gone out of business, but the hard-thumping music leaking through the cracks in the concrete betrayed the activity beyond the walls. Tyler scowled at the bar until he caught Owen looking at him. "Did you come here often?" "You might say that, but it wasn't a bar back then. It used to be a boxing gym, and I came here with Howie every chance I got as a little boy. Later, it became my big kid haven after I outgrew the playground. I got stronger and faster, which felt like a different form of flying, and for the first time in my life, I felt like I might actually be somebody someday." Owen closed his eyes as a wave of smothering sadness washed over him. Open and honest. He reopened his eyes and met Tyler's gaze head-on. "The only time Howie showed a shred of positive energy was when I was in the ring. He pushed me hard, protected me from the uglier side of the sport, and he believed in me. Amateur boxing didn't pay much, but I made a big name for myself. Howie told me I was going places, and he'd promised he'd see me through." Grief clogged Owen's throat, making it hard to breathe, let alone speak. He swallowed it down as best he could and said, "But he died a week before the biggest fight of my life. Howie had lined up some big-time promoters to watch me in the ring, and it was the happiest I'd ever seen him." "I'm so sorry," Tyler whispered. Owen nodded to accept his condolences, because if he stopped talking, he might never get it out. Howie had a massive heart attack in his sleep. There 1 minute, gone the next. I convinced myself that fighting in the big match would be my tribute to him, but I couldn't focus. I tried to picture him in my corner, shouting advice to me when I needed it, or verbally kicking my ass when I didn't live up to my potential. There was just silence, a dark, miserable void. I got knocked out in 3 rounds, and I knew Howie was right. Good things didn't happen to Doyle's. The fallout of his death proved it. Howie's landlord kicked Mom and me to the curb because only Howie's name was on the lease contract. No decent promoter wanted anything to do with me after I whiffed on my big chance. "Your uncle had just died," Tyler protested. That didn't matter to them. Boxing is the very definition of toxic masculinity. Sounds awful. Sometimes. But it didn't have to be that way, and Owen often thought about what he'd do differently if he coached. Tyler looked absolutely stricken, and Owen couldn't resist kissing those sweet lips. Just that brief caress lightened the heaviness pressing on his shoulders. But there was one promoter who came along and said all the right things. Big John saw my potential and promised the others would regret the day they overlooked me. My ego needed the boost, my family needed the money, so he became my promoter and manager. At first, Big John did a good job filling in for Howie. He arranged temporary housing until we could find something more permanent. I got back on a winning streak, and things looked promising. Owen canted his head to the side as he thought back to those early days. I'm not even sure when things went downhill. Big John just morphed from an upbeat guy who spoke about my bright future to a prick who spouted pure venom. Nothing I did satisfied him. I didn't knock out my opponents fast enough. My stamina was shit, and my prize money was pathetic. Oh, and the temporary housing he arranged had a faster expiration date than he'd originally claimed. My mother was hysterical. She'd taken Howie's loss every bit as hard as I had, and then we were facing homelessness. Again. She worked 3 low-wage jobs, and we still couldn't get ahead. Big John had a solution, though. Fixing fights was more lucrative than winning the amateur league title I chased. I refused, of course, and that's when he told me I'd never make it big. I lacked the size, speed, and stamina it would take to become a prize fighter. "And Doyle's never really won?" Tyler asked. Owen nodded. I agreed to fix a match in Colorado Springs. Little did I know, a boxer was seriously injured 6 months prior in a rigged fight there, triggering a police investigation. My opponent turned out to be an undercover cop with a fucking mean right hook. Owen flexed his jaw left and right, as if he could still feel the aftermath of the blow. The match went exactly as agreed, and I ended up losing my freedom with the fight. Big John and I got arrested as soon as money changed hands, and you know the rest. Then he reconsidered. You know I landed in jail, but I didn't tell you how I ended up with a 3-year sentence for my first offense. Tyler cocked his head to the side. So tell me now. I didn't contest the charges, but I still needed to plead my case for a lighter sentence, so the public defender wrote up something suitable for me to read in court. Oh, no. Tyler's wince matched the clinching in Owen's guts. I was too embarrassed to tell my attorney I couldn't read, and hoped it would be one of the few occasions when the letters lined up for me. Spoiler alert, they didn't. Tyler smiled a little at that one. I read the statement to the judge the best I could, but it came out sounding cold and robotic. The judge claimed I had no remorse and gave me the maximum sentence for a first-time offender. Owen cupped his face. I'm not sorry because I met you a year later. Tyler leaned forward and kissed him. Still love you like crazy. Owen released a long sigh that ended in a shaky laugh. Sounds like I've been storing that one for a long time. I imagine you've been storing a lot of things that aren't necessarily good for you, Tyler said. Maybe now you can set them and yourself free. Very profound, Owen replied. Did that come from your audiobook? Tyler's lips curved into a smug grin. Nope, I'm just repeating something you told Keegan once. Owen raised a brow. I said that? Are you sure? I am positive. You're so much smarter than you give yourself credit for, and I think Bryant and Keegan might be onto something. Just thinking about the amount of schooling he'd need to become a therapist was enough to induce panic. Maybe Tyler sensed it, or perhaps his expression betrayed the terror, because Tyler was quick to soothe him with a kiss. You don't have to become a licensed therapist to make a difference in someone's life. You could use your boxing and mentoring skills to help teens feel less vulnerable or challenge their frustrations in healthier ways. It was on the tip of Owen's tongue to dismiss the idea, but something about the suggestion just felt right. Just think about it, Tyler said, then glanced at his watch. Your mom will be home from work soon. Owen knew he was right, but it was hard to put Tyler's comment out of his mind. One more stop first. Oh, Tyler said excitedly, as if they were taking a tour to see where the Hollywood stars lived. Can I guess? Sure. Owen bit back a smile because there was no way he'd get it right. High school? Owen scowled and shook his head. Too easy. Tyler hummed for a few seconds. The spot where you had sex for the first time? You already saw it, Owen said. What? Where? His eyes widened. The boxing gym? Yep. Did Howie know you were gay? Owen's face flushed as he recalled the moment he confirmed what his uncle had already known. Oh, yeah. The acoustics in that gym shower didn't hide anything. Uncle Howie had suspected for a while that I was gay, and that's why he started teaching me to fight so I could defend myself. Because he loved you, Tyler said. He did. That's why their last visit would be the hardest. Neither of them said anything when Owen drove through the arched entrance to the cemetery. The sun had started to set, and the wind had picked up considerably when he parked near a tidy row of 5 tombstones. Tyler gasped softly when he read the Doyle name on each of the markers. These 3 have the same date of death on them, he said. His parents and sister died in a car accident when Howie was 21 and Keith was 15. Then he lost your dad 5 years later. No wonder he was so bitter. Owen didn't mean to be disrespectful when he walked past the first 4 tombstones to kneel at the last one. He hated that they died so young, but he hadn't known them, and Howie didn't like talking about his lost family. My uncle didn't know how to show love. Life had beat the shit out of him. Owen swallowed hard. I realized too late that he showed his affection by teaching me to fend for myself with both my fists and street smarts. Owen smiled wryly at Tyler, who squatted next to him. Maybe his methods and messages needed work, but he did the best he could, and I loved him. I hope he knew it. Tyler took his hand, and their cold fingers interlocked. I guarantee he did, and he'd be proud of the man you've become. Thank you. Those 2 words seemed wholly inadequate for the appreciation warming Owen's heart. The breeze ruffled Tyler's hair, and he shivered. Owen stood up, pulling Tyler with him. They shared a brief kiss before separating. Let's head to my mom's place. She'd moved since his last visit, so he didn't know what to expect about her new apartment. Only that she'd filled it with freebies from friends or second-hand furniture she found at nearby thrift stores. It was on the tip of his tongue to caution Tyler not to expect much, but that would have been a disservice to his mom. She'd worked so hard to stand on her own 2 feet, and Owen heard the pride in her voice every time she talked about her new home. The exterior of the building wasn't much to look at. It was a reddish-orange brick box with no adornments to soften the stark color or sharp lines. Owen pushed his initial reaction aside and looked closer. Aside from the unfortunate color and shape, the building and grounds were tidy. "This place would look so much better if they painted the brick like Chip and Joe do on their show," Owen said. "Put up some shutters or something." When Tyler didn't respond, Owen looked over at him. "What?" "You spend hours playing those remodeling games on your phone, and suddenly you're an expert," Tyler teased. He turned back to the building and added, "It could use some landscaping. Those harsh lines only look good on cheekbones and jawlines." It was Owen's turn to be charmed. That comment sounded like something RuPaul would say during a home renovation. Chip, Joe, and Ru. That's a crossover I could get behind. Owen was just about to respond when an older Subaru parked a few spaces down from them. "There she is," he said. But the woman who got out of the car was almost a stranger to him. She'd cut her blonde hair several inches shorter, and the soft curls fell to her shoulders. This woman wore a red wool peacoat, an ivory scarf with a matching hat, and brown leather knee-high boots over slim-fitting jeans. She looked at least 10 years younger than Maggie, and moved with a confidence his mother had never possessed. She stopped at her trunk and looked around before opening the back hatch, reminding Owen that Dateline was her favorite show. That's when his mom's gaze landed on the Redemption Ridge truck. She launched herself in their direction, abandoning whatever was waiting inside the back of her Subaru. Owen was out the door and around the truck to sweep her up in a big hug. She might look different, but his mom still smelled like lavender. But these days, she used the higher quality products that Hope made. They pulled apart and stared at each other as if seeing one another for the first time. Owen suspected he'd also changed a lot since their last visit. She cupped his face as tears filled her eyes, and Owen's watered in response. If there'd been a curse, they had broken it. If there were demons, they'd slain them. Life had battered them a little, but it hadn't knocked them down. "We made it, Mom," he whispered. "We sure did." She gave him another tight squeeze before she stepped back and said, "Now, introduce me to Tyler." Chapter 13. Tyler smiled as he watched Owen's interaction with his mother. He'd held her tightly against his chest as if he feared she might drift away on the breeze, and Maggie clung to him as if she might not get another chance. When they parted, Owen and Maggie continued to stare at one another as something silent and beautiful passed between them. Peace washed over Owen's handsome face as they exchanged words Tyler couldn't hear. Then the duo simultaneously turned and locked their gazes on him. He'd seen pictures of Maggie, of course, but they didn't do her justice, and it amazed Tyler just how much mother and son looked alike. They shared the same blonde hair, midnight blue eyes, pink cheeks, and gorgeous smile. "Mom," Owen said, "this is—" "Tyler!" Maggie launched herself at him as she'd done with Owen. Opening his arms and wrapping her in a hug felt as natural as breathing. "I'm so happy to meet you." She tucked her head under his chin so her voice came out muffled. "I'm happy to meet you, too." If things went south with his folks, at least he and Owen would have Maggie in their lives. She pulled back, cupped Tyler's face, and peered into his eyes. "I feel like I know you already. Owen talks about you all the time." "Mom," Owen protested. Maggie ignored him and continued talking to Tyler. "And there's always a smile in his voice that I don't hear when he talks about anyone else." "Mom," Owen protested again. Tyler looked over her head and smiled at Owen. "Is that so?" Owen's cheeks turned a shade of pink that had nothing to do with the rapidly dropping temperature. "Maybe." Maggie let out a tiny squeal of delight and clasped her own cheeks. I've waited so long for this." A tall, slender woman in a dove-gray coat and a soft pink hat stepped around Maggie's car and took in the scene with concern on her face. "Is everything all right, Maggie?" she called out. "I thought I heard a noise, and then I found your car abandoned." Maggie whipped around to face the newcomer. "Oh, hi, Stephanie. Yes, I'm great, but thank you so much for checking." She placed her arm on Owen's biceps and said, "This is my son, Owen, and his boyfriend, Tyler. They're visiting for the weekend." Stephanie visibly relaxed and walked toward them. She had long black hair and pale blue eyes. Her glossy pink lips curved into a genuine smile as she extended her hand to Owen, then Tyler. "I've heard so much about you, Owen." Stephanie looked at Maggie and said, "Why didn't you tell me he was coming?" Maggie averted her gaze, but not before Tyler noticed the rising color in her cheeks. "I didn't want to jinx it." "Have you known my mom long?" Owen sounded more curious than concerned. There was no way he missed Maggie's blush or the familiarity between the ladies. Stephanie shoved both hands in her pockets, but Tyler couldn't tell if she was cold or uncomfortable. "Not really," she said. "I moved into the apartment beside Maggie, and she's been so kind to me. Turns out that borrowing sugar isn't just a plot point in books and movies." She grinned at Maggie, who giggled. "Very interesting." "A person can't bake sugar cookies without it," Maggie replied. Stephanie smiled wryly and shook her head. Another gust of wind whipped through the parking lot like a party crasher. Stephanie sighed and said, "Where are my manners? It's freezing outside, your son just arrived, and I'm rambling." She took a few steps backward and hooked her thumb over her shoulder. "I should get going anyway. I need to pick up some ingredients at the store for my next baking adventure." "What are you trying next?" Tyler asked, hoping to make her feel less awkward. "Pecan pie," Stephanie replied. Maggie clutched both hands to her heart. "My favorite." Tyler suspected Stephanie already knew that. "Let us know if you need test subjects," he said. Stephanie shifted her gaze to the pretty, blushing blonde. "Really?" "Of course," Maggie replied, "but I know it will be wonderful." She looked at Owen and Tyler before returning her attention to Stephanie. "If you don't have plans for dinner tomorrow, I'd love for you to join us." Stephanie's eyes widened and her lips parted in surprise. "I can't intrude again so soon. You were so kind to feed me yesterday." Tyler exchanged another look with Owen. Sharing a Thanksgiving meal together seemed significant. "You won't be intruding, right, boys?" Maggie asked. "Right," Tyler and Owen replied. Stephanie smiled to showcase a pair of pretty dimples. "Okay. Text me what time I should be there and what you'd like me to bring." 6 o'clock for dinner, and just bring yourself," Maggie replied. "Okay. It was nice meeting you guys," Stephanie told Tyler and Owen before turning around and walking forward. "Likewise," Tyler called out. Owen was too busy studying his mother to respond. He waited until Stephanie was out of earshot, then said, "Your lady friend is smoking hot, Mom." Maggie's eyes widened to saucers, and her mouth popped open in surprise. Owen chuckled at her reaction, and she playfully elbowed him in the ribs. "Hush now, and help me get the stuff out of my car." "I just got here, and you're already putting me to work," Owen teased as he followed Maggie to her Subaru. "Stop your fussing, or you'll spoil your surprise." Owen lengthened his stride toward the vehicle. "You should have led with the surprise bit, Mom." Tyler laughed and followed behind the pair. It seemed like they'd forgotten he was there for a moment, which he actually enjoyed. It meant Owen was completely at ease with his mom, because Tyler was as well. If he'd gotten so much as a whiff of discomfort, Owen would have been making assurances instead of staring into the back of the Subaru. He lifted a hand and scratched his temple before turning a concerned look at Maggie. "You want me to help hide the body?" Owen asked. "Or is it bodies? That bag is huge." Tyler peered into the car and saw a supersized red duffel bag with heaving sides. He smiled when he recognized it, because his mom had one of those too. His father made the same joke as Owen every year when she dragged it out of the storage area under the basement stairs. Maggie snorted and nudged Owen again. "That's a Christmas tree bag, brat. Sandy bought a new pre-lit tree and decorations for the office and gave me the old stuff." She hooked her arm around Owen's waist and leaned her head against his shoulder. "I've always dreamed of giving you the kind of holiday I've seen in TV shows and movies. I've got everything we need to trim the tree and decorate cookies." Tears shimmered in Maggie's eyes, and she let out a sniffle when Owen hugged her tightly. Locking his eyes on Tyler's, Owen said, "This is already the best holiday I've ever had." Tyler winked and mouthed, "Mine too." "The absolute best," Maggie agreed. She straightened and pulled away from Owen. "This might take a few trips to get everything upstairs." She leaned into the open hatch and pulled out a collapsible handcart with a basket on the top and a small shelf on the bottom. It was about a fourth the size of a regular grocery cart, but still handy. "I think we can get all the shopping bags in the basket and the heaviest box on the bottom of the cart. The rest of the boxes are bulky, but not heavy." They helped Maggie load the handcart, and then Owen took one side of the Christmas tree bag and Tyler took the other. Several people were in the lobby getting mail from their boxes when they walked in. A balding man in a festive sweater took one look at the oversized bag and smiled at an elderly lady dressed in a pale blue velour tracksuit that matched the tint in her white hair. "Have you seen Dudley lately, Helen?" "Not since Wednesday evening," the woman replied. "Ha, ha, ha, Pete," Maggie said dryly. Tyler leaned closer to Owen. "Who is Dudley, and why do they think he's dead in this bag?" "He's the property manager," Owen replied. "Mom went a round or two with him over the elevator." "Ah." Maggie jabbed the button to call the elevator to the lobby floor. "And I didn't have to threaten violence." "Could have just carried it out without warning," Pete said, falling in behind them. "Wham!" Helen exclaimed, "like a ninja." Maggie heaved a weary sigh while Tyler and Owen exchanged smiles. They'd met 3 people from the building so far, and all of them seemed fond of Maggie. Owen introduced himself to Pete and Helen, who greeted him graciously. "Well, if I had killed Dudley," Maggie continued, "I wouldn't drag him back up to my apartment to stink up the place." "Fair point," Pete said to Helen. "Very practical," the older woman agreed. The 4 of them squeezed inside the elevator when it arrived, and they said goodbye to Helen on the 2nd floor and Pete on the 4th. Owen winked at Tyler, then turned to look at Maggie. "Helen and Pete didn't seem to recognize my name, so apparently you only talk about me to sexy brunettes you invite over for Thanksgiving dinner." Tyler leaned forward to gauge Maggie's reaction, and her dramatic eye roll and flushed cheeks didn't disappoint. "We're not a thing," Maggie said. "She's new to the area and doesn't know a soul. I'm just being neighborly." Maggie sniffed and brushed a strand of hair off her forehead. "Besides, she's much too young for me." "Don't be ridiculous. She's at least 30, Owen told her. 35, Maggie replied absently. She worked her bottom lip between her teeth and stared off into space until the elevator stopped on her floor. "I don't know," she said when she pushed the cart into the hallway. "I haven't dated for almost 7 years. That was around the time Owen got arrested and went to jail. I'm a little rusty and don't trust myself after the mistakes I've made." "I have faith in you, Mom," Owen said as they followed with the bulky Christmas tree bag. "And you deserve to find genuine happiness with someone special instead of living alone." Maggie hummed, and Tyler figured that would be the end of the conversation. But she surprised him when she stopped outside her apartment door. "Do you really think Stephanie is interested in me romantically?" "She charged into a parking lot when she found your hatch open and saw you talking to 2 strange men, and she can't seem to tear her eyes off you for longer than a few seconds." Owen's words trailed off like maybe he was thinking through what to say next. "I think you're interested in her, too. Stephanie makes you blush and giggle like you're 20 again, and it sounds like you're comfortable enough to confide in her." Owen met Tyler's gaze and held. "You should take a chance because you deserve to know what real love feels like." Maggie glanced at them with a sappy smile on her face. She released the cart to clutch both hands to her heart. "You boys really are the best Christmas ever." It took Tyler and Owen 2 more trips to unload the Subaru and grab their bags from the truck. They packed light since they were only spending 2 nights in Trinidad, so their clothes and toiletries were in one bag, and Maggie's Christmas gifts were in the other. "The first room on the left is your bedroom, and the guest bathroom is directly across the hall," Maggie told them. "Make yourself comfortable while I fix us something to drink." She rattled off the usual options of water, coffee, and soda, along with some irresistible seasonal offerings. "What sounds good to you?" "I'll take a spiced apple cider," Owen replied. "Peppermint hot chocolate for me," Tyler said. "Perfect." Maggie headed into the kitchen, and they went to their bedroom. "The inside of the building is much nicer than the outside," Owen mused once they were behind closed doors. The exterior was drab and square, but the interior was clean, freshly painted, and had new carpet. Even the shared spaces were tidy and well kept. Before Tyler could look around the room, Owen cupped his face and kissed him. "Thank you so much for being here with me. There's nowhere else I want to be." Besides, Owen was making the trek to Texas with him, though their arrival and news might not get the sweet reception Maggie gave them. Tyler tried hard not to expect an explosion of epic proportions, but it was hard not to do. If the worst happened, they'd still have their ranch family and Maggie. "Knock it off," Owen whispered. Tyler tried to screw his features into an innocent expression. "What?" Owen's scoff said it didn't work. "I can tell you're mentally doomsday prepping again. Give your folks the benefit of the doubt until they prove they don't deserve it. You haven't even spoken to them about your sexuality yet, and you're already predicting they'll reject you." The last thing Tyler wanted was for Owen to fret over his emotional health when he should soak up all the love and adoration Maggie could give him. "You're right." And he was. "I'm not being fair to myself, them, or you." Owen furrowed his brow and scowled. "Me?" "I'm dragging down the vibe," Tyler replied. "I won't do it again. At least not until bedtime, when sleeping in a strange place might keep him awake." Owen's expression darkened, and he pressed his body against Tyler's. "Keep it up, and I'll put you over my knee." He pictured himself bent over Owen's legs with his pants down and his pink ass primed for more. Lust, white-hot and thrilling, unfurled like a snake low in Tyler's belly as he imagined the crack of Owen's palm against his ass and the resulting sting. Owen let out a soft growl and captured his mouth in a hot, demanding kiss. He propelled them backward until Tyler's legs bumped into the back of the bed. Tyler tried to stay upright because he knew what happened any time they got vertical on a bed, sofa, or any other surface sturdy enough to hold them. He slid his hands up Owen's chest and pressed his palms against firm pecs until Owen broke the kiss. "We better get back out there before things get out of control in here," Tyler suggested. Owen's face was tight with arousal, and his eyes still hadn't regained focus. He looked from the bed to Tyler before stepping back and taking a deep breath. "Is spanking something you want to explore?" Owen asked. "I'm not sure. I've never thought about it until now." Swallowing hard, Tyler added, "But I had a very intense reaction just from the suggestion." Owen ran the back of his fingers over Tyler's semi-erection. "I'll say." Tyler took a shaky breath and stepped into Owen's caress. Energy hummed through his body like someone had plugged him into a charger. His attraction to Owen was stronger and more addictive than the pain pills ever were, but Tyler was in control and weathering his impulses better, as Owen had promised. "I want to try it." Owen closed his eyes as he imagined the heat spreading across his ass cheeks from the slap. He shook his head as if that would clear the imagery. "If you're willing." Owen cupped the back of his neck and kissed him hard, but not nearly long enough. "I will give you anything and everything you need. Just tell me when." Owen pressed one last kiss against his lips before he dropped his hand and stepped away. "Maybe you should hang out back here for a few minutes to get that," Owen gestured toward Tyler's crotch, "under control." Tyler looked down at the erection trying to fight its way out of his jeans. He snapped his gaze back up to Owen's twinkling eyes. "What are you going to tell your mom? Won't she wonder where I am?" Owen chuckled as he stepped back toward the door. "I'll tell her you're unpacking because you can't stand living out of a suitcase or a bag even for a few days." Tyler hated digging around for stuff when it only took a few minutes to put things away, which Owen knew from the few occasions they'd traveled overnight for ranch business. This was their first getaway as a couple, and he wondered what would happen if they were truly alone. Would they try the spanking thing? Owen paused with his hand on the doorknob. "What are you thinking about?" "What would you do to me once you had my ass red and hot?" Tyler whispered. Owen dropped his hand from the knob and retraced his steps back to stand in front of Tyler. The heat rolling off Owen's body made Tyler sway into him, making it easy for Owen to press his lips to Tyler's ear. "I would put you on your knees and pound that sweet red ass. I'd feel your heated skin every time I slammed into you." Tyler bit his lip, but a whimper still escaped. "I hurt so bad." A dark, low chuckle rumbled from Owen. "Not yet, you don't." He reached down between their bodies and squeezed Tyler's dick through denim. "Rub one out if you can't calm this guy down with unsexy thoughts." "By myself?" Tyler sounded so affronted that it drew laughter from them both. "Baby, I'd love to help you, but you wouldn't be able to look my mom in the eyes afterward." "Oh, God!" That came out louder than Tyler had intended, and he grimaced. Owen dropped his gaze and blew a kiss at Tyler's crotch before leaving. There was no way in hell he was going to whip out his dick and jerk off while Owen distracted his mom. The mere thought brought blood rushing to his face, but it relieved pressure elsewhere. By the time he sorted their belongings, Tyler had gotten himself mostly under control. Maggie and Owen had already unpacked the Christmas tree and were organizing the branches by color-coded tags on the metal limbs. "The color is faded," Owen said. "I think it might have been orange at one time. Do we have orange limbs?" Maggie came over to him and they studied the tag together. They wore identical frustrated expressions. Tyler snuck his phone from his pocket and snapped a picture to capture the adorable moment. "I think I saw orange already. Check that pile over there," Maggie said, pointing to the farthest stack from where they stood. "These tags used to have letters stamped on them, but they're faded too. Boy, I hope this wasn't a mistake." "Nope," Owen said as he stepped over the sorted branches. "This will be great. If nothing else, we can match these up by size and create a new system." Maggie snapped her head up and looked at him with a smile on her face. "You've become quite the problem solver." "I don't know about that," Owen said dismissively. "Just seems like the natural thing to do." Owen deflected praise like an Olympic champion, and Tyler was determined to change that. "Are you just going to stand there and look adorable, or are you going to help?" Owen's voice snapped Tyler from his musings. "Help, of course," Tyler said as he joined the fray. It took them at least 90 minutes and a couple of rounds of drinks to group the branches and create a new sorting system. There were 6 rows of limbs, plus the top of the tree. Maggie brought out her nail polish, and they painted new vibrant colors on the metal rods and jotted down the order on a piece of paper she put inside the tree bag. Maggie brushed blonde curls off her forehead, then put both hands on her hips as she surveyed the carnage. "We still have to put this beast together. I probably should have just invested in one of those pre-lit trees." "Nah," Tyler said. "These types last longer." He picked up a branch and started fluffing it. "The pre-lit ones go up fast, and the lights are evenly spaced, but they're a pain in the ass to troubleshoot when the wiring goes bad." "Oh, man," Owen groaned. "Remember last year when only half the lights worked on the 12-footer Harry puts up in the great room? I've never seen that Spitfire get mad enough to, well, spit fire," Tyler replied. He picked up a box of miniature colored lights. "These babies are a cinch to troubleshoot, and my mom taught me a fun trick to make stringing the lights a breeze. Want me to share?" Maggie had watched him with rapt attention and a smile on her face. "Absolutely." "I'll show you." He handed a box of lights to Owen. "Would you unwind these for me?" "Sure." Owen looked just as excited as Maggie to see him in action. Harry wouldn't let them anywhere near the ranch trees, and they'd never decorated their cabins. Tyler held up one of the longest limbs that would notch into the bottom row. "Start with the bottom and work your way up. Fluff each branch as you go, plug in the lights, and string up each row to make sure they work and are evenly spaced before moving on." "Now, that just makes too much sense," Maggie said. Tyler laughed. "There's still plenty of room for chaos." "Only because you have perfectionist tendencies," Owen said, as he unwound the first strand of lights. "I do not," Tyler said, then proved the exact opposite over the next hour. He fluffed, locked the branches in place, fluffed some more, and then stepped back to take a better look. More fluffing would ensue before he arranged the lights in precise inner and outer circles for each row. "Wow," Maggie said, though he couldn't tell by her voice if she was impressed or felt bad for him. "You will have the prettiest tree in Trinidad." Owen's feelings for Tyler were as obvious as his sparkling eyes and smiling lips. "You probably wish we'd wagered a bet on my fussiness," Tyler teased. Owen's grin stretched larger. "Maybe." "And I bet you wished I'd thought to order pizza sooner," Maggie added. "Definitely," Owen replied with a teasing grin for his mother. "I'll call it in now," she said, then looked around the room for her phone. I think I left it in the kitchen. Be right back." Owen crossed the room once they were alone and kissed Tyler hard on the mouth. "I want to buy a small tree for our cabin, so I can see the lights reflecting on your bare skin when I'm loving you." Tyler's heart raced from the heat in his voice. Best Christmas ever. Maggie re-entered the room suddenly and called out Owen's name. They jerked apart like guilty teenagers, and she grinned. "They're only taking orders for carry-out right now. Would you mind picking it up?" "Yeah, sure," he said. Maggie ducked back into the kitchen to finish the order, leaving them alone again. Tyler handed Owen a tree branch and said, "Get to fluffing." Owen pulled the tiny branches this way and that until he got it to look like the one Tyler had just fluffed. "How's that?" "Very good." Tyler gave him a kiss. They worked together and had half of the next row of branches completed by the time Maggie returned. "They said 25 minutes, she said. "I paid over the phone, so you just have to pick it up." Maggie joined them, and they finished the next 2 rows before it was time for Owen to leave. He looked at Tyler with a raised brow that silently asked if he wanted to go too, but Maggie rested her hand on Tyler's shoulder. "He's staying with me. If you're lucky, we'll have the tree up by the time you get back." Owen looked a little uncertain, so Tyler sent him a reassuring smile. "I won't tell him anything embarrassing or grill him about his intentions for you," Maggie promised. "Owen's my forever," Tyler said without taking a break from arranging the branch in his hand. He looked up and smiled at Maggie. "There's nothing to fear about my intentions." Maggie threw her arms around Tyler's neck and squeezed him tight. When she finally set him free, Owen was gone. Tears filled her eyes, and her bottom lip trembled. "Oh, no," Tyler said. "Not mom tears." Maggie giggled and wiped at her eyes. "I'm just so happy you're both here. I never dreamed I'd see Owen this happy and carefree. He was always such a somber little guy." She huffed a quick sigh and smiled sadly. "Most of that is my fault. I wasn't strong enough to be the mother he needed back then, but I am that woman now." "He's so proud of you," Tyler told her. "I hope you know that." More tears filled her eyes, but this time she didn't wipe them away. "Not nearly as proud as I am of him. I just wish I could turn back time to save him from going to jail." She tilted her head and considered her words. "But he met you." Tyler nodded. "We talk about it all the time. It probably sounds weird to someone who hasn't lived through our experiences, but going to Arrowhead was the best thing that ever happened to us." Maggie rubbed his upper arm. "Do you mind if I ask how a sweetheart like you ended up in jail?" "Owen hasn't told you?" Maggie shook her head. "He'd never betray your trust by telling a story that wasn't his to share." Tyler considered that for a moment. He wouldn't have revealed Owen's past to his mom if she'd asked either. Maggie listened patiently as Tyler talked about his strict upbringing that didn't allow for personal choices, and how feelings of suffocation led to his rebellion as a young adult. "I entered a rodeo without my parents knowing about it. They thought I was on a religious retreat with other young men from our church. I borrowed a friend's horse and signed up for several events. I won first place in more than half of them, landed in second or third in the others." Tyler's chest tightened as he recalled the sense of freedom and euphoria he'd felt. "A guy named Stuart Blackguard approached me afterward and said I'd make a killing on a rodeo circuit. He claimed my clean-cut looks, good old boy charm, and natural skills would draw in sponsors. Stu made it sound like an endless party, and I yearned for the freedom his words promised. I had siblings everywhere, lived under my parents' constant watchful eyes, and felt like my dreams didn't count because they didn't align with the future my folks wanted. Not a single damn thing belonged to me, not even free will." Maggie smiled sympathetically and rubbed his biceps again. "What were your dreams, honey?" Tyler had to stop and think. "You know what, Maggie? I'm not sure I had a specific goal beyond working with horses. I'd never been allowed to plan them. We had family, the Bible, church, and our family plant nursery. That was our entire existence from sunup to sundown, day after day. While I didn't know what the hell I wanted from life, I knew I didn't want that." She nodded. "And Stu offered you a shiny opportunity to discover who you were and what you wanted from life. I can understand how that would appeal to you. Did you have a terrible fight with your folks when you told them you were leaving?" All the emotions Tyler had felt then, anger, fear, resentment, balled up and formed a lump in his throat. Tyler swallowed hard to dislodge it, then started working on the next row of the Christmas tree. Having busy hands would ease the anxiety building inside him, and just maybe he wouldn't fixate on the possibility of a similar fight when he came out to his parents. It was just terrible. No son of theirs was going to be a roughneck rodeo star. "So you left?" "Yep," Tyler said, "and I cut off all ties with them. I didn't call home when I earned my first prize money, and especially not when I got thrown from a horse the following week and had to spend my winnings on treatment." "Ouch," Maggie said with a grimace. "I'm so sorry." "I was stuck again, but this time thousands of miles away. I couldn't go home, or at least that's what I told myself, and I couldn't compete. I worked odd jobs on the circuit while trying my best to rehab my knee." The next part of the story was the hardest, but Tyler forced himself to meet her empathetic gaze. "A doctor prescribed opioids for my pain, and I got addicted to them. When he stopped prescribing them, I tried to drown the discomfort with alcohol, but it barely took the edge off. Stu wanted to help me feel better so I could get back out there." Maggie emitted a low growl. "Sounds like Owen's low-life manager, Big John." Tyler nodded. "They're cut from the same cloth, as my granddaddy likes to say." Maggie squeezed his arm. "I'm sorry for interrupting." "Don't be," Tyler replied. "I'm sure this is bringing up terrible memories for you too." He took a deep breath and continued. "Stu knew a guy who could get the prescription drugs for me. His dealer had a close connection with a pharmacist who filled fake prescriptions. And, like Owen, I got caught up in an undercover operation. I was just too high to know it for a few days. When I somewhat sobered up, I pled guilty to the charges and landed up in the same jail as Owen." Tyler reached for Maggie's hand and said, "He saved my life. Owen protected me when I was too weak to take care of myself. He took me under his wing and showed me the type of kindness preached about in our church but rarely displayed in real life. He taught me how to trust and how to love. Owen is the only reason I reconnected with my family." "How?" "By suggesting I write them a letter from jail. They didn't know about my arrest or incarceration because I concluded they never wanted to hear from me again." "That can't be true," Maggie said. "It wasn't," Tyler agreed. "But I wouldn't have known that if not for him." Owen liked to say he would have gotten there eventually, but Tyler didn't think so. "He has the kindest heart of anyone I've known, and he's so damn smart." Tears streamed down Maggie's face. "I wish he believed that about himself." "He will in time," Tyler said with conviction. "And I swear to you here and now that I will never give up on your son. I will love him until the end of time." A sob erupted from Maggie's chest as she flung her arms around Tyler and cried against his chest. He ran his hands up and down her back to comfort her. "Shh, now. Everything is going to be okay." Maggie pulled back and stared up at him. "I don't deserve him. I never did. Owen says he's forgiven me, but I don't see how that's possible." "He understands now what he couldn't back then," Tyler said. "Time and perspective do that for a person." "Do me a favor?" Maggie nodded. "Anything." "The truth is in how he looks at you. Block out your fears and insecurities and just observe the way his eyes dance and sparkle when he looks at you. Notice the awe in his expression when he thinks you're not paying attention. Listen to the reverence in his voice when he talks about the things you've overcome. Owen loves you so much, and he's so proud of the life you've built for yourself. That's what you should cling to, not the mistakes you made when you didn't know better." Maggie studied Tyler like he was a rare animal in a zoo. "How the hell did you get to be so wise?" "My family taught me a lot about being a good person, even if I didn't want to acknowledge it back then. Owen might only be 27, but he has the wisdom of someone 3 times his age. And we're surrounded by smart men on the ranch who I continuously learn from. I'm a lucky guy." "Very," Maggie said. "Now, tell me, do you take your own advice? Do you forgive the decisions you made when you didn't know better? Do you observe and listen with an open heart and an objective mind?" "Probably not as much as I should," Tyler admitted. "Do you promise to try?" Tyler smiled at her persistence. "Absolutely." Maggie searched his gaze for a few moments before nodding. "I'm going to put a cold washcloth on my face so my eyes won't get puffy." She stood up on her tiptoes and kissed his cheek. "Be right back." Tyler continued working on the tree by himself and thought about his conversation with Maggie. He'd accused Owen of ignoring his own advice, and he was just as guilty. He'd already kissed his family goodbye for a second time before they even heard what he had to say. Going into the situation with that mindset was a guaranteed disaster, because he'd be looking for a slight at every turn. Tyler blew out a frustrated breath and countered the negative thoughts he'd had with positive ones. He was feeling pretty good about things when Maggie returned. She'd freshened her makeup a bit, but her eyes still looked a little red. Owen would notice, and he'd worry until he had a moment to read the room. And that's exactly what happened. He came through the door and stopped when he looked at his mom. Owen studied each of their expressions for a few seconds before continuing into the kitchen. Maggie winked at Tyler before following Owen. The easygoing vibe lasted all weekend. Stephanie joined them for a mouth-watering pot roast supper and brought a delicious pecan pie. She couldn't stay long because she worked third shift as a nurse at a nearby county hospital. Her visit was enough to confirm the attraction crackling between the ladies. Owen gave his mom another gentle nudge once Stephanie left, but then let the subject drop. The trio exchanged gifts beside the beautifully decorated tree. Maggie loved the bath set, flannel pajamas, and fuzzy robe they gave her, but she cried when she opened the last gift. It was a book from Owen called Never Too Late. "Did you get the book from Hope?" Tyler asked. Owen nodded. "I told her what I was looking for, and she picked it out for me." "I'd really like to meet this Hope you keep talking about," Maggie said. "Come for a visit," Owen said. "Cash opens his home to our families. He has lovely guest suites for them to use, and it would be like staying in a fancy hotel suite." "And you get Harry's cooking," Tyler said. "Have your parents visited?" Maggie asked him. "Not yet." He hadn't asked them because he assumed they wouldn't want to make the trip. He'd unfairly decided things for them again. "But I will." "Good," Maggie said. "My turn to give presents." She bought them concert tickets to see Kenny Chesney in Denver and a weekend stay at a swanky hotel. "Mom, this is too much," Owen said. "Hush. You've loved his music forever, and it seemed like the perfect gift when you told me Tyler is a fan too." "Thank you so much," Tyler said. They had a Hallmark-worthy holiday by watching movies, playing games, and eating too much food. Sunday morning rolled around too soon, and they were sad to leave. Owen had insisted Maggie stay in bed and rest, but she still got up and made them breakfast before they hit the road. She walked them to the door, still wearing her new pajamas and fuzzy robe. Maggie hugged them tightly and stepped into the hallway after them. Tyler smiled to himself when he noticed Stephanie step off the elevator, arriving home after her shift. The brunette looked sleepy until she noticed Maggie decked out in her cozy pajama set. "Good morning," Stephanie said. "Are you guys heading out already?" "Yeah, it's a long drive and we need to get ready for our work week," Owen said. "Drive safely. It was lovely to meet you both." They expressed their pleasure at meeting her too and told Maggie goodbye one last time. Tyler turned after he passed Stephanie in the hallway and gave Maggie a thumbs up. She blushed and said, "Stephanie, would you like a bite to eat before you go to bed? I have leftover bacon, eggs, and pancakes." "Are you kidding me?" Stephanie asked. "I'm starved to death." Maggie gave them a last wave before re-entering her apartment with Stephanie. "That a girl, Mom," Owen said when they stepped onto the elevator. He dropped the duffel bag, pinned Tyler against the wall, and kissed him until they reached the lobby floor. Best Christmas ever. Chapter 14. "I can't believe Christmas is in 2 days," Owen said from the passenger seat of their rental car. The month between Meet the Parents visits flew by in a blur. Activity on the ranch slowed down in the winter months, unless they received an emergency rescue call or a new crew member arrived on the ranch. Since neither of those things happened, Owen and Tyler spent their free time naked and wrapped around each other like bark on a tree. "Mm-hmm." The distracted reply sounded like it came from a million miles away instead of within touching distance. Tyler had worked hard to overcome his emotional doomsday prepping since they returned from Trinidad. He'd stopped listening to the book on grieving and healing and made a concerted effort not to predict, assume, or preempt how his family would feel when he came out. And until their plane landed in Texas, Tyler had seemed upbeat and positive. but he got quieter with every mile that brought them closer to his family homestead. "I sure wish it was light out so I could see the landscape," Owen said, hoping to spark a conversation that would pull Tyler from his thoughts. The sun was setting as they landed, making the surrounding city look like burnished gold, but it was dark out by the time they navigated the huge airport and claimed their rental car. His comment didn't even receive a distracted hum, and he worried Tyler was more distressed than he realized. Owen reached over and rested his hand on Tyler's thigh. "Hey," he said softly, "we can just be friends." Tyler snapped his head in Owen's direction so fast his neck cracked. "What?" Owen hated the stricken expression he glimpsed in Tyler's wide eyes before he returned his attention back to the road. He almost squeezed Tyler's thigh to reassure him, but remembered how ticklish he was. The last thing he wanted to do was cause an accident, and as distracted as Ty was, it probably wouldn't take much. "Easy, baby," Owen said, patting his thigh instead. "I only meant I could just be your friend for this visit." Tyler visibly relaxed. "No way. I would never pressure someone to come out before they were ready, especially not the guy I love most in the world." "I will not keep our love a secret," Tyler said. He glanced over again, and Owen saw the tears shimmering in his eyes. "I can't. My feelings for you are written all over my face every time I look your way." He sighed heavily. "And I don't want to hide anyway." "Okay, but if you change your—" "I won't," Tyler persisted, covering Owen's hand on his thigh. "I promised you forever, and it starts tonight." "I love you," Owen said. Tyler smiled. "I love you too. And I'm still going to love you no matter what happens this weekend." "That sounds very sweet and awfully familiar," Tyler teased. "It bears repeating." They shared a brief smile, and then Owen asked Tyler for a refresher about his family. The Booth clan was huge, so it took up the rest of the drive. The more Tyler talked, the more his love for his family shone through. The Booth's home and plant nursery were on the same property, separated by a fork in the driveway and 3-board fencing wrapped in thousands of Christmas lights. It was too dark outside to see the exterior of the home, but Christmas lights outlined the perimeter to give him a scope of this size. Every interior light seemed to be on, hinting at a hive of activity inside the massive structure. Nerves got the best of Owen as Tyler took the fork toward the house. Lit trees lined both sides of the gravel lane, and he felt like they were driving through a fairyland. He looked over at Tyler and saw the magic of their surroundings reflected on his handsome face. Tyler's happy smile temporarily stole Owen's breath. "If the McAllisters and the Griswolds homes had a baby, it would be this one," Owen said once he recovered. "Don't be a size queen," Tyler teased. "It's not as grand as the McAllisters' home or as tacky as the Griswolds. It's large by necessity, but thoroughly loved and lived in." "You're glad to be home, aren't you?" Owen asked. Tyler pulled the rental car up to a garage bay and shifted it into park. He took off his seatbelt and leaned over the console to kiss Owen. "Home is wherever you are, so yes, I'm always glad to be there." He looked past Owen to his parents' house. This close, Owen could see the exterior was stone and wood, much like Cash's house. "Yes, this house holds happy memories for me now, which is something I never dreamed possible as a teenager who viewed these walls as jail." His lips curved into a wry smile. "Then I got to see what jail was really like." "Always good to get perspective," Owen replied. Just like seeing where Tyler could have chosen to live after serving his sentence gave Owen a newfound confidence. He could have returned to this gorgeous home, but he'd followed Owen to the ranch. He was Tyler's choice, then and now. He reached for the door handle and said, "Ready?" Tyler cycled through a deep breath, then nodded. "Let's do it." They retrieved their luggage and gifts from the trunk. Unlike their Trinidad trip, they packed their clothes into separate bags, since Tyler was unsure of their sleeping arrangements. Owen had to remind himself not to reach for Tyler's hand as they walked up the sidewalk toward the front porch. Tyler stopped at the bottom of the steps and looked at Owen. The colorful Christmas lights twinkled in his espresso eyes and lit up his handsome face. "No matter what happens, I'm choosing you." Tyler leaned forward and pressed a quick kiss to his lips before jogging up the steps. Owen remained on the bottom step, staring up at him. There'd been a unique quality in Tyler's voice and his kiss. Notes of confidence and determination Owen found extremely sexy. He turned and quirked a brow at Owen in silent question. Was he ready? Owen took a deep breath, nodded, and climbed the steps. Tyler winked, opened the door, and stepped inside the house. 2 little girls and a smaller boy streaked past them in the foyer. The trio was bickering about something and paid no attention to Owen and Tyler. "Stop running in the house!" a woman hollered from somewhere to the left. "Or you won't get dessert," a man added. The girls slowed down and stuck their tongues out at the boy. "I'm tellin'," he called out. Owen took in the chaos with the kids, then noticed the grand staircase leading up to the 2nd story. "We've landed in Home Alone." Tyler smiled and set down his luggage. "Don't worry. No one will stick you in an attic bedroom with someone who will wet the bed." He cocked his head to the left and said, "This way." Owen set his bag beside Tyler's and followed him into a large living room. There were multiple sofas and love-seat pairings to accommodate the large Booth family and their guests. Tyler's 5 siblings were all married, so that number doubled. Owen couldn't remember how many nieces and nephews Tyler had, but the packed room turned their full attention to them when they walked in. "Tyler!" Wendy Booth leaped to her feet and ran into her son's open arms. "Hi, Mama," he said softly. David Booth, an older version of Tyler, followed at a more leisurely pace, but wore a warm smile and doting expression in his eyes. Since Wendy didn't look like she planned to release Tyler any time soon, David extended his hand to Owen and introduced himself. The man's grip was firm but not intimidating. "It's nice to meet you finally, sir," Owen replied. "None of that sir business. Call me David." "Okay, David." Wendy eased back from Tyler, but kept her hands on his shoulders as if he might dart off at any moment. "Told you Tyler was her favorite," a younger version of Wendy said from the family room. She stuck out her tongue at Tyler just like the little girls did in the foyer. "Mom, Sarah stuck her tongue out at me," Tyler whined. "And so it begins," Wendy said wryly as she searched his face. She must have liked what she saw because she nodded and shifted her attention to Owen and let David greet Tyler. Owen was trying to decide if he should offer his hand to her when Wendy threw her arms around his shoulders and squeezed the air out of him. Owen laughed and gently returned the embrace. "It's so nice to meet you," Wendy said. She pulled back from the hug and peered into his eyes. "Though it feels like I already know you from my conversations with Tyler." Owen glanced over at his guy, who was wrapped up in his father's embrace. "I feel like I know you too." Wendy hooked her arm through Owen's and said, "Let me introduce you to everyone." Tyler let out a soft groan as he followed them farther into the living room, and Wendy shushed him again. 4 of the Booth kids favored David, but 2 of them were carbon copies of Wendy. Most of the siblings had started their own families, and the nieces and nephews ranged in age from 7 to 3 months old. Tyler's brow furrowed as he turned to David. "Where's Grandpa?" "Right here," came a feisty reply. Owen turned to see a much older version of Tyler shuffling toward them. Damn, those Booth genes were strong. "I had to go to the pisser," the old man added. "Might as well move in there with the way my shoddy prostate acts." "Grandpa," Tyler said, rushing forward to hug him. "I've missed you so much." The older man smiled, but replaced it with a scowl when Tyler stood back.
Not enough to visit me. I'm not getting any younger, you know."
He patted Tyler's cheek, swept him aside with an arm, and locked a curious gaze on Owen.
"This must be the boyfriend I've heard so much about."
The low hum of conversation stopped immediately, as if someone had hit mute on a remote. It seemed like everyone held their breath while waiting for an answer. Tyler turned and met Owen's gaze with a peaceful smile spreading across his face. "Yes, Grandpa, this is my boyfriend, Owen." The conversation resumed around them, and no one displayed surprise or outrage, though he felt their curious gazes. Tyler led his grandfather over to Owen. "This is my grandfather, Simon Booth." "It's nice to meet you, sir," Owen said as he offered his hand. Simon studied him for several moments before accepting Owen's gesture.
"It's nice to meet you, too. You boys must be hungry after a day of traveling."
"Yes, of course you are," Wendy said. "How rude of me." Her expression and voice were neutral, making it hard to gauge her reaction to Tyler's news. "Come on into the kitchen so I can warm up dinner for you." Then she turned on her heels and headed out of the room. David offered them a reassuring smile before following his wife, and Owen thought that was a good sign. Tyler's shoulders slumped as he watched his parents. Simon shuffled over to him and placed his hand on Tyler's back.
"Did I speak out of turn, son? I didn't mean to cause trouble."
Tyler took a deep breath, then smiled at his grandfather.
"No, sir. You ripped the Band-Aid right off."
Simon hugged Tyler once more, then said,
"Better than peeling it back slowly."
"We'll catch up after we eat," Tyler told him. Owen didn't resist reaching for Tyler's hand as they walked toward the back of the house. The kitchen was twice as large as any Owen had ever seen, and epitomized the loved and lived-in description Tyler had used. Artwork, photographs, a calendar, and a running grocery list adorned the stainless steel refrigerator. Cow paintings hung on sunny-hued walls, and yellow gingham curtains covered the window above the kitchen sink. The pop of color interrupted a sea of white cabinetry. Covered pots and an extra-large aluminum pan rested on the stove. Dirty dishes filled the sink, and condiments sat on the countertops. Lived in and loved. The aroma of succulent barbecued meat and cheesy carbs made Owen's mouth water. Wendy stood near the stove with her back to them when they entered the room, and David sat at the table with his hands folded in front of him. He glanced at Tyler and Owen's joined hands before shifting his gaze toward his wife. Wendy took a shaky breath, then shifted into a flurry of activity, pulling down plates and scooping food onto them. David stood up and said, "What would you boys like to drink?" Tyler chose tea, and Owen went with water. He'd consumed too much caffeine, and it was wreaking havoc on his frayed nerves. He figured it was a good sign that Ty's parents hadn't freaked out when Simon outed him, but Wendy's silence was concerning. Owen thought he detected a few sniffles coming from her direction. "Mama," Tyler said, "maybe we should talk this out before we eat." As hungry as Owen was, the food would taste like cardboard if he didn't get his emotions under control. Wendy stilled, then turned around. Her eyes were red-rimmed and glistening with tears. "Why?" Tyler furrowed his brow. "Why am I bisexual?" Wendy huffed a frustrated sigh and shook her head. "Why didn't you tell me you were bisexual? Didn't you trust me?" Tyler let go of Owen's hand and walked over to her. "Mama, I honestly didn't know the truth until the end of October. It kind of hit me like a Mack truck. Telling you over the phone or in a text or email felt cowardly. You and Dad deserve better. I planned to tell you this weekend, and yes, I was more than a little worried about your reaction. I didn't know Grandpa figured it out." Tyler shifted his gaze between his parents. "To be honest, neither of you look or sound all that surprised." David handed Owen a bottle of water and joined his wife and son. He set the tea on the counter, then settled his big hand on Ty's shoulder. "We had a strong suspicion, but we thought it was best to let you come out when you were ready." David studied his son with a neutral expression on his face. "You really didn't know until recently?" "Yeah," Tyler narrowed his eyes. "How long have you two suspected?" "A few years," David said, "but I was sure of it once I saw the two of you interacting on the Redemption Ridge YouTube channel." Tyler frowned as he considered that. Why the hell was I the last one to figure it out? Owen wanted to raise his hand and say he was technically the last person to realize Tyler returned his feelings, but he didn't want to intrude on what was shaping out to be a truly wonderful moment between Tyler and his parents. Wendy smiled indulgently at her son. "We're always the last to know things about ourselves. I'm glad you figured it out now, and we've gotten the truth out in front of us." "You're not mad?" Tyler asked. David scrunched up his nose as he considered the question. "Do you want us to be?" "No, of course not," Tyler replied. "But you thought we would be," Wendy said. She heaved a sigh. "I can understand why you might have felt that way, but I don't like it. I thought we'd come a long way since you left home." "We have, Mama. It's just—" Tyler pursed his lips, and Owen could almost hear the gears turning in his head. "We were all brought up with traditional values. Men marry women and start families. I didn't know how well you'd take the news." Tyler swallowed hard, and tears filled his eyes. "A big part of me expected you to make me choose between our family and Owen. I've been bracing myself for a permanent goodbye. Owen is the one who reminded me that I was being unfair to you and Dad." Tears spilled down his cheeks, and Owen wanted to go to him, but Wendy beat him to the punch. She pulled him into her arms and hugged him like a life raft. "Oh, honey, I'm so sorry you felt this way. Maybe Dad and I should have spoken up sooner, but we didn't know if that would make things worse or better. I just felt you slipping further and further away and didn't understand it." "I think a confrontation might have made things worse, or at least more confusing for me," Tyler replied. "You did the right thing, but I'm sorry I pulled away from you. I didn't do it intentionally." Wendy kissed Tyler's cheek, pivoted, and then crossed the room to hug Owen. "And you," she said, squeezing him tight, "you've given my son back to me twice now. Thank you." Wendy pulled back, cupped Owen's face, and said, "Welcome to the family." Owen was too choked up to speak, so he nodded. David let out a big sniffle and said, "All right, let's get you boys something to eat." He placed one hand on Tyler's shoulder and the other on Owen's. He led them to the table so they could sit down. He kicked off idle chat about life on the ranch, while Wendy fixed them plates of pulled pork, macaroni and cheese, Brussels sprouts, baked beans, and cornbread. Owen widened his eyes at the volume of food in front of him, but vowed to give it his best. He ate 3/4 of the meal before pushing his plate away and waving a white napkin in surrender. Tyler, who possessed a bottomless stomach, finished his plate and took several forkfuls of Owen's leftovers. "I know they feed you on the ranch," Wendy said. "Half our conversations are about Harry's cooking." "Yeah, but it's not my mama's food," Tyler replied, making his mom beam with delight. "The meal was amazing," Owen said. "Thank you." Tyler pushed back his chair, grabbed his and Owen's plates, and stood up. "I'll start cleaning up the mess so you can rest, Mama." "No way," Wendy said. "You go visit with the family while I clean up." She took the dishes from Tyler's hands and carried them to the sink. "Can I help you?" Owen offered. It was the least he could do. Wendy beamed at him. "I'd love that. It will give me time to get to know you better." She looked at David and Tyler and made a shooing motion. David rose to his feet and placed his hand on the back of Tyler's neck. "We've been dismissed, son." Tyler followed David, but watched Owen over his shoulder until he disappeared out of sight. Wendy turned on the sink and rinsed the first plate from the stack. "Tyler has always volunteered to do dishes with me." Owen smiled as he stacked the plate in the dishwasher. "He wanted your undivided attention." Wendy smiled. "He's always been a mama's boy, and he struggled when the younger kids came along. I thought middle child syndrome was a myth or excuse some moms made up to explain away bad behavior until I had middle children." She stared out the kitchen window for a few seconds and looked to be lost in a memory. She giggled, shook herself free, and smiled wryly at Owen. "Can I confess something?" "Sure." "I wanted to refuse Tyler's help because it took 3 times as long with him as it would to do them by myself. Such a perfectionist." "Mm-hmm," Owen agreed. "Tyler sees spots that no one else can. He ends up rewashing everything I touch." It was Owen's turn to laugh at a memory. "Can I confess something too?" Wendy's blue eyes shimmered with humor and warmth. "Please do." "Tyler got assigned kitchen duties when he first arrived at jail. That's usually where the new inmates go because it's the most dreaded assignment." "Not for Tyler," Wendy said. "Nope," Owen agreed, "but they transferred him out of there really fast." Wendy shut off the water and turned to give Owen her undivided attention. "Thank you for sharing that with me. Tyler rarely talks about his time at the facility, and I don't want to push." She reached up and played with a delicate gold cross hanging from a slender chain around her neck. "I just worry he keeps things bottled up that he shouldn't." Owen thought both about her remark and the right way to respond. He didn't want to betray a confidence by saying things Ty wanted to keep private, but he wanted to assure Wendy that her son wasn't a powder keg on the verge of exploding. "I imagine the worst-case scenarios," Wendy continued, "like him getting beaten up and bullied by other inmates." "I promise you that didn't happen," Owen said, his expression and tone matching the seriousness of the conversation. He wanted Wendy to know Tyler had been and always would be safe with him. "I'd been at the facility for about a year before Tyler arrived, and I always kept my eye on him. Where he went, I went too. Nothing and no one was going to hurt him. Jail wasn't fun, but we were better men when we left. People always say they wish they could go back in time and not make the same mistakes again." Owen shook his head. "Not me. My mistake brought Tyler into my life." Wendy reached over and squeezed his arm. "I think you still would have found each other, just in a different way." Maybe she was right, but he sure as hell wasn't willing to chance it. They resumed cleaning in silence for a while until Wendy said, "Tell me about yourself." When Owen started to tell her about the circumstances leading up to his arrest, she stopped him. Wendy placed her hand over her heart and tapped. "I want to know what's in here." "Oh," he said. Unlike Tyler, I'm an only child. It's just me and my mom. But maybe not for long." Owen recalled the recent selfie he'd received of his mom and Stephanie wearing matching pajamas. They made a huge bowl of popcorn and were watching a Hallmark Christmas movie marathon. Things were progressing well between them, and Owen had never seen his mom so happy. He forced his thoughts back to the present and told Wendy a little about his boxing days and how he used the bags during workouts. He thought about Tyler's suggestion that he use those skills to help teens work through their problems. The more he thought about it, the more he liked the idea. But was it something he could really do without training? What if he said the wrong thing and made a kid's life worse somehow? Maybe he could partner with a therapist like Bryant, who could— "Can I ask you something?" Wendy asked. The question snapped him from his musings, but he gave Wendy his full attention again. "Of course." "Have you thought about what you want to do after you leave the ranch? Tyler hasn't said, but I figured there'd be a limit for how long you can work there." "There isn't," Owen said. "The jobs are ours as long as we want them." "But what about other people who deserve a chance at redemption? Will Cash be able to accommodate them?" Owen was a little wary about her questions. Tyler had mentioned how badly Wendy wanted him to return to Texas, but Tyler had no intention of moving back. Owen didn't want to say something that would make trouble or put words in Tyler's mouth, but he wasn't willing to bullshit someone he wanted to build trust with.
There's plenty of room to expand the programs and living quarters, Owen said. He could build new cabins, or some of us could move off the ranch while maintaining our employment there. He expected Kieran and Finley were quickly approaching the latter option, as they'd been living together in Kieran's small cabin for over a year. He and Tyler would probably outgrow theirs quickly too, but he hadn't imagined himself working anywhere else. Not only did he enjoy the work, but he also didn't feel qualified to do much else. "Is working on the ranch the future you envision?" Wendy asked. Maybe she sensed Owen's unease, because she reached out and touched his arm again. "I'm not trying to be critical. There's no wrong answer here. If you're passionate about what you do, then keep doing it, by all means." "I do plan to continue working on the ranch, though I can see us finding a place of our own nearby." He hadn't really thought that far ahead until Wendy's questions forced him to do so. And it was weird because normally that type of probing would get under his skin and make him feel inferior. With Wendy, it felt like she wanted to get to know him. "And I think I'd like to work with at-risk youths, maybe on a volunteer basis. Redemption is a great thing, don't get me wrong, but prevention is best." Wendy's approval shone in her expressive eyes. "Like counseling?" Heat crept up Owen's neck as old humiliations taunted him. "I'm not smart enough for that." Wendy shook her head. "I don't believe it." "I dropped out of school when I was 15. There's something wrong with my brain, and I can't read very well. I know the letters and the sounds they make, or at least I did, but I can't string them together to make sense." "Did Tyler tell you I'm a reading intervention specialist?" Wendy asked. "Yes, but I think I let my problem go too long." "Nonsense," Wendy said. "I help people of all ages learn to read better. I worked for the local school district before I had my own children. I loved the educators, students, and the principal, but I had a major conflict with the superintendent and board members who didn't think intervention specialists were necessary. I refused to put my kids through the district, and private school was too expensive, so I used my education background at home. Now I volunteer for a nonprofit that offers assistance where schools either can't or won't help. We also have evening classes for adults who've embraced that it's never too late to learn." Never too late. That reminded Owen of the book he'd given to his mom for Christmas. He'd wanted to encourage her to follow her dreams while completely discounting his own. In fact, he'd never permitted himself to dream of any type of future beyond loving Tyler. If Owen wanted to provide Ty with the life he deserved, they deserved, he'd need to put himself out there and be the best version of himself. Howie was right about that. He couldn't sit around and wait for stars to align or for magic to happen. Owen needed to create his own miracle. "Never too late," he repeated. "Did you get tested for dyslexia?" Wendy asked. Owen shook his head. "I was too stubborn," he admitted sheepishly. Wendy smiled gently. "That's a very common reaction." She leaned forward and added, "Especially with young boys. Male pride starts at an early age, and boys equate needing help as being weak. Sound familiar?" Owen briefly pursed his lips. "Maybe a little." He straightened up and got serious. "But I've outgrown most of that stupidity. You can trust Tyler with me." "I trust my son to make his own decisions," Wendy replied. "Despite the rodeo thing, Tyler has always had a good head on his shoulders and is an excellent judge of character. If I'd loosened up a little and let him know I had faith in him, I might not have pushed him away." Owen much preferred it when Wendy's eyes sparkled with mischief or mirth over the sadness filling her eyes with tears. "Don't forget Mistress Devine," Owen added. A loud bark of laughter boomed from her tiny frame before she slapped a hand over her mouth. Tyler had told him about Wendy's bawdy laugh, and Owen was so grateful to witness it in person. She dropped her hand and inched closer. "He told you about that?" When Owen nodded, Wendy sighed and rolled her eyes. I knew he'd gone into the tent and dismissed his curiosity as harmless. Tyler would hand over a few bucks, and a lady in a costume would give him a generic spiel. Imagine my surprise when I read the paper the next morning and discovered Mistress Devine used the tent for more lucrative hustles. I would never have been able to look people in the eyes if Tyler had gotten caught up in the raid. Wendy's grin grew sly. I never asked what message she'd given him. Did he tell you? Owen figured it wouldn't hurt to reveal this little secret. She told Tyler he was on the dawn of awareness. Wendy blinked for a few moments before more bawdy laughter erupted. She didn't try to hold it back this time, and Owen joined her. Tears streamed down Wendy's face, and she wiped them away as she pulled herself together. Yeah, I bet he was. I saw her mugshot in the paper, and she was a stunner. She giggled a few more times and pressed her hand to her chest. No wonder he eagerly accepted his month-long grounding. Tyler didn't complain once about spending time alone in his room. His showers got longer, and I wore cleaning gloves when I washed his laundry. A chuckle rumbled through Owen as he realized Wendy wasn't as uptight as Tyler suspected. He didn't think he could possibly like her more until she spent the rest of their cleaning time telling him about young Tyler's antics. Owen knew his love had an ornery side to him, of course, but it was fun to learn the origin of his mischievous streak. After they finished, Wendy invited Owen to her office, which was next to the kitchen. She pulled out a basket of books and tools she used as an educator. I could give you a proper assessment this weekend, Wendy said, but based on what you've described, I think it's safe to say you have dyslexia. We can do a simple test with these. She held up colorful, transparent plastic strips that looked like rulers but without the numbers. We call these eyelighters because they highlight lines of text to make it easier for you to read. The wider the strip, the more text you can get within its frame. To start, let's not overwhelm you with a lot of words at one time. Wendy picked a random paperback off her shelf and handed it to him with the thinnest eyelighter. Try it and see if that helps. Excitement warred with apprehension. Could something like this really help him? And what if it didn't? Hope was as enticing as it was terrifying. There are many other tools available, Wendy said, as if she sensed his apprehension. Some are high-tech gadgets like features on phones that read text out loud or apps with special software to help you read the text yourself. Some tools are simpler, like specialized fonts for computers and e-readers. I also have old-school workbooks to help you improve your reading and handwriting. And Owen, she said, placing a hand on his forearm, there are adult learning centers that can assist adults with dyslexia. If getting your GED is something you want to do, I promise you these centers can and will accommodate your needs. I can help you find a center close to the ranch, but only if that's what you want. Owen held her gaze for several moments. This wasn't the weekend he'd expected. He'd hoped for the best, but braced himself for a frosty reception, if not hostile. The booths had greeted Owen with welcoming warmth and acceptance, and Wendy offered him a solution to a problem that had plagued him his whole life, one that he'd allowed to define his worth. Tears of gratitude and hope filled his eyes, but he didn't hide them from her. Yes, Owen said for the boy who'd felt stupid, hopeless, and unworthy. Yes, he repeated for the man who dared to dream. I want that very much. Wendy squeezed his arm and removed her hand. Try the eyelighter first to see if it helps. Owen flipped the book over and noticed the bare-chested man with long blonde hair and a seductive sneer on his lips. He sat aside a sleek black horse with a busty redhead in the saddle in front of him. The bottom of her elegant gown hung low to reveal the upper swell of her breast. There was a menacing-looking pirate ship anchored offshore in the background. He set the eyelighter over the title and smiled, as the letters formed words he could slowly decipher. "The Pirate's Bride," he read aloud. Maybe not that one," Wendy said before she snatched it away and tucked it back among the educational books on the shelves. She took her time choosing the next selection before presenting it to Owen. He set it down and used the reading aid to scan the title. "I Believe," Owen read. The subtitle claimed the book would help a person unlock the secrets to self-confidence and uncover the power of self-love. Old habits are hard to subdue, but Owen wrestled the urge to scoff into submission. He flipped to the first page and slowly stumbled through what turned out to be a greeting from the author, where she explained what a person could expect to find in the book. It took him a while to get through the first paragraph, but it intrigued Owen enough to finish the message. He was eager to continue to turn the page and keep reading. "There you are," Tyler said from the doorway behind Owen. The relief in his voice made Owen turn in his chair to face him. Holding up the book and eyeliner for Tyler to see, he said, "Your mom is helping me figure some things out." Tyler shifted his gaze from Owen to his mother. "Thank you, Mama." "My pleasure." Wendy pushed back from her desk and stood up. "Why don't we head out to the family room so the others can get to know Owen, too?" She smiled at him and added, "We can work on this more tomorrow if you want." Owen nodded enthusiastically and followed Tyler back to the kitchen. Turned out the family got to know Owen very well through a series of games: Candyland, Gin Rummy, and Chutes and Ladders. By the time they trudged upstairs to Tyler's old room, Owen was ready to collapse. He stared at the twin beds, the first disappointment of the night. "I forgot the folks converted my bedroom into the grandkids' room for sleepovers," Tyler said. Owen took in the pale blue walls with their space-themed mural and the star-shaped stickers on the ceiling that would glow in the dark when they turned off the light. The comforters featured rockets and cartoon astronauts. It was an adorable setup for a kid, but it kind of made Owen feel uneasy about the things he'd wanted to do with Tyler once they were alone. They'd been on each other like white on rice, and it wouldn't kill them to sleep in separate beds for a few days. "Where are the kids sleeping then?" "In their own beds, at home," Tyler said. "This setup is for when they spend the night or weekends with my folks." Owen nodded. "Do you want left or right?" "Get real," Tyler said. He tossed their luggage on the bed to the right and tugged Owen to the empty one on the left. "I'll sleep under you, beside you, or on top of you, but I am not sleeping without you." It would be a tight squeeze, but worth the sacrifice. Owen pulled Tyler into his arms and gave him the first proper kiss since leaving their cabin in Colorado. "What about in you?" he asked, when they pulled away to catch their breath. "Oh, that's the winner." Tyler slid his hand down to cup Owen's crotch. "Fly me to the moon, baby." Chapter 15. The humidity inside the greenhouse was both familiar and a shock to Tyler, much in the same way he responded to Colorado winters. He thought he was prepared for it every time, yet it still caught him off guard. The hot, moist air hit him in the face and stole his breath until he had a second to adapt. He breathed in the damp soil, fertilizer, and flowering plants in his next lungful of air, all happy things he associated with his childhood. "Remember when I used to dig in the flower beds with my Tonka trucks and excavating equipment?" Tyler asked. "It's one of my fondest memories." A chuckle rumbled through his dad's chest like distant thunder, and his big hand landed on Tyler's shoulder with a clap. "I eventually put a sandbox in here to protect the plants and flowers. Now my grandchildren use both the old trucks and sandbox. It's hard to believe how quickly time passes by. It seems like the new year started just yesterday. I blinked and it's Christmas Eve already, for crying out loud." The wistful tone in his dad's voice snagged Tyler's attention. Everything he'd expected to happen over the weekend hadn't transpired yet. His family had welcomed Owen with open arms, and no one had mentioned Tyler returning to Texas to work for the family nursery. He thought that was going to change when his dad invited him to tag along for the morning inspection after breakfast. His family had spent a small fortune on upgrading the greenhouses with automated watering and temperature control systems, but his dad still checked everything twice a day during the off-season, with no exceptions for holidays. The greenhouse provided his father with so much more than an income. The buildings were his sanctuary, where he could hide from chaos and do his best thinking. Some guys had man caves in their garages or basements, but David Booth chose a green oasis as his escape. It was also his favorite spot for a heart-to-heart conversation, so Tyler wasn't surprised when his dad instructed him to grab a couple of lawn chairs from a storage room once they finished their inspections. The refrigerator in the small room was new, and it thrilled Tyler when he recognized both the honeybee magnet and the food and wine article it secured to the appliance. Tyler had mailed the magazine to his dad because it featured Ivan's interview about his honey business. Their foreman had credited David and his nursery for helping him choose the best flowers for happy bees and healthy honey production. "I see you've added a fridge instead of hauling a cooler and ice down here every day." Tyler opened a chair and gestured for his dad to sit, then opened his own. Once they'd settled, his dad said, "Found that beauty at a scratch and dent sale and couldn't pass it up. Thank you for sending the article to me, by the way. Your mother added some quotes from it to our website and linked it to our social media accounts. You'd be surprised how much buzz that's generated." He paused to laugh at his pun for a few moments. "I emailed Ivan and thanked him for mentioning our nursery in the interview." "He told me," Tyler replied. "Ivan said you're a good man, but I already knew that." His father smiled and said, "I was just about to say the same thing about Ivan. Seems to me that everyone at Redemption Ridge is pretty amazing. Mom and I really enjoy watching the web series on YouTube." His lips curved into a sheepish smile. "As I mentioned before, the constant mentions of Owen's name made a lot more sense after seeing the two of you together." He crossed his ankles and studied Tyler closely. "Carrying around big secrets has to get heavy," he said after a long pause. "You seem much lighter after coming out to us, but I sense there's more you want to say. You can tell me anything, son. I'm really sorry you don't know that." Tyler averted his gaze from his father's sadness. He'd never wanted to disappoint his parents, and it seemed like he couldn't stop doing it. Taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, Tyler met his dad's gaze once more. "I don't plan on moving back to Texas. Ever." He puffed up his cheeks and exhaled a long breath. "I know the nursery has been in our family for 3 generations, but it isn't the future I see for myself." His siblings had never shown an interest in the business, and Tyler had felt the pressure to continue the legacy when he was younger. His dad nodded slowly as he processed what Tyler said. "And you thought I'd be upset?" "Mom has mentioned the future of the business to me more than once when she's tried to lure me back to Texas," Tyler said. "Other times, she made it sound like Grandpa was on his last leg, and I knew that wasn't true." His dad exhaled slowly, almost like he was buying time. "I think Mom was desperately trying to connect to you on some level. She never intended to lay a guilt trip on your shoulders that would push you further away. All we want for you is to live a happy and fulfilled life, no matter what that looks like to you." He grimaced and added, "I don't know how things went so wrong with us before, but it's never going to happen again. Mom and I made some pretty big mistakes with you kids, and I'm not ashamed to admit it. We'd lived through some life-altering tragedies with our friends and extended family before having our own children, and we were determined to never experience that kind of pain. We believed that by worshiping hard and keeping you close, we could prevent bad things from happening to us too." His dad sighed heavily and shook his head. That isn't how life works, and we ended up pushing you away. Even worse, you still think you can't tell us things, and that hurts, Tyler. I'm sorry, Dad. No, I'm sorry. His voice broke. No child should worry about losing their family because they love and dream differently. Another sigh shook his broad shoulders. Promise me we're going to do better. I promise. The words slipped off Tyler's tongue easily, but he knew keeping his word would take a lot of effort. A person didn't overcome habits overnight. His dad slapped his knee and stood up. We better get back to the house before they come looking for us. Tyler stood up too and said, I think I'll head over to the stables to visit the horses first. He didn't have time to see them the previous night, and he'd overslept this morning and missed feeding them. I should have known you'd choose a career with horses. You've loved them since the first time you saw one. I love rehabilitating them, Tyler said. I witnessed some terrible abuses during my rodeo days, and I want to save as many of the magnificent animals as I can. It's pretty cool how you don't shy away from horses after your injury, his dad said. I don't blame Brutus, Tyler replied. Most of the riders hated it when they drew his name for competitions, but I felt a kinship to him. We were both misunderstood, miserable, and trapped. I'd built the rodeo circuit up in my head to be this magical environment, but it was a sleazy, cutthroat, perpetual pissing contest. Maybe not all circuits are that way, but that was the circumstance I found myself in more often than not. I loved competing, and I was damn good at it, but the highs didn't last long. Someone was always out to screw you over. The holiday felt like a second chance with his family. Some would think that meant moving forward and leaving the past buried, but Tyler was smart enough to know old hurts would always resurface. It was better to shine the light on his feelings now than let them fester and become something much larger than they needed to be. I got homesick so bad those first weeks. I wanted to call home so many times, but I'd made such an ass of myself. My foolish pride wouldn't allow me to admit I was wrong, so I kept my head down and worked harder to succeed. To prove myself, I wanted to work with the most stubborn horses. Tyler smiled as he recalled Brutus's refusal to be tamed. It was rumored that Brutus resulted from an unauthorized breeding at a stud farm between his very expensive Arabian mother and a super randy and extremely rare Camarillo father. The result was a very expensive lawsuit and an unwanted sleek black horse with random white markings, like a lightning bolt between his eyes. His dad chuckled. Sounds like people should have taken that as an omen. Tyler laughed too. Sensible people would think that way, but the ones bursting at the seams with testosterone viewed Brutus as a challenge. Including you? Not really. I felt a connection to the horse that had nothing to do with breaking him. I felt like we understood each other. His dad settled a firm hand on Tyler's shoulder. And then he dumped you on your ass? Tyler nodded. During a barrel race, we were killing the course and on the way to setting a record until a rodeo clown jumped out of a barrel and spooked him. Tyler's heart stuttered as he recalled sailing through the air. He rubbed his chest to remind himself it was just a memory. The accident was someone's idea of a prank, but nothing about it was funny. I ended up with a busted knee, and the circuit got rid of Brutus before I could intercede on his behalf or say goodbye. I think about him all the time and wish I could rescue him. You think he's still alive? Tyler nodded. He was only a few years old when he threw me, and he's too ornery to die. That's what Tyler told himself when his mind conjured a worse fate for the beautiful horse. Many handlers would have taken extreme measures to break his spirit. I'd love to show him a better life, if he hasn't found one yet. His dad pulled him into a tight hug. I'm proud of you, Tyler. Then he pulled back and cupped his face. And I love you. There's nothing you could ever say or do to change that. Mom and I will always be a safe place for you to land as long as there's breath in our bodies. Never hesitate to call us again. Do you hear me?" Tyler nodded. "Thanks, Dad. I appreciate that, and I love you too." His dad held his gaze for several moments, searching for any signs that Tyler was only placating him. He nodded once satisfied and said, "I'll let you visit the horses while I head to the house to chat with Owen. I want to get to know my future son-in-law." Tyler had already promised forever to Owen, so there was no need to temper his dad's expectations. Good luck stealing him away from Mom. They parted ways outside the greenhouse, and Tyler noticed a lightness in his steps after laying his emotions bare. The sense of peace expanded when he stepped into the horse barn. Most of the gorgeous creatures were longtime residents and greeted him with familiar enthusiasm. The newer horses took a few minutes to warm up to him, but they came around too. He stroked velvety noses and even hugged some of their necks as he walked the length of stalls. The door to the tack room opened, and he wasn't at all surprised to see his mom step through it. She'd put on a thick hoodie and tall riding boots, and pulled her hair back into a ponytail since he'd last seen her at breakfast. "Fancy meeting you here," he said when she noticed him. It looked like his dad wouldn't have to fight for Owen's attention after all. Then again, with a family as large as theirs, it was highly likely someone else had swooped in. Owen had proven that he was adept at navigating the chaos without Tyler's interference. She wrapped her arm around his shoulders and kissed Tyler's cheek. "Your dad isn't the only one who needs to retreat to their favorite place for a break from the chaos. Do you want me to leave so you can have some peace?" A small part of him hoped she'd say yes, so they could just leave things the way they were last night. But Tyler knew there was more he needed to say to her. "No way," she said. "I'm grateful for the time alone with you." She hooked her arm through his, and they walked among the horses. "I think Owen is wonderful, Tyler. I love the way he loves you. I'm crazy about him too, Mama. Knowing how happy you are on the ranch makes it easier to accept you're not coming back to Texas." Of course, she already knew. As with Grandpa's blunt boyfriend question, Tyler was grateful she'd made this easy for him. "I want you and Dad to come see us in Colorado, and I promise to visit you guys more often," Tyler said. "We've resolved the issues that have held me back, and the rest are mine to work on." She stopped and looked at him. "What things?" "For starters, I need to stop projecting my fears onto others and assuming the worst. I left home because I wanted the freedom to make my own decisions, and here I am making ones for everyone else." Tyler blew out a frustrated breath. "I wasn't fair to you or Dad. Not when I was younger and not now. Looking back, I understand you were just trying to protect me. We should have given you guys a little more room to make your own mistakes," she said. "Maybe we would have avoided a lot of this if we had. Then again, maybe Owen is right, and things turned out the way they were intended." Tyler quirked a brow. "Owen said that?" Laughing, she pinched his chin. "Maybe not in so many words, but the sentiment was there. Thank you for helping him, Mama." "It was my pleasure, Tyler." Owen was so excited about his reading opportunities last night that I didn't think he'd ever get to sleep. "About that," she said with a slight grimace. Tyler held his breath while he waited for her to continue. Had they been too loud? He'd been honest about Owen's excitement and struggle to fall asleep, but Tyler hadn't told her the creative ways he'd eased Owen's tension, or the ridiculous sex puns they'd come up with in the space-themed room. They'd used flying to the moon for their first round of orgasms, and riding the rocket became the anthem for round 2. That had been the one that finally eased Owen enough to sleep. "I think I owe you another apology about the sleeping arrangements. I thought about just putting you in the guest bedroom with the single queen bed, but worried it was too presumptuous. What if you weren't a couple and I put you in a room with one bed? I didn't want to offend anyone. Do you want to move to the other bedroom?" "Yes, please." They'd made the best of their arrangements, but he'd be a fool to refuse a bigger bed for the remaining 2 nights in Texas. She kissed his cheek, and they resumed walking. "You're not the only one who needs to change their thinking. Relationships require effort from everyone. We've learned from our mistakes, right?" "Definitely." "Then let's just promise to do better from now on," she said. Tyler held out his pinky and said, "I swear." His mom hooked her little finger around his. "I swear, too." They shook to seal their commitment. "Care to saddle up and take a ride with me?" He'd only planned a quick visit with the horses, but he couldn't refuse the invitation. It was after 12 by the time they finished their ride and aftercare for the horses. The weather was unseasonably warm but breezy, so his cheeks were pink when he caught his reflection in the downstairs bathroom mirror. He ducked in to wash up before heading to the kitchen to help his mom put a light lunch together for everyone. That was the plan, until Owen stepped inside the bathroom and closed the door. He wrapped his arms around Tyler's waist and rested his chin on Tyler's shoulder. "Damn, you look good, baby," Owen said huskily. "You only wear that sweet flush on your cheeks when you're riding horses or me." Tyler held his gaze and noticed the way Owen's midnight eyes twinkled with love and happiness. It reminded him of their life-changing time in the photo booth 2 months prior. Tyler had entered that night feeling like Owen was slipping away from him and ended it with tremendous revelations that put them on the path to this exact moment. Tyler felt seen, understood, and accepted in ways he had never dreamed possible once he left home. Turning in Owen's embrace, Tyler kissed the lips he loved so much. "Speaking of riding," he said, "we're moving into a different guest room with a queen bed." Owen huffed out a sigh and shook his head. "I started a list of space puns we could use for the rest of our stay." He leaned forward and nuzzled his nose against Tyler's neck. "I'd planned to change the lyrics to Elton John's Rocket Man tonight." Tyler chuckled and said, "I'll tell her we changed our minds." Owen growled and grazed his teeth against Tyler's neck. "A queen, you say?" Their bed back at the ranch was only a full, so the added space sounded like a luxury. "Can I still spoon you?" Tyler slid his hand down and grabbed Owen's ass. "Only after I fork you." Owen snorted, then kissed a path along Tyler's jawline. "Looking forward to it." "Maybe we can skip lunch and take a nap," Tyler suggested. Owen dropped his arms and stepped back, taking his delicious body heat with him. "Or maybe we wait until bedtime so we're not too obvious." He gave Tyler one last kiss and eased toward the door. "Besides, I get to see you all the time. You only have 2 more days with your family before we head back to the ranch. Soak it all in, baby." "Fine," Tyler said with an eye roll. "Be practical." Owen was right, and Tyler knew it, so he threw himself into activities with everyone. The kids had an endless tank of energy, fueled by holiday excitement and his mama's Christmas cookies. It was both strange and beautiful how easily he reconnected with his family after nearly 2 years away. There were obvious changes to everyone's physical appearances, of course, but they'd all grown and matured into better people. Tyler squabbled with his siblings over petty things, as they'd done when they were younger, but the good-natured jabs landed differently. When his brother accused him of cheating at Go Fish, instead of getting offended, Tyler simply dared him to prove it as he slipped the card Owen needed to him under the table. Tyler took pictures of the food his mother prepared and texted them to Harry. She'd asked him to bring an authentic Texan recipe back to the ranch, and his mother was excited to oblige the request. By the time they finished eating, Tyler was nearly in a food coma. Owen revived him by whispering a few lines to his new Rocket Man song, and the kids kept him awake with their incessant requests to open gifts. The Booths had switched to a kids-only rule for buying presents once their family started to burst at the seams. Many of his siblings were on tight budgets with growing families, and his parents had never put emphasis on material things anyway. Tyler and Owen bought the older kids their own pair of skates, knee and elbow pads, and helmets. They'd purchased age-appropriate toys and clothes for the infant from a list his mother provided. The roller skates were a tremendous success, and his dad decided they'd turn the unfinished part of the basement into a mini rink so the kids could work out some of their excess energy. But first, his mom had a surprise up her sleeve. I wanted to change things up slightly this year because I finally have my entire family here. She passed out a wrapped box to everyone, including the grandkids. Go on, she said. Open them. They pulled out matching pajama sets for the entire family. She'd chosen green and plain flannel bottoms with beige Henley tops, featuring evergreens and woodland critters wearing festive holiday hats or scarves. Not a single person groaned about the cheesiness, because they knew what the moment meant to her. Pictures, dessert, and then skating in the basement, she said. The festively decorated staircase made the most sense to use as a backdrop for a group their size, so they lined up in rows while their dad put his camera on a tripod and set the timer. He took his spot between his wife and father on the first step, and they all hammed it up for the camera. It took 4 or 5 tries before they got an image where everyone was looking at the camera and smiling. Tyler had told his mom that Owen loved pumpkin-flavored anything, so she made a special pumpkin cheesecake with a ginger snap crust just for him. There was grumbling among the siblings that Owen was their mom's new favorite. She didn't bother to correct them, so Tyler figured there might be some truth in their accusations. He certainly couldn't blame her infatuation. Owen's expression upon first bite was pure bliss, and it only made the siblings want it more. He ended up sharing because he was a wonderful person and wanted to remain in their good graces. By the time they made it up to their new room, the guys were too stuffed and tired to fool around. Much. They settled for long kisses, light petting, and deep conversation. Tyler told Owen about the big talks he'd had with his parents, and Owen shared the reading therapy plans he'd put together with his mom's help. I'm going to enroll in an extensive program for adults, Owen said. Wendy helped me find the nearest center, and it's the one by Keegan's therapist. He got quiet and introspective for several long moments before breaking the silence. I've stared at that building so many times while waiting for Key and wondered what would happen if I found the courage to walk inside and ask someone for help. I'm finally ready. After I get better at reading and writing, I'll start GED classes. Those will last another 3 months before I can take the test. It's likely I'll still need some dyslexia tools for the exam, but I won't know which ones until I've completed the therapy. Tyler hugged him tighter and kissed his cheek. That's wonderful. I'm so proud of you. Thank you. I never would have reached this point if not for you and your mom. Owen rose up and looked over the bedside table. Hey, it's midnight. Tyler snuggled closer and whispered, Merry Christmas. He reached for the lamp to turn it off, but Owen stopped him by squeezing his ass. It's about to get merrier, Owen replied huskily. I brought a special gift for you. Tyler jerked upright and stared at him in the dimly lit room. We already exchanged gifts. They'd stuck to their traditions of only buying things that fit inside the Christmas stockings they'd bought for one another their first year on the ranch. Tyler had stuffed Owens with his favorite snacks, fishing lures, and more bath stuff from Hope's store. Owen filled Tyler's stocking with butterscotch candies, coffee samples from around the world, and his own special range of bath products that smelled like Irish Spring but were better for his skin. Owen winced and said, "Don't be mad." Tyler acted like he was contemplating it for a few seconds before grinning at him. "Only if you promise not to get mad at me either, because I got you something too." They scrambled out of the bed and rummaged through their suitcases, then faced one another with the gifts tucked behind their backs. "Who goes first?" Tyler asked. "I brought it up, so I'll go." Owen took a deep breath, then kneeled on the floor in front of him. "I didn't plan on doing this in my underwear, but I'm in too deep to second-guess my decision now." Tyler shook all over and clasped his free hand over his mouth so Owen wouldn't know he was fighting back a laugh. Something in his expression must have given Tyler away, because Owen narrowed his eyes and made no move to open the black jewelry box resting in his palm. "Are you seriously laughing at me right now?" Owen's tone expressed outrage, but his twitching lips revealed he found the situation funny too. Tyler also dropped to his knee and pulled a matching black box from behind his back. "And maybe I also love how your dick has fallen out of your boxers again." Owen looked down at his crotch and grumbled as he tucked himself away. "The guy has a stake in your answer, too." His gaze dropped to the box in Tyler's hand. "I worried I was asking too soon." "Same," Tyler agreed. "I knew I was ready, but I wasn't sure you would be." "We've been inseparable for over 6 years now," Owen said. "We've worked and lived together in the closest quarters imaginable. You're my best friend and the only person I want to share my life with, Tyler." "Babe, you don't have to convince me." Tyler shook the ring box for emphasis. Owen sighed. "I prepared the speech for your parents because I really thought I'd have to pitch myself." He laughed and shook his head. "I didn't get past the first sentence with either of them before they gave their blessings." "That's so sweet," Tyler said. "If they'd proven me wrong and turned out to be dirtbags, I was still going to propose to you so you'd know that I would always be your family." Tyler's lips trembled, and happy tears filled his eyes. "I had a similar speech prepared when I called your mom earlier this week." "Really?" Owen asked. "I didn't make it far before she started to squeal and cry. Then she ran over to Stephanie's apartment to share the good news. Steph was enthusiastic about our pending engagement, and then the two of them got enthusiastic together." Owen grimaced. "Gross." Tyler laughed at his discomfort. "Just kissing, babe." Owen fully supported the relationship, but no kid wanted to think about their parent getting it on. "Do you want to hear what I said to trigger the squealing, crying, and kissing?" Owen scrunched up his face as he contemplated. "Maybe." "I promised Maggie that your heart will always be safe with me," Tyler said. "That's as far as I got with her before the conversation went sideways. I was going to tell you that, too, but I think you already know it." Tears filled Tyler's eyes, and he blinked to clear his vision, not caring that they spilled down his cheeks because Owen was crying too. "I brought this ring with me because I wanted to make this a damn good weekend if it was going to be my last in Texas. I promised you my forever, Owen, and I want to ask you for yours too." They opened their boxes together, revealing the rings they'd bought for one another. Owen had purchased a yellow gold band, and Tyler had chosen white gold. The rings were simple, but their paths to this moment were anything but. They took turns removing the bands from their boxes and sliding them on. Kneeling on the floor in a borrowed bedroom, they promised their love to one another and their commitment to forever. Sealing it with a kiss led to other explorations that would be more comfortable in the bed. "Definitely a merrier Christmas now," Tyler said once Owen slid deep inside him. "About to get even merrier." And Owen kept his word just like he always did. Epilogue. 6 months later. Tyler stowed his bag in the pickup's back seat and said, "Do you have everything?" The Kenny Chesney concert had finally rolled around, and it couldn't have come at a better time. Owen had just found out he passed his GED test the day before, and they had so many things to celebrate during their weekend away from the ranch. When he didn't get an answer, Tyler stepped back and peered around the back of the cab to find Owen still leaning against the opposite side of the truck with his eyes locked on the gravel driveway. Tyler called his name, and Owen turned to look at him. "Sorry," he said sheepishly, "zoned out for a minute." He lifted his hand to brush blonde strands off his forehead, and the sunlight glinted off his engagement ring. Mine, mine, mine. And it became truer every day. Tyler had learned there was no limit to loving someone. Each time he thought he couldn't love Owen more, his future husband proved him wrong. This man had worked tirelessly over the past 6 months to conquer things he never dreamed possible. He went from avoiding any task that required reading or writing to leaving little love notes around for Tyler and reading to him in bed at night to strengthen his skills. Owen had started a smoking hot romantic suspense book the previous evening that had kept them up much later than usual. "You seem distracted," Tyler said. "Everything okay?" Owen smiled, but it wasn't very reassuring. "I was just hoping Reuben and Keegan would get back before we had to leave." Tyler glanced at his watch and wondered again why they were heading out so early. This was just a meeting in the prosecuting attorney's office, right? Keegan said they were just going to review some preliminary details about their upcoming trials. Owen returned his gaze to the gravel drive and nodded absently. "I would have thought they'd be back by now." "I know you're worried about Keegan, so why don't we wait around until they get home? We can't check in at the hotel until 4 o'clock. Owen turned his gaze back to him, and Tyler could plainly see the conflict in his dark blue eyes, but he didn't understand it. "What's wrong?" Tyler tried again. "I know we don't have to be there until 4, but I'd planned a detour to surprise you." "What is it?" Owen's lips slowly curved upward. "It wouldn't be a surprise if I told you." Tyler saw movement from his periphery and turned to see Cash walking quickly toward them. "The boss is heading our way." "So glad I caught you before you left," Cash said when he reached them. "Is something wrong with Keegan or Reuben?" Owen asked. "No, not at all," Cash said. "Reuben texted me before leaving the prosecutor's office. They just went over some prelim court dates and the projected timeline for the actual trial." "How's Keegan doing?" Tyler asked. "Rue said he handled himself beautifully, but thinks he's strung tight," Cash said. "But we'll be here for whatever he needs, and I want you guys to have a great weekend." "So, what's up?" Owen asked. "The Redemption Ridge web series is taking off in ways I never expected." Cash looked between them with a proud papa smile on his face. "The interview you guys did with Rory back in January has reached nearly 2 million views." Tyler and Owen looked at each other and said, "Whoa." "There's a snippet of the interview recirculating all over social media, and I've been fielding emails left, right, and center. Your message about the importance of teen crisis prevention has touched so many people, and I have some really exciting news to share." "Well, quit teasing us," Tyler said. Lighthouse Youth Outreach is a nonprofit organization in Colorado Springs that partners with psychiatrists and therapists for children and teens. Caroline, the executive director, recently saw the interview and said there are kids in the program who could use mentors like you. They have gym equipment at their center and will invest in some bags and light boxing equipment. They're just looking to give the kids a healthy outlet to vent frustrations, as you mentioned in the video. I told them Redemption Ridge will donate the equipment regardless of our participation in the program. Are you kidding me? Owen asked. Of course, I'd love to volunteer. This is amazing. Cash smiled his approval. You're gonna do great with the kids. He turned his attention to Tyler. Your role would be trickier, and I needed to make a few phone calls to see if Caroline's suggestion was even doable before I talked to you. My lawyers and insurance people have given me the green light as long as I establish some strict rules to protect the ranch and its employees. Tyler glanced at Owen, whose puzzled expression matched his thoughts. What things do you want me to do? Caroline would like to establish a program at Lighthouse that brings the kids to the ranch to work with the animals. Lighthouse would provide transportation and additional supervision, and we'd have to be very selective about the animals we let interact with the kids. It's a liability risk, but I think it's one worth taking. What do you think, Ty? He was too overwhelmed to answer right away. Yes, of course. I feel like my horses saved me when I was a kid. This is really exciting, Cash said as he backed up a few steps. I don't want to keep you guys. I just couldn't wait to share the news with you. We can chat about this more when you get back. Safe travels, and have a great time. His phone went off with a gate alert, and he glanced down at it. Reuben and Keegan are back, he called over his shoulder as he retreated to the house. Owen's relief was obvious, and Tyler was glad they returned in time so he could relax on their trip. Keegan hopped out of the truck as soon as Reuben parked. He rushed over and hugged them both goodbye. I'm okay, Keegan said before either of them could ask. I have a bunch of nervous energy pulsing through me, so I'm going to hit the bags for a while. Owen had worked out with him over the past few months, and the effort was showing in Keegan's well-being. He'd gained muscle, moved with more confidence, and processed stress in healthier ways. You guys be careful, okay? We will, Owen replied. You call us if you need anything. I'll be fine. I've got the rest of the guys to lean on. We'll bring you back a t-shirt, Tyler called out. Keegan had already headed toward the house and raised his hand in acknowledgement. Reuben still hadn't gotten out of the truck by the time Keegan disappeared. Tyler and Owen exchanged a worried look and walked over to Reuben's truck. He rolled the window down when they reached the driver's door, but Rue continued staring out the window like he was in a trance. Their handsome, cocky friend looked like someone had drained the life right out of him. Tyler realized the assailant could only be Seth Burke. What did he do? Tyler's voice came out growly and fierce, and it made the corner of Rue's lips curve up. It's what he didn't do, Rue said, sounding weary for the first time since they met. Okay, Owen said. What didn't Burke do? He was there for the meeting, though I'm not sure why. Burke sat in the prosecutor's office like a silent sentinel and looked right through me. He acted like we'd never kissed and that he didn't know the way I... Rue's words stopped abruptly, and he shook his head. Tyler reached inside the truck and squeezed Reuben's shoulder. I'm so sorry. Me too, Rue, Owen said. Maybe it's time to move on from him. Rue met their gaze, and his dark brown eyes crackled with life once more. Are you kidding me? His full lips curved into a wicked smile. It's time for me to show that stubborn mule that I'm a keeper. Now go on and enjoy your weekend, and be careful. Tyler and Owen exchanged another glance, earning a scornful snort from Reuben. I mean it, punks. I'm fine. Or I will be once I put together a master plan to get my man back. If you're sure, Tyler said, backing away. Reuben rolled his eyes and pressed the button to raise the window. We've been dismissed, Owen said. Guess so, Tyler glanced over at him. Guess it's time to see what my surprise is. Yup. Tyler spent most of the drive trying to guess where they were going, but Owen wouldn't budge. He'd studied the navigation map in the dashboard, something else he could do now, but didn't initiate the turn-by-turn instructions until they got close to their destination, which was midway to Denver. The happiest Gilmore Ranch? Tyler asked when Owen drove under an ornate arched sign. Owen chuckled. Gilmore is their last name, and I think they had a little fun naming their ranch after the Happy Gilmore movie. I figured that part out, Tyler replied. I'm just not sure why we're here. Owen pulled up to an equine barn and killed the engine. It will all make sense soon. Trust me. Always. A man and a woman in their mid-40s came out of the barn and headed toward them. The Gilmores, I presume? Tyler asked Owen. I think so, but I've never met them. A sleek black horse with unique white markings bolted from the barn and galloped into the paddock. Tyler's breath caught in his throat, and his eyes immediately filled with tears. Brutus! He turned his head and found Owen watching him with a huge smile on his face. I found him, thanks to help from our social media followers. I'm just amazed I could keep this a surprise, since I had to loop in several people to pull it off. Owen, I can't believe you did this. Tyler looked back out the windshield and watched Brutus join the other horses. They trotted and galloped in the fenced area, and he looked carefree. Do you want to see him? Tyler released his seatbelt and shoved the door open. He introduced himself to the Gilmores, but he only had eyes for Brutus. Mind if I walk over to the paddock and see if he remembers me? Of course, Mrs. Gilmore said. She'd given Tyler her first name, but damn if he could remember. Thank you. His heart pounded in his chest as he walked toward the horses. It was obvious the Gilmores took good care of Brutus, and his heart was full to bursting by the time he reached the fence. Tyler stuck 2 fingers in his mouth and whistled sharply. Most of the horses stopped but only glanced in his direction. Brutus fully turned to face Tyler and stood as still as a statue. Brutus, Tyler called out. Don't you remember me? The horse galloped toward him, slowing to a trot as he neared the fence. Hey, buddy, Tyler said when the big horse nuzzled against him. How are you doing? Brutus continued rubbing his head against him until Tyler opened his arms and hugged the horse. Tears streamed down his cheeks, and he buried his head against Brutus's neck. Should I be jealous? Owen asked when he joined them. Tyler lifted his head, not caring that Owen saw his raw emotions. No, you should be really proud of yourself. I don't have to worry about him anymore. He seems so happy here. We've been fostering Brutus for about a year, Mr. Gilmore said. It took him a long time to trust us, but it's obvious he remembers you well. Tyler hadn't even realized the couple had joined them. He wiped his tears away, feeling slightly embarrassed. Then he locked eyes with Mrs. Gilmore and read the pure understanding in her gaze. Tyler suddenly absorbed what her husband had said. They were fostering Brutus. They didn't own him. Tyler looked from the Gilmores to Owen. So He didn't finish the thought because he didn't want to get his hopes up. Owen cupped his cheek and said, Finley and Kieran are coming to pick Brutus up for us tomorrow, and he'll be waiting for us at the ranch when we get home on Sunday. Tyler hugged Owen tightly. I don't believe it. Brutus whinnied loudly as if he didn't appreciate Tyler's attention going elsewhere. Tyler stepped back and laughed. Did you hear that, buddy? You're going to come live with us. The Gilmores led them into the barn to complete the necessary paperwork. Then they lingered a little longer to spend more time with the horse before getting back on the road. Are you sad to leave him? Owen asked, after they drove several minutes in silence. Not at all, Tyler said. I'm too excited about our weekend in Denver, and I know Finley and Kieran will take excellent care of him. He narrowed his eyes as he stared out the windshield. Kieran better not try to steal my horse's affections. Horses were drawn to him like moths to a flame. Owen laughed. I don't think you'll have to worry about that, baby. What a weekend, Tyler said. It seems like all of our dreams came true within the span of 24 hours. Owen reached over the console and took his hand. Not all of them. You're not my husband yet. They got overwhelmed every time they talked about logistics and picking a date that worked for everyone, and ended up postponing the conversation. I want a simple wedding like Cash and Nick had, immediate family only. Your family is coming to Colorado in November. My mom will be done with her real estate classes by then and could drive up. We saw what Harry could do in 2 weeks. Imagine what she can do in 3 months. Let's get married and have even more to be grateful for this Thanksgiving, Owen said. That simple, huh? Owen glanced over at him with a cocky smile on his lips. What, you want to wait another 6 years? Tyler huffed and rolled his eyes. I knew you were going to toss those words back at me. Owen laughed. I waited for the perfect time. Well, what do you say to a November wedding? Tyler started singing lines from Me and You, their favorite Kenny Chesney song. This concludes Friends Like Them by Aimee Nicole Walker, narrated by Lance West. Copyright 2024 by Aimee Nicole Walker. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Aimee Nicole Walker and was produced in the year 2024 by Tantor Media, Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.